right, here we go. It's been a minute since we've done a preseason podcast. We're back again. I'm here with Chris, the Sasquatch's GM, as usual.
What's going on?
And we've got a special guest tonight. Finally, someone in this league steps up and wants to give their opinion. And it's Larry Link from Mexico City.
Hey, how you doing? Mexico City rules.
Welcome to the podcast, Larry. Glad you could join us tonight. I appreciate you taking the time out to do this. Larry, you've told us some very fascinating information about you here as we've been warming up. Tell the folks about your experience with Out of the Park.
Well, so Out of the Park is a very interesting game for me. I think I play it way too much. I would even say it borders on an addiction. So when you meet me in a playoff series, remember, I'm probably spending way much more time on my team than you probably think I am. That being said, I played offline OTP for 10 years. I played 13 for 10 years, right? Because I was too cheap to buy the new version. And then finally in 23, I bought it, and I'm like, oh my God, they actually animated the guys. Man, this is cool, right? And so I said, hey, I'm going to check out this online stuff. So December of 2023, I started playing online. And, I started with just a couple of leagues, just to kind of get my feet wet. And I remember that at the time, there were people saying, on the message boards and stuff, the forums saying, hey, are you still looking for a league? And I actually turned away a couple of people at the time. I remember saying, hey, I'm too busy. I've got 3 leagues, I want to kind of focus there, right? Whatever, fast forward to now, and I've met a lot of people, and there's probably a lot of us that are in more than one league. Well, through meeting people and just people saying, hey, I got this open team or whatever, and by the way, I'm a diehard White Sox fan. I will 100% tell you that.
I
So
apologize.
if the White Sox are available in a league, I'm already thinking about it, right? I noticed there were a lot of leagues that had the White Sox available, and I kept seeing these posts that said White Sox available, right? So, next thing you know, 3 turned into like 5 and 6 and 7. The number of leagues that I'm in is probably, astounding to most people, but I'm now in 57 leagues.
57, 5-7 leagues.
5-7. Yes. I keep a spreadsheet. So that way I can make sure that I get all my exports in on time. That's why when you change the time for the sim, Paul, that's why it screwed me up for those 2. And when you sent around the percentage of time, I noticed that mine was yellow, and it drove me crazy because I'm like, man, I missed those 2 because I'm so used to the Sims being at 9 p.m. instead of at noon.
So gentlemen in the league, if Larry has his export in and you aren't able to get your export in, just keep in mind your level of commitment, and try to make that effort to get that export in on a regular basis.
Yeah, if anybody wants to see my spreadsheet that I use, I can pull it up. And if anybody's looking for a league, I'm in 57. I can probably find you.
Yeah, there we go.
He's
So,
a man.
anyways, we're super excited to have you join us here. We have kind of half-assed the preseason podcast the last few years. We've done like a mid-season podcast, and we're a little late on this one, but we're going to break down some of these teams, probably see some new names, some new faces. So yeah, pretty excited to dive into things tonight. And all 3 of us are from the Ruby division. So guess what? We're not going to start with the champions. We're not going to start with the Herons. Although Josh had a great season. Congratulations to him on the win. But we're going to start over.
Congrats.
Yeah, good job, Josh.
Yeah, it was a great win. I'm grateful that New Orleans didn't become back-to-back champions. I hate it when a team dominates. So as much as I appreciate Ryan, I'm glad he lost, and I'm glad we had a new champion. So we'll start off in the Ruby division, and we'll start with the division winners last year. Who was that? Can you remind me, Chris?
Well, somehow the planets aligned, and Oahu won a division.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. That was the Oahu Paddlers. What a great GM.
What happened in the playoffs?
I forgot to show up for the playoffs. I don't know.
you don't. You're not used to playing in that late in the season, so you forget what happened.
That must have been it. Yeah, yeah. So, I think talking about my team for next year, I think I got a pretty strong team that I'm bringing back. I'm pretty excited. Even though we're off to a kind of a slow start, I've got a pretty good future, I think. And since it is my
We'll
team, I
see
guess
about that.
I'll just dive into it a little bit, then I'll get your guys' thoughts. But I think I have one of the better center fielders in the game in Steve Magana. He's still developing, even though he's about to be his third season here. Put up 6.64 last year. He's just an all-around good player. Gets on base.
That's some bold speaking, saying he's the best.
I mean, I've got a really good lineup. I think he is. Let's take a look at the team rankings here. He is the fourth best according to the league rankings, and not that means everything, but he's a very good center fielder. I've got Bechtel, and this guy's taken a dev hit in terms of ratings, but ratings are set to reflect
how they're playing at the moment.
Yeah, well, not how they're playing, but like everybody in the league. So if like other guys start to come up, they all adjust down in a sense. So as the league gets stronger and more deep, things adjust. But he's definitely devved down from where he was. But I still think he's a pretty solid player. He didn't have a great season last year. He was injured most of the year. But my outfielders are pretty strong. This guy actually didn't even have high hopes for, Danny Ontiveros. But he's got two great gloves. He's got a platinum stick. He's a great fielder. And he's put up a really good WAR the last 2 years, which I don't really understand. I don't think his bars are amazing. He's got low work ethic. He's unmotivated, but I'll take it.
Yeah. I like your catcher a lot.
Yeah, my catcher is the best in the league. I will say that, I think. Anyways.
He's a framing master. He really helps your pitching staff.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that helps because I have some really good young pitching coming up. So this guy, I think I just paid him. I didn't. He's going to get paid, trust me. He's not leaving the Paddlers.
He wouldn't, yeah.
I don't have a lot of weak spots in my lineup here. If anything, I'm not a big fan of my first baseman, and I could definitely move him if anybody's interested, but they're not because he's a first baseman. And my third baseman is pretty good, but he could be better. But my superstar is Israel Esparza. This guy put up 8 WAR last year, and he's going to just continue to be a menace in this league, I think. So I'm super excited to have him on my team. 51 homers, 139 RBIs, MVP. And if you guys, I think I mentioned this in chat, but he tied in votes for the MVP with a guy on Vancouver, Eric Gilbride, who we'll talk about in a bit. And I cast that tying vote because I had forgotten to vote. So MVP, I don't care if it costs me money. I want it on the resume.
I almost didn't let it go by. I almost didn't let it slide.
And then I traded for David Brobeck last year. This guy's a career Chili's Picante. And yeah, he's a captain, and he's the glue of my team. Hopefully this year. He's off to a really great start.
Love his nickname.
Yeah, Opie, Opie Brobeck. So that's the offense. I think the offense is really good. Actually, just one more guy here, Joe Ellen. It's my team. I can talk about it for a minute, right? I think this guy's going to be good. 5.3 WAR last year as a rookie. Could have been a Rookie of the Year candidate. And then the pitching staff.
Deep class.
What's that?
It was a pretty deep class at Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, it definitely was. There's a lot of great players. My pitching staff, young guys, Jose Castillo, he's going to be a rookie this year, and he looks really, really talented. I've got James Lohr, who just went down for 4 weeks, unfortunately, but this guy looks like he's going to be really good. He's a rookie as well. So I'm actually looking to move some pitching. If anybody needs some pitching depth, I've got guys. I obviously went all in on the trade market a few seasons ago. I traded for Josh Miller, gave up a shitload for Miller. He's off to a slow start, but he's a dog. I like him. David Wismar was a rookie last year. This is season. Oh, I'm wrong. This is season number 3 for Wismar. But he's pitched really well. So yeah, I'm deep, and this is my favorite guy. Not my favorite, but he's a 45 overall. But he has a 65-70 knuckleball. So I'm very excited to have him on my team. I think he's going to be nasty.
I was just going to mention Gunter, man. I think he's the what's going to tell which direction your team goes.
I mean, this is why ratings are kind of shit, right? Like,
Yeah.
sometimes. The only thing that concerns me about him is the stamina hold runners. Maybe he's like, Red Sox Tim Wakefield ends up in the bullpen at some point. Who knows? But
Well, one of the things that I've always struggled with, and I'm sure there's others that have probably struggled with this too, and I personally, I could be in 57 leagues. I don't claim to know everything about OOTP. How do I, in the development lab, build stuff?
I don't know. That's a great question. I try to read through all the descriptions, and I just don't understand it. I feel like
Because
increased velocity, maybe,
okay,
is kind of related to
because
that, but I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hunter is the perfect example of that, right? He's got this potential of 70 for his stuff, but
Oh,
he's only
I'm
at
on OSA.
50.
Yeah, I'm on OSA. It's 60 on OSA. Um,
Oh, my scout really likes him.
yeah, that's awesome.
Trade
I'm
him to
happy to
me.
hear that. No, that's okay. I think I'm going to keep my knuckleballer for probably ever. Again, I'm a Red Sox fan. You mentioned you're a White Sox fan. I'm a Red Sox fan. So
Yeah.
Tim Wakefield, probably one of my favorite Red Sox of all time. So
He's
I
my
have a
favorite Red Sox
knuckleballer,
player.
and he ain't going nowhere, folks. Because honestly, the one good thing about this guy's rating sucking ass, he's not going to cost much to keep on my team year after year after year. And I think in the start of this league, I think I had a knuckleballer for a few seasons as well. I forget his name at this point, but
You
so,
did. Yeah.
yep. Looking at my bullpen's pretty strong too. Like it's not the best bullpen in the world, but there's some depth there. They're off to a terrible start. But I've got like a pitcher of the year in Corey Kimball on the back end of his career. So if a starter ever goes down, can plug him in. I've got Mike Bennett, who's been a decent starter in this league as well. Led the league in wins just 2 seasons ago. Not that that means anything, but yeah, I've got some depth. Jin Ning also has been a quality starter year after year, and I actually hate having him in the bullpen right now. But yeah, just too many arms. So if anybody needs an arm, hit up my DMs. But that's my thought on my team. You guys have anything to add to the Paddlers?
Still garbage. Move on.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I've noticed is you have a lot of guys in your bullpen,
Yeah.
and I think that's good. I tend to like to have a lot of guys in my bullpen too. I tend to give them very short leashes for that reason. So like for example, your specialist there, um, I think he can be extremely effective with that fastball and slider. Keynes is the guy I'm talking about, right? I think he can be extremely effective if he comes in for a batter or two,
Oh yeah,
right?
this guy's nice. I should probably know
So,
who he is since he's on my team.
well, but my
He's
point
a
is, you have,
he's a lefty
my
too.
in my opinion, your bullpen is set up similar to what I hope to try to achieve in the sense of the number of guys and the balance between the lefties and the righties. And I think that's why, like, I agree with you very, very much that it's a strength. The numbers don't. I mean, when we start talking about my team, obviously I'm going to complain about the numbers too. I think, so far this season's been an aberration. So,
Yeah, you'd think bullpen depth is a good thing. I mean, let's look at our back-to-back. You know, this guy's been to back-to-back TBL championship games or series, and he carries 6 guys in the bullpen. So who the fuck knows, right? Maybe it's not the way to go. And I haven't gotten a response from Ryan on why he does this, but he carries 26 guys on his roster every season. He doesn't even fill his roster. And I wonder if that's because he's used to his other league and doesn't realize we have a 28-man roster, or if he just, like, he's got all his teams on 26. So I think that's intentional, right? And we'll get to him later, but he doesn't cap out. He doesn't see the value in capping out his rosters, and maybe there's something to that because he's been really good.
maybe.
But last thing we usually look at is the system, and if there's anybody on the edge of coming up here, I do have one of the top prospects in the game. This guy's actually ready to come up, but he's not up, and he's going to be really good. But I don't have room for him yet, so he's going to be in the minor leagues at least for a month or two until I can unload my first baseman. And I kind of hate having a first baseman with no power, but
Yeah, but if he's smashing, like, if he's hitting almost 300, you'll take that.
yeah, I mean,
He's just a speedy first baseman.
if he walks a ton and he hits a ton and he has like a 400 plus on base percentage and he steals bases, yeah, he could be pretty nasty.
You don't care what position he plays.
So are
Why are
you
you
gonna
getting
make his,
stereotypical?
are you gonna make his nickname instead of King Bill? 'Cause that makes no sense. You should make his nickname Hello,
Well, Ola.
because his last name is Ola.
Oh no, we can't look behind the scenes. No one look at that. But yeah, I will. I might do that. That's a good point. We can add one nickname a season. Every GM's allowed to do that. So you're right. That's a pretty shitty nickname. So maybe we'll do that. Oh, don't look again.
Not the worst I've ever seen, but yes.
Yep. I don't think I have anybody else really close. Omar Hernandez, nothing special. You know, we got a couple other pitchers who are going to fill in some depth for me. But yeah, I think I'm in good position to be a good team again this year. If we can turn it around. So, who was second place last year? Let's move on to the next team.
Yeah, I wonder.
I think it was Mexico City.
Yeah.
It was Mexico. Was it Mexico City?
Mexico-
Were you second or
Mexico
wild
City
card?
choke artist.
Did you get second though, or the wild card?
Choke artist. I got second.
You did. Okay. I couldn't remember. Again, I have a terrible memory, so you did get second. There you go. So 87 and 75, Larry. Let's talk about your team. 6 and 18 right now. What's going on?
No, we forgot how to pitch, and we forgot how to hit.
Those are pretty
Usually
important
when
things.
that happens, you're not going to win very many games. No, I think this is a sleeping giant. So far, we're still,
Hmm.
stuck behind the whole fact that we were up 3-0 on Milwaukee, and then we choked 4 straight times. I think we're
Yeah.
still trying to recover from that mentally. Um, in all honesty, I've built this team based on the park's strengths. As I'm sure you are aware, my park is very conducive to home runs. So the fact that we are 11th in home runs is shocking to me because we should be hitting more home runs. So I think the offense will come. It's just, it's just not there right now.
Well, I can't remember how to find that. Ballpark. There we go. Yeah, very offensive ballpark.
100%.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that's why I really try to get the power guys and certain guys that I think, like for example, one of my biggest signings this past season or this off season was my new catcher, my fourth hitter there, Ethan Hero, right? I signed him not because he's an awesome catcher, but because he's got super duper power.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that, that 29, 30 home runs that he sort of averages will turn into like 40 in my park. So,
Yeah, he's off to a great start.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's one of the few bright spots at the moment. Um, so I had when last season was over, I had an issue I had to deal with. Right, my top pitcher, he wanted $30 million a year, and I looked at him like, man, do I sign him for this? But I've got more holes to fill. So I channeled the 2005 White Sox, who
Who was the
decided not to
pitcher? Do you
sign
remember?
Carlos Lee. He was Yanez. He signed with Phoenix.
Okay.
It's Phoenix number 1.
Am I spelling that right?
Yeah, Jose
Yeah.
Yanez.
All right. All right.
Right.
Yep.
And he
Yeah,
wound
he
up
had a nice
signing a
season.
$29
Wow.
million contract. So he was great. He was great in the playoffs. Not the best guy in the playoffs. That was Matt
That's
Terrell.
a crazy good
But
start.
yeah, he's a great quality pitcher, and he's earned his paycheck. But I figured that I could take that $30 million that he wanted and spend it in a couple of different places.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that I did was I signed this Castanheiro catcher. He was only 17 million or whatever a year, and I tend to backload the contracts anyway. So I signed him for a short term. That way, just to kind of if it didn't work out, I wasn't on the hook for like 5 years or whatever. But I spent some money on him, and then I had to get another pitcher because I had to replace him, and I replaced him with the guy who's my FP1, who's Noah Gadsden. And the things I like about Gadsden is the fact that he throws the ground ball. He's got really good control. But to me, I think he plays in my park really, really well. I wish his home runs against was a little higher, but taking one great pitcher and turning him into a pretty good pitcher and a pretty good catcher, I'll take that because to me, I think that should have put us closer to the top of the division. Like I said, right now it's not panning out, but like I said, we're probably a sleeping giant that's about to emerge. I'm hoping.
I will say, I mean, I think you took a risk with Gadsden if you're looking at the, and we have injuries turned off in this league. You have to really do your homework, and he's pretty injury prone. This guy might be pretty fragile. I mean, we got multiple big term injuries, and you gave him a 5-year contract, so that is going to be something to keep an eye on for sure. But he is off to a great
Absolutely.
start for you.
Well, and one of the things too is, as you know, a lot of people don't pay attention to a lot of things. For me, injuries is one of those things that I've tried to steer away from guys in the past, right, who are
Hmm.
wrecked or who are fragile. And, you know, I wound up watching these guys do well. And to me, try not to let that influence me anymore because if they're healthy, that's great. Otherwise, I have a backup plan. You know, just because they're wrecked or just because they're fragile doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get a torn ACL, right? It could be something simple like, a day-to-day injury from time to time or whatever.
Hmm.
But what you might see if my team ever kind of wakes up here, and we will, I promise you, is that Noah Gadsden, I might go to a six-man rotation just to kind of save his arm, keep him
Yeah.
healthy for the playoff kind of situation, right? I'm not afraid to do that as long as the matchups look fine, right? Um, but so Gadsden is one that I'm definitely watching and hopeful that he'll pan out. But there are a couple of young guys on this team that I brought up last year that really sort of performed. Matt Terrell,
Yeah, he looks like a
SB2,
superstar.
Yeah,
Look at
he
these
looks
pitches.
pretty. He looks like he's gonna be really good.
yes, and he
Once
had
that
a
slider
really
comes in.
good. Yeah, if I remember right, he did really well in the development lab too. I think I got a nice boost with him in development lab too to make him even better. So
Who won pitcher
in
of
the
the war
playoffs, he
last year?
was
This guy
money.
had 9 R war. That's insane. He had 237 strikeouts. Like this, I mean, that is super low but beep.
And in the playoffs, he was money. I mean, he threw
Yeah.
didn't he throw a no hitter?
In the
I think he
I
threw a
playoffs,
think
no
was
hitter in
this
the
the
playoffs.
guy?
This was the guy. I think he threw a no
Okay.
hitter.
Where are we?
I'm
Let's
looking.
see. Somebody did. I didn't know if it was Terrell.
Maybe it was a no hitter. Oh, you know what? He was pitching the game where I had a no hitter hit against or thrown against me.
Yeah.
He was the one that had the no hitter.
that's right. Yeah.
We lost like
You got
7-0.
you got
You
no
got no
hit.
hit.
You got no hit.
No, he looks like a superstar for sure, and he's young. I like him a lot.
Yeah, he's gonna
I was
be.
gonna say I
See,
thought you were the one that got no hit.
I actually disagree with you
No,
on the Gadsden thing. I don't like that signing that much. I think the best ability is availability. I know it's a cheeky term, but I think there's something to that personally.
There is
well,
something to be said about that.
I'm sure you saw too in the playoffs when guys weren't performing and I had to try stuff that I wasn't afraid to bring in bullpen guys to start a game, right? Or whatever. So I'll adapt to whatever happens. I
I like.
started a playoff game with Ricky Guzman, my closer, and he
Yeah,
did well. So I think he gave me like 4 innings or 5 innings in one of the playoff games last year.
that's pretty crazy
So
for a 25 stamina guy. But I mean, he looks
yeah,
really great
well,
as
and
a
there's
back
ways
end
that
piece.
you can change the strategy to make it so he pitches less pitches, right, and things like
Yeah.
that, right? So
Yep.
I constantly tweak and tinker with my guys. I set the player strategy at an individual level. Like I said, I am way too obsessed with OTP.
See, I think you've got some great top
But
end
my
pieces.
pitching staff,
Do you feel like your depth is good here, or do you think some of these guys like don't look at the rating like under the hood? It's a lot better than it looks.
well, I just every situation and every season is going to be different, and you have to just adjust. Like for example, if Gadsden were to go down right now, the first thing I would consider is can Ricky Guzman step into that role? Can Omar Baez, one of my bullpen guys, I started him a couple times last year too, if I'm not mistaken. I started him in AAA a couple times last year,
Yeah.
right? And these ground ball guys give me a couple of good starts while these guys are on the shelf until they're ready to come back. You know, I'm constantly adjusting things. So that's why if you notice my bullpen, just like yours, lots of guys. George Gutierrez has a 3 batter base maximum just because he's my loogie, right? Todd Day can start games too. I've got guys in my bullpen who can start games, so I think I have a lot of depth that year. Um, so I think I'm ready for injuries. They haven't performed yet.
Yeah.
So, offensive wise, though, I mean, I've got a pretty young offense, I think. Lionberger, I love this guy. I think he was one of the best trades I ever made, and I wasn't trying to rip off um, the team that I got him from. It just kind of worked out that way, right? Because the Louisville Rivermen, I gave them a shortstop named Jared Fleckman. And Jared Fleckman, he's got a very promising career ahead of him and everything else, right? He's gonna probably be a pretty good shortstop, solid shortstop. But Lionberger, with his range and his stealing and his offense, has just been he's been a godsend. When he's healthy, he sets the table usually. So that's why I like to bat him lead off. And I'm hoping. I mean, if I had my way, he'd still 1,000 bases, but um, I'm hoping he'll get more opportunities to run here. In the development lab, I had him set up to do a little bit more of the base running and base stealing type stuff.
Yeah, those are the safe
Hopefully
bets.
grow those
I
skills.
think. I mean, if anybody, I don't think everybody uses the dev lab, which is a mistake, Chris.
I use
But
it
if
because I'm scared because they don't do good ever.
no, but if you go to the very easy stuff like the increase the base running, increase the fielding, stuff like that they're not super risky. I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. But yeah, no, he looks nice.
He's gonna be a mainstay. Hoping I can keep him long term and everything else. The other guy he got hurt a lot last year. Otherwise, I think he would have been in the mention for possible rookie of the year. Was the guy who I have him at first baseman. I think he actually came up as a third baseman. I made him a first baseman because he had a better potential that was there.
Yep.
Is Mike Beck, and
Yeah,
Beck
looking at him
has
now.
the
Put some
eye.
great bars.
That eye is huge. I mean, it's on base. I mean,
Yep. No, I
hopefully,
agree.
if this works correctly, Lionberger and Beck get on base, and then I've got guys behind them hitting home runs. So we're hitting 3, 4 run home runs, hopefully.
Yep. I mean, I think
That's
again, just my opinion on this guy, very injury prone, so we'll see if he can stay healthy. But
Yeah.
but he looks really good, and he's young, so he's affordable right now, and you can make a decision when Arb's up if you want to, build around him or let him walk. So the only thing, obviously, with first baseman, I mean, dime a dozen, right? Like there's a million first basemen out there.
I agree on that statement. But
And
they're important.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
Yeah. He originally was the third baseman, but to me, I saw that 75 at first base or whatever for his defensive potential there, and I'm like, okay, no, you're gonna play first. So we really worked on that, and I don't know if everybody else does this, but for me, in the spring training, I play guys in other positions in order to help grow skill.
Yep.
Right? I'll take my shortstop and I'll play him at second base, so that way he can grow second base skill. Because that way, when the season starts, if my second baseman gets hurt and I need to move somebody over, now I have an option. So I've always done that,
I see you have Jamie
though. And then
Lindahl on this.
obviously,
I was gonna say I see you have Jamie Lindahl on this team, and this is a guy we thought might be a Hall of Famer someday, but he's kind of had an average career. Looks like he's coming off the bench for you, but like
yeah,
him as a good leadership piece on your team.
yeah, and you can't underestimate the chemistry aspect of things too. I usually try to keep that going. Obviously, yeah, I looked at Lindahl and I looked at his, his stats, and yeah, he hit 35 home runs for us last year. He had a great year last year. So why am I putting him on the bench? It's because the guy that I have in right field is Lionberger, and Lionberger is amazing, right? He can play any position out in that outfield and do well. He especially excels, you know, in uh, in right and left. Well, in right field and left field, really. For
Yeah,
me, it was more defensively.
I was gonna say I'm a big proponent. I feel like defense is huge and out of the park 25. So
Yep.
sometimes I'll sacrifice the bat to make sure a good glove's out there.
Yep. So
Well,
I mean, if I
don't
can't
want.
get enough runs, like right now, I'm not getting enough runs. Lindahl, he is set to periodically start a game, so don't worry, you'll still see him.
We'll see
He
if
just
you
hasn't
turn.
started
We'll
anything.
see if you turn it around. You got a big hole to dig out of, but like what? You win 9 out of 10, and then you're almost back up to 500, and that might be good enough to get into the Fire Conference,
It's
right?
beginning
So,
of the season. The best
yeah,
way
it's
somebody
so
put
early.
it is it's a marathon. It's not a race. It's a race to it's a marathon.
2 seasons ago, Galveston's team, Chad's team, was fucking garbage out of the gate, and he ended up being like a 500 team at the end of the season. But he was like 20 plus games under 500 at one point. So yeah, anybody can turn it around. And that being said, let's look at your system real quick because we do have a lot of teams to cover, so we got to keep moving.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's your team. You get to
I could
brag
talk
a little
about my
bit.
team all night.
I'm sure. Yeah, your system's a little weak, but all the expansion teams kind of haven't really had a deep system. I really fucked the expansion teams. Now, in retrospect, I didn't give them enough to get started. I mean, it's supposed to be a challenge, but if we ever expand again, which we might someday, I'm definitely going to take a little different approach. But
So for us, our minors, the guys who are the top guys, they're already up. Right? My top minor league guys are already up. And what's happening now is there's guys that are there with some potential. They're just really young. So they're pretty far away. So
yeah,
I've kind of got this hole sort of in the middle where, I've got my guys that are up and I did that because I needed to, right? Like Beck, Lionberger, these are all guys that needed to come up. So they're up, and these other guys here like Cody Paxton and Jose Duran, right? These are guys who are going to be part of the future. It's just they're like probably 3 years minimum away.
I wouldn't say that far. Do you think so? I mean, OSA has Durant as a 45, 55 overall. Again, ratings aren't everything, but I feel like he's going to be up there sooner than that.
I tend to leave my guys in the minors longer unless I have a need, right? I had a need, and that's why Beck and Lineberger are up. I don't really have that same need on my pitching, so I was hoping to get a couple more seasons where Jose Duran, for example, can, you know, hit double A for a season and maybe triple A for another season or whatever, and really see if I can get him as close to his ratings as possible, his potentials as possible.
Sure.
Because I've had it many, many times where I've called guys up too early and then they just stall.
Well, can't the
Right.
opposite happen though too? Aren't you afraid like if they'll regress if they aren't playing at the competition level that they should be at? Like, because I've heard that's a concern too. If you keep them at like a minor league level too long, then they aren't playing against competitive competition. That stunts their growth.
So there's a lot of different philosophies on that. I've read stuff that is along the lines of what you're saying, where they need to be challenged, and I've also read stuff where it says that if they're dominant, that's what causes the most skill growth.
Yeah.
So,
Hmm.
the great thing about this game is there's a million ways to play it and a million ways to do things.
For sure.
And, you know, you can come up with a million different strategies. To me, right now, I tend to leave guys more in the minors if I can. And then as soon as I can't, that's when they come up. So, and that also I think increases their trade value too because they're cheaper contracts and there's some benefit there too. But Duran is one that I'm really hoping that he will be like my SP1 or SP2. Maybe he'll probably be behind Matt Terrell, right? So he'll probably be like SP2 or SP3, maybe in 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I like his ground ball, or he fits my system.
Fair enough. Well, all right. Let's move on to the next team, and that is what I think is maybe the most dangerous team in our division, and that includes against my team. It's the Vancouver Vandals. They finished in 3rd place last year, and they were a playoff team. And we have a new-ish GM with the Vandals, not brand new this year, but I think in his 2nd, 3rd season. I lose track, but it's Chris in the Vancouver Vandals.
Not to be
85 wins
confused with
last year.
me.
Not to, yeah, the better Chris of the Ruby division, the Vancouver
You can
Vandals.
say that.
The one with less championships, but yeah. He's got
exactly.
some familiar names on here, and he's also got some of the best young talent in the TBL, I think. What do you guys think of this team?
George Reed in number 1 in the rotation. Fred Cox hitting 1 overall.
37-year-old George Reed now, but 3-time pitcher of the year, 7-time All-Star, 4-time TBL champion. Yes. maybe the most decorated player in our league.
Yeah,
So
I think this
I know-
Vancouver's going to win the division.
So they're definitely solid. Definitely solid. And I know Chris. Chris is another guy. We've had conversations in other leagues, and he lives nearby me, actually, to be honest with you. It's funny how that happens sometimes. You meet people, in a league, and it turns out you guys are, 20, 30 minutes away from each other. Chris knows what he's doing. That's half the battle, right?
That's a
Chris
shame.
is going to spend his time.
I was really
He's
trying
going
to
to make sure that this team is good.
I was really trying to recruit shitty GMs for the Ruby division, so I clearly failed with the two of you. Yeah, he's got a really nice rotation this year. He's another guy. Look at the 6 guys in his bullpen. He's not carrying much on his pitching staff. So different philosophy.
He has balance. He has balance in his bullpen. He's got lefties and righties. He's got a focus based on his park, right? His ballpark is sort of conducive to doubles and triples, right? He's got the right guys for his ballpark.
What happened to Denny Lord? This guy was a top closer in this league, and he's still got great bars, but like he's taking 20 points on his rating. I remember this guy on Washington and thought he was one of the best closers in baseball. He still looks really good, but I don't understand how a guy takes a death hip like that at 29 years old.
Yeah, that's one of the bad random things that sometimes happens. I would like him more I guess it sort of depends, right? A guy like this with a ton of stuff, a pretty good fastball, should definitely be considered for a closer, but I like the way that Chris has him set up in the bullpen, and I'm hoping that Chris has him set up on a short leash because he doesn't have a ton of movement. So hopefully he's got him set up to just blaze people away with fastball. And if he can do that, I see this Denny Lord guy being fantastic, guy at the back end of the bullpen too.
Yeah, this is a fascinating way to set up your bullpen. He doesn't have a closer set. He's just got, set up. He's got some middle relief. He's got 2 guys just not assigned, and I don't know if that's negligence or if that's intentional. But I mean, like Mark Gray's wicked good, and he looks like he's going to be wicked good at least. Wicked good. That's some Vermont language right there for all you unfamiliar. Franklin Jacobo, the starter right here. This guy's going to be really talented. He's in his 2nd season. He's got 5 really nice pitches and a kind of a garbage cutter that hasn't developed yet. But the only issue with him, the hold runners, I feel like an out of the park, that can be a detriment. I mean, stolen bases are on steroids and out of the park 25, and if you can't hold runners, that could hurt. But yeah, I mean, we're just looking at the pitching. Let's look at the lineups. I mean, his hitting is, he's got 2 of the best hitters in the TBL, and they're right in the middle of his lineup. I don't even know who Andy McQueen is. Okay, he's got another one. I think this was the number 1. That is number 28th ranked prospect, but I'm pretty sure he had the 1-1 prospect here too. Just to take a quick look. Yeah, he does. Christian Laredo. He's not up yet, but he's the top ranked prospect in the minor leagues, and he's not far away. He's a couple seasons maybe. He's got him in AAA right now. So add that to Ruiz, add that to Gilbride, who are bona fide superstars in this league. At 23 and 25 years old. 25 and 26, excuse me. Ruiz, man, what's up with these bars? How is this guy as good as he is? Anybody?
And he plays...
Probably good looks. I'm going with good looks.
He also plays really good defense, too. He is if he could steal bases, he'd be a 5-tool player.
Yeah, he is a really good defender.
The only knock on him is the strikeouts.
Man, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, he's putting up 7+ WAR, and he leads the league in strikeouts. He didn't win MVP because his teammate did. He was 2nd place in MVP 2 seasons ago, and maybe 3rd or 4th this year, or this past season. But Gilbride is the guy who tied for MVP last year, and he was the MVP in 2014, so he could have very well been a back-to-back MVP. 8 WAR season. My goodness. But yeah, 6th overall pick, and he looks sexy as hell.
A lot of talent on this team, for sure.
Yeah, these are all infielders too. His infield is just completely stacked. He brought in Fred Cox. This guy has been a dog here in this league for a long time. Maybe a future Hall of Famer. He's 31 years old. He's put up 43 WAR already. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets there. He's led the league in average 4 times. Might
Is he
be
worth
up
$40
there
million,
in-
though?
Oh, is that what he's getting?
He's getting 40.8.
Wow. Well, he's got the team options on the last 2 years, so at least he can get out of it after a few years. And I'm guessing that's right around when Ruiz or Gilbride need to start getting paid as well. So you may see Fred Cox, be done with this contract. I guess it kind of makes sense. I mean, the team option here, the buyout's pretty high. What do we have? 25-30%. So he's going to pay to get out of that contract. But
Yeah, I like that. I like having team options. Players don't like it.
he might
if I
be.
can get one to,
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
I was gonna say if I can get a player to sign one, I try. It's the only option I like to do.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, if you're offering this guy $200 million, he's saying yes, right? As opposed to someone who's offering less. So throwing those team options on the end made sense to close the deal on this guy. But I think, yeah, that's kind of a risky move, given his age. But I feel like Vancouver's in his window. He could be a championship contender this year.
I think it's a good sign. It is a steep price, but he is a he's a good piece to he's a good leadoff hitter, I guess. Like what you said, Paul, too. He's competing, so if you got the money, spend it.
He brought in Shane Markward too. 38 years old, but he's been around forever. He's an 11-time All-Star. He's got him on $18 million, just a 1-year contract. So he'll be joining the team again soon, you got to assume. But yeah, any other thoughts on this team or anybody we should be looking at that we're not looking at?
No, this team beat you, so I think it's going to do it again. As per usual.
I would be surprised. Honestly, I was kind of afraid to play them, and my fears were realized. So.
Yeah. I definitely set my team up to lose game 163 last year to Vancouver, so you'd lose to them.
Well done. Yeah, because you were afraid to face me yourself because you would have got your ass kicked.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot they did get a game 163 berth. That's pretty crazy. So, and then they had a decent postseason. But yeah, a lot of lefties in the lineup. Some switch hitter at the top. A lot of lefties in the bullpen.
Yeah, this team is going to be a force, I think, in the Ruby division.
He's got a ton of top prospects. Like, look at this system. This is a great system still. He's got 7 top 100 prospects, and a lot of these guys look really good. I mean, we didn't talk about Ganoa, this guy. I mean, when his bats do move on, maybe he flips them for a ton of assets. Maybe he trades them like right before they hit free agency and gets assets back and then just fills them in with these new guys. So I think he's set up for success for a while. And hopefully Larry's wrong and he's not a good GM. That's my hope.
Chris and I actually just made a trade in another league recently, and he understands value of players for sure. He knows what he's doing.
All right. 4th place. That must be the Squatches.
It's me.
Tell us a little bit about your team.
I would call our team like the Pittsburgh Steelers of the big league, where we're like good enough to like get close to the playoffs or sneak into the playoffs, but that's about it. So I think I have a good hitting lineup with Edgar Maciel. He's a solid player of mine. Mike Marino. He's getting up there in age. He's probably going to dip a little bit. Other than that, like, I mean, there's nothing really special about my team. I think my team's been kind of capitalizing on the Ruby division kind of being a subpar division.
Yeah, you were pretty good in the first decade. You and the Seals were kind of running things for a while. I mean, you've been on the cusp of competitiveness.
Yes, I am, and I started off hot, so I like Nick Duras, my second baseman. He was my shortstop last year. I swapped him over to second base. I think he's going to be a good second baseman.
Yeah, he's off to a great start. He's already put up more WAR this year than he put up all last year, which
Yeah,
can change. But
Pairing him with Rogers, I mean, that's a pretty good shortstop, second base
and
tandem.
Jim
Yeah.
Rogers. If I remember, Paul, you wanted to make a trade for him, and you're like, "Hey, you wanted to make a trade in the draft?" And I was like, "Nope," and I picked this guy.
I do remember this guy. Yeah, he looked really nasty defensively.
He was
coming
ready
off
to
the
go.
board.
He did not make his potential, but I'm like you said with I'm a defensive guy as well, and this guy is a very good defensive shortstop, and he does not have the bat, but if he can just play really good defense, and I don't know if he is right now or not. Yeah, he's doing okay.
Yeah, he's off to a good defensive start. His bat does suck, so that's definitely going to be something you'll have to
That's
compensate for at the top of the order.
But like I said, I'm all about that, and it's same with my catcher. He's a good defensive catcher. Um,
JJ
Yeah, you
June's
have
been
a
a quality player forever.
yeah, JJ
very
June
good
is
defensive team.
yeah. That's the way I play. I like defense, and it helps my pitching staff out. And I don't think I'm going to amount to much this year. I might think about trading my pieces. Who knows? They might be too old. My team's kind of ancient as well. I feel like I have young pieces, but I also have some really old pieces as well.
I think you could
And
get a king's ransom for Steve Barbs.
yeah, Steve Barbs. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could.
You get
He's
something. I
good.
mean, relievers only have so much value, right? You can't mortgage the franchise on one reliever because you need a shitload of relievers in your bullpen. So, I mean, I think he definitely could go for a good price, but I think there's a cap, I guess is what I'm trying to say on what you can get for a reliever. I mean, did you see who Somerville got last year? I fucking hated this trade. While we're on that conversation, where the fuck is he? Want Il Lee. This guy went for nothing last year in a trade with Syracuse. And I feel like he's really talented. Won Reliever of the Year award, so that backs up my comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good pitcher.
But
Yeah, we'll see. I'll see how my team does, and then I'll make my decision probably in the next few sims or so. I probably will try and sell, and ultimately,
looks like Scott
Scott.
Kinney's reaching the end.
Yeah, Scott Kinney is at the end of his career.
He's been in the bullpen a long time. I didn't realize that. I mean, he's still
Yeah,
good.
he
He's
has.
just 55.
He is. He's still good.
Got him on a nothing deal, so nothing
He's
to
just
sneeze about.
taking the hometown discount. He
was
loves it here
he
in
was great
Spokane.
for you last year. 1.75 ERA, 66 innings, like a low WHIP.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's the man.
He's got no good pitches.
He can't go any.
No
He
good
can't
pitches
go
and
any.
no stuff.
I don't know if I can trade him or not. I might be able to trade him. He has the right to refuse the trade, so I think so, because he's been with Spokane forever. So
Anybody else you want to talk about?
nah, that's about it. I
Anybody
don't
stick
really
out
have
to
a
you, Larry?
system. I don't think I have a system either. So, like I said, I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers of the big league. You called
Yeah,
it
your
earlier.
system's really bad. So yeah, you may be if you're not going to make the playoffs, you definitely should look to sell. You seem to disappear every year around the trade deadline for some reason. So
So
I'd maybe be a little more active
one
at the deadline.
one question I wanted to ask: what's up with Zach Eccles?
What
Is
is
there a
up with
reason
Zach
why you're
Eccles?
starting him?
Um, I don't know.
Loyalty, just loyalty.
Okay.
No, I don't.
No, I'm
Actually,
kidding.
don't know why I'm
I mean,
starting
he
him.
used to be really freaking good. Look at this. When he debuted, this is another guy we just dropped off a cliff. Batting ratings, his debut was in 2012. When Zach Eccles joined this lineup, he was a 70-70, or at one point. Now he's a 40-40, and he's 26 years old.
Yeah, he just fell off a cliff.
I mean, because you got guys like Gene Durand who are sitting there, and
Oh,
I think
yeah.
Gene Durand would be a nice maybe.
I thi-
I'm not trying to tell you what to do,
Yeah,
but
no, I hear
Gene
you. I hear what you're
Durand
saying.
might be benefited by some
That's
more at bats against righties.
that's the point of this podcast, Larry, is to tell everybody what to do. So don't worry about it.
Right.
No, I agree with you. When I look into my team, I usually start it off, and because usually the guy I usually replace in for Eccles is does just as bad average wise, so I just stick with Eccles or whatever. So I probably will move on from him because he is hot trash. So
Yeah, I mean he's off to a terrible start, so there's definitely some value in that suggestion. Mike Marino, I mean he's been on your team forever. Well, you got 5 guys in your lineup that are cold right now. And you're 14-10, so you should be counting your blessings.
yeah,
But your system's pretty barren. You got 2 nice prospects at the top, but they're very far away.
and sucks too because I usually pick my first 2 picks except for this draft. I was been away for the weekend, so haven't had time. But yeah, I've been swinging and missing on all my first. I usually pick the first 3 rounds, and I've been swinging and missing on every single one of my picks. So,
Yep.
Go me.
All right, Larry's stepping away for a couple of minutes. He'll be back with us in a bit.
I'll be back.
And we'll move on to who was 4th place.
Although I was 4th, but I think 5th.
Who was 5th place?
Was it?
It's got to be it's a Bighorn, right?
It's good. I was gonna say it's got to be Bighorn.
It's not. It's not. Who was it? Phoenix?
San Antonio?
San Antonio. Must be San Antonio. Definitely wasn't San Diego.
San Antonio.
All right, let's look at San Antonio. Daryl's team. Daryl has missed the playoffs the back-to-back years. He was 80-82 last year. He didn't have a terrible squad. I mean, you made the playoffs with what? Or just missed the playoffs with what? 85 wins, 84 wins. So, not too far away. I don't know what he's done this year to add, but looks like he's got some nice pieces here.
I thought this team was going to be the one that took away the Ruby division.
A few years ago, I felt that way. Just never really manifested that way. Yeah, you're right. It was kind of like when your team was going down the drain and the Seals were starting to go down the drain. It looked like the Chiles Picantes were on the rise.
Yeah.
But I feel like Daryl sold some pieces off, and like for example, I took Brobeck from last year with the captain, and he got a pretty good haul for it. So it was a good deal for him. But it's I don't know what his intention is. I don't know if he's trying to be competitive or if he's. I feel like he is with these pieces, right? Let's look at Carlos Valencia. This guy's 22 years old. Great offensive catcher, not the best defensive catcher, so the pitching is going to have to be good. But maybe the best offensive catcher in the league. He's the 36th ranked prospect, and he's going to be a rookie this year. And he's pretty developed at this point. Also a shitty nickname, Carlos Dirty Dave Valencia. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Unless there's that one time in Tijuana where you get that nickname, but
Or he's Dirty Dave.
Yeah, he was Dirty Dave for the weekend, and it stuck. Horsefall is, obviously Horseface. We all know about Horseface here on a championship team or 2 with Denver. One-time MVP with Denver. And just left. This is a new pickup for the Chiles Picantes. So they brought him over from the Dynamite and are hoping for some good things out of him. Just a 1-year contract, so if it doesn't go well, not locked into anything. That's a bonus. Pat Farrow, another transplant. Farrow's hopped around a little bit since leaving Huron, 5th team of his career for what I consider to be a future Hall of Famer. 9 All-Stars, right? 10 All-Stars now, 3-time Platinum Stick, 2 playoff MVPs, and a killer arm in the outfield. Another transplant. I mean, San Antonio brought in a ton of free agents this year. Look at this. This guy actually came over last year, but he's been adding pieces every year. He's it's not the rebuild, it's the free agent market that he's trying to build through. And back-to-back leaders in stolen bases for Creighton here the last 2 years, 80-plus steals, 350-plus for his career now. Led the league in walks a couple times. Also a former MVP, 2013, for the Washington Generals. So I think a nice offense here. If not, all these guys are kind of rounding the bend of their career, but definitely not washed up, that's for sure. I didn't realize salary was listed here. That's really helpful. Disruptive Chris Marks. Let's hope he doesn't throw a bomb and everything. Also, hate his facial hair. What the fuck is that? Chris Crunchy Marks. Yeah, nice offense. Oh, Zach Coster. Look at that.
I was going to say, it looks like you picked up Zach Coster.
I traded him. He was what I sent over for Brobeck, and not because Coster's worth much anymore. More so, it was just a salary dump, and he was willing to take him. Can still pitch a little bit, still hit a little bit. He's a pretty average player at this point.
Yeah.
He's only on the hook for 1 more year.
Legend in the beginning of his rookie season.
Yeah, the first successful two-way player I've seen in this league and in most leagues, honestly. Yeah, definite legend. Probably not a Hall of Famer, huh? 26 WAR, 31 WAR pitching.
I'm going to vote for him just because he was a two-way sensation.
I might too, honestly. It's the contributions you make to the game sometime, not just the statistics. Which is a bullshit way of saying I might vote for him. Pitching, what do we think of his pitching? What do you think, Chris?
Santa Clara, that's nice.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this name before. Number 21 ranked prospect, making his rookie debut this year. He's okay. He's got 6 pitches. Quentin Arsenal, he's got good bars here. Again, the hold runners is kind of low, but I mean he should be a pretty solid piece for the rotation.
Yeah, he should be solid for the rotation. It looks like they're pitching well. Wiggins as well.
Yep. Unmotivated. It looks like Darryl doesn't really care about personalities.
Yeah, I've always found that the assholes play the best. It's always the assholes that play the best.
Sometimes. I mean, you remember Steve Miller was really good, and then he literally just died in free agency because no one wanted to sign him.
Yeah.
John Silver's been on this team for a while, and this guy actually, I tried to trade for him a couple times. 6 seasons now. He might be one of the best closers in the game. And honestly, I mean, he might be able to start. I don't know. He hasn't been great starting a few years ago, but look at his strikeouts per 9. This reminds me of that guy I used to have in our old league. The NABL, Joe Johnson, Joe Johnson, I think his name was. But that's a crazy strikeout ratio.
Yeah, that's crazy. Strike out.
He's got 3 blown saves already through April, so you got to think that's going to improve. Nice pitches. But yeah, overall, I think San Antonio's not a team to sneeze at. They could sneak into the postseason for sure. I actually think this might be the year the Ruby Division turns the corner, and we maybe have a little more success than...
We have more success than the Topaz?
Than the Topaz, yeah.
They don't whoop up on us?
We'll see. I mean, I think the Topaz still has the top teams figured out, but I don't know. We'll have to take a look at them in a bit, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. Anybody else you want to look at here? Dave Strauss?
Nah.
Okay.
I think we could move on to 6. We're getting to the bottom of the division here, but it looks like they're up on top. would it be Phoenix that finished number 6?
Well, we got to just talk quickly about the San Antonio system here because they have a nice system. They have 30 top 500 prospects,
Oh,
and they've got 12 top 100 prospects.
they got a future. Damn it.
They do have a future. So it kind of makes sense that he's brought in all these vets, right, through trades, because once they flame out, he's going to be plugging in young pieces. So, Alex, Alex, my brother in San Diego there, keeps telling me he's going to be competitive this year, but there's some teams here that aren't. I think he's narrowing in on his team too much, not looking at what's around him, because there's some danger out there, for sure. But none of these guys are super close. No one in AAA, you'll notice, in his entire system here. Everybody's AA or down.
Oh, it must be nice to have a future.
Yeah. Yeah, you might be a dumpster fire for a while, Chris.
I might be. I didn't realize it was that bad. Oh well.
All right, 6. You just called them out. It was the Bighorn Rams.
Oh, I thought it was Phoenix.
No,
Was
it's,
this-
big, it's Bighorn.
Bighorn.
Bighorn dominated our division for a couple of years.
So we'll pause on Phoenix for a moment.
But Johnny went into sell mode a couple seasons ago. He sold what I thought was his ace in Johnny Miller to me last year, and I gave him a lot for him. So a good deal for him for sure. Maybe that was 2 seasons ago now. I don't remember. But he's still got Aaron Krantz, which I think he tried to trade, but maybe it was like locked into like 10-5 rights. No, definitely not. But something happened. I feel like he tried to move this guy. And this guy's been not a great player, but great in the clutch. So if you're in the running down the stretch and you want to add a playoff bat, maybe he's someone to look at. Roland Bale used to play for Nashville. Played for me last year. That's a surprise. Oh, I traded for him. That's right. Wasn't great when I traded for him. He was kind of like a backup fielder, to be honest. I had enough depth, but he's okay. But not a ton to look at on Bighorn. I think they're in a rebuild for sure. Decent catcher in terms of blocking and framing. Not the best arm. What are your thoughts on this team, Chris?
Well, we're sitting at 500 right now, and I think you're correct. I think there are a lot of going on up top, and I think we talked about other teams that are in better situation than Bighorn. But there's a possibility that they could sneak in.
Yeah. The pitching's pretty shallow.
And that's where it matters most. But we got Pete Hall. He looks like he could be something. It's in the second season.
Pete Hall. Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, it's just filler guys, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, not a lot to look at in the major league roster here.
And his bullpen is below average. So, you know, like I said, he's sitting at 500. I think he's going to be better than my team. All honesty. I just don't know why my team performs well, but, you know.
Yep. Having some audio issues, just trying to fix it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be good by the end of the year. I think his team will be sub 500 for sure. He's off to an okay start. He's got an okay system. He's starting that rebuild. He's got a ton of draft picks in the next few years, so we'll see this kind of grow. But Jernigan's kind of close. This guy's okay. He's got 6 nice pitches. Good stamina, good hold runners. So, yeah. Not much more to talk about. I don't think we need to go any further.
Now do we talk about Phoenix?
First team we've looked at that I think can't make the playoffs this year. Prove me wrong. Now we talk about Phoenix, and I'm wondering when Phoenix is going to be good again and if it's this year. He's off to a good start. But
Yes.
Brendan has been trying to get back to the promised land for a long time now. Let's take a look at his history.
When's the last time he made the playoffs?
2005, which might be one of the longer droughts in the TBL right now. He was a psycho trader during his first few seasons. He would trade the farm for superstars to try to win that championship. And he was close. He made it to the TBL championship. He was real close to getting a ring, and it didn't materialize. So off to a great start this year.
Yeah,
OG GM, by the way, as well, right?
OGGM, been here since the beginning, absolutely.
he'll be in the discussion for sure for the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, his pitching's kind of weak. He did take Giannis from you, as you mentioned, but outside of that, I mean...
Giannis is pitching incredible right now.
Yeah, like an unsustainably good rate.
Yeah.
But he's been amazing.
Alongside with Orlando Ortiz pitching out of his mind right now.
Well, I mean, the key to having Giannis, and this is the way that I used him. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. The key to Giannis, because of his ground ball, is you have to have defenders with range. You have to. If you have defenders with range, and Giannis with that home run against of being so high, right? He never gives up home runs, right? His control is not very high though. So what you have to do is you have to rely on him, basically pitching to contact. Now I know he gets a lot of strikeouts, right? That's the first thing that somebody would say, hey, look, he gets a lot of strikeouts. But the way that I used him was I tried to set him up in a way where he would pitch to contact and then I'd play defense behind him. And that tended to work pretty good most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense when you have if you build your team around ground ballers and you have a good defense, that can be a good approach for sure. The other league I play in is like a crazy home run park, so I'm always building around ground ballers, just to keep it out of the stands, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree that he's going to be a playoff team. 16-8, we've seen hot starts before. Let's see if he can sustain that. I mean, offensive side of things, what do you guys think about this team? His catching situation, they better be good defensively. Let's see. He's not bad. Mike Lovis. This guy's an okay piece.
Yeah. His framing is his asset, right? He'll take a guy like Giannis who has low control, and with the framing, he'll make him even better. So I think Lovis paired up with Giannis, I think that's a good combination.
Yeah, for sure. And he's got one of those, as I mentioned, dime a dozen really great first basemen, Ryan Harvey. This guy can certainly hit. Outside of that, I don't know. Defensively, Pat Moore, I would say, on the slightly below average side of a shortstop. Again, I feel like Phoenix has always had really great hitters, but the defense has lacked in past seasons.
Yeah.
And then that reflects on the pitching, and then they just can't win enough games because of that.
I was going to say the thing that I mean, if I was to attack this team in a playoff situation, the center fielder, right? He's good in like left field, but I think he's playing out of position. I think he needs to get some more time. Now, that's where spring training comes to mind, right? Like I would have played Downey more in left field in spring training or more in right field in spring training to build up those skills. Because to me, right, he's got some range, sure, right, and he's got that arm, sure, but for some reason he's not set up necessarily where center field is his best defensive position. And I think that putting him in left field would have been a better use of him. Now, without delving too much into Phoenix's organization, I don't know if they have another defensive center fielder to put in there also. So he's probably the best option that they have.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the struggle with a lot of teams is finding a good defensive shortstop, center fielder who can also swing the bat. I would actually kind of agree with you. It looks like Resendez might be a better option in center field. Just a slightly better range, and I think range is the most critical stat if you want a good defensive center fielder.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I'd maybe switch those guys because I mean, why do you have him in right field when you could have him? And maybe I'm wrong. Let's look at the homepage here. We've got Resendez playing right, yeah, and Downey playing center. So personally, I'd switch those two, and that might just slightly improve the defense. His defense has been good this year, so what the fuck do I know, right? I mean, we're a month in, but he's 5th in efficiency, 3rd in zone rating. We'll see how it continues to play out.
I kind of disagree with you guys on that. I actually do like Downey at center field. I think it's his best option at center field.
Why? I mean, again, Resendez, just by rating, has a 55 position rating at center field, and Downey has a 50 position rating.
Well,
so, what's the justification there?
Well, that's like
the problem is, OSA. I'm on OSA.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You're right. Scouting might be different, and that's a good point. Resendez is out for 4 weeks as well, too, so that kind of sucks. But
right, that's what I was going to mention.
Yeah. Does Brendan have a system yet? Because it has been the worst system in the TBL for a while. He's got a few pieces. You missed San Antonio. San Antonio system. He's got 30 top 500 guys. He's got 12 top 100 prospects. So his future looks really bright. Yeah, I mean, he's got some pieces here. I think he can still really build his farm system up to supplement whatever he wants to do in the future. And I think the best way to build a winner is to bring in some vets while you have some young prospects who are just hitting the majors. So I don't know. Larry likes the team. Let's see if Phoenix can compete here.
I hope so. I'd really like to see Phoenix break that drought.
100%. As a GM, I'm 100% rooting for Brendan because he's been an awesome GM and he's a really nice guy. So yeah, I'm always, outside of the fact that he's in my division, I'm rooting for him to get a nice second place behind me. Let's put it that way. Any other thoughts, guys, on this team? We are an hour into the first division, so we definitely got to buckle down a little bit.
So are we on to the last place team? And it looks like we have a special visitor with us.
Oh, 7th place team, huh? How's it going?
The best 7th place team in the league.
How's it going, Alex of the San Diego Seals?
Well, things have been looking down lately, but I think we have a little bit to be optimistic about this year.
Yep.
But we're not going to be good. But we're going to be fun.
Okay.
You're gonna be playable, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, the heart of the order right there is going to hit 1 million home runs, and the bottom and the top are going to barely ever get on base, but they're going to play some good defense. My pitching's terrible, and there's nothing I can do about that right now. I did add a bunch of bullpen arms, so hoping to revamp that a little bit, but
I see you brought back Joe Butts.
I did. I brought back Joe Butts. I'm a sentimental GM, so if you played for me in the past, you might come back around on a free agent contract. I've got 2 big anchors on my roster that are really killing my budget. Craig Robinette, I'm still paying. He's out for the season. Lifetime seal. Yeah, my team's not very good, but we're moving in the right direction, and we're going to be better than last year.
Love it.
Yeah, fair enough. You do have some
I'm really excited about
locked in.
Yeah. I've still got a couple guys. Like Glenn Marks has a bad contract.
I don't really like the fact that
Rengipo's probably a little overpaid.
Yeah, for first baseman, I was about to say.
Well, he was playing outfield. He still is playing outfield, kind of. He can play in the outfield. I I just have too many corner outfielders on this team too now. Really excited about Chris Heisey. If you look down, he got the call up at whenever the service time announcement came out last year. Closed the season really strong.
Is this offense? I'm sorry, Chris. Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not bad. Kind of sucks in
Rengifo's-
the field. I don't think he's a.
I'd be
Really
excited
outfielder.
for
Yeah,
him.
no. No, I'm talking about Heisey though. You're on Rengifo, at least unless I'm looking at something different from you.
Yeah, you should be looking at the stream, the video on the stream
Oh.
because you're probably delayed if you're looking at the YouTube.
I
but-
see. Well, look at what he did in short time up last year, and then he's off to a great start this year too. So I think he's going to be a killer, even though his bars aren't that great.
I mean, defensively,
my
he's
best
been a
pitching
liability
prospect-
already. But yeah, I hear you. He's a great offensive piece. I mean, he's hitting 360.
Listen, we're not worried about defense if you're hitting like that.
Defense is for
Also,
losers.
my infield has good defense. My outfield, not so much. But you know what, dude? I was the worst team in the league last year by a lot. Got great draft luck to go 7th this year, which is bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'm mad about that. But yeah, we're in the middle of a rebuild, so not a lot to write home about here. I also, my best pitching prospect, got an 11-month injury in his first batter in spring training, so that was brutal. But yeah, not a lot good going on here right now, but we're working on it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Dragic does look like he's going to be pretty good if he can stay healthy. Number 2 prospect in the TBL. 6 nice pitches. Good
What
personality.
do you mean if he can stay healthy? He just blew out his UCL for 13
Why the
months. We already know he
Well,
can't stay
why
healthy.
the fuck do you have him? How did he come up and develop so fast? First of all, he's a 50 of 80, but you went straight to AAA from college. That
Yeah, he's
seems,
23 years old. He was ready.
All right.
He was
I'm not
developed. If I
questioning.
remember correctly, he was developed.
He was
He
like
was-
close to major league ready.
He
That
was
is
like
scary,
really
In my
though.
mind, at least.
7-8 week injury, now a 13-month injury. So that's.
Well, a sprained ankle can happen to anybody, okay? But the UCL is a little concerning. And then yeah, my infield is full of guys who can play defense, so that's kind of what I got going on there. But
fair
yeah,
enough. I guess I'll mention it too if anybody's listening and they want to hop in and talk about their team. Feel free to DM me and I'll bring you into the Discord. Yeah. I think you're a ways away still, but you
I
think you're
think-
closer, and it'll be interesting to see who's right.
I'm going to finish 6th this year, which is better than 8th.
Who are you going to be better than? There's
I
only
haven't really been paying
there's
attention
only-
to the rest of
there's
the stream
only-
so far, but that's just like my personal belief in my team.
Yeah, we actually skipped someone if we're talking about your team because you did finish 8th. That's a good point.
No, I finished last, whatever that was. I had the worst record in the league.
I know, but we just went from 6th to 8th. Is all I'm saying. So.
Oh, I see.
Oh, who did we
We got to
skip?
circle
Well,
back.
no,
to
we
somebody.
didn't. We didn't skip. We didn't skip anybody
We didn't?
because Phoenix was 7th.
Oh, maybe I'm just miscounting.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
You're good.
That's,
But yeah, I want Heisey's gonna lead the league in home runs, and my team's gonna win 65 games.
Okay. Wait,
That's
who
what's
did
gonna happen.
you think you're going to beat out this year? Just to call out GM out real quick.
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention, and I haven't looked at anybody else's team. But I'm gonna say
Just say-
Bighorn, because I got Heisey from him. And
That would be the safe bet. I actually thought
Uh,
Bighorn was the worst team we
so
looked
you
at.
can call me out. Call me
who
out.
else?
Yeah.
Oh well, Mexico City's here. I'll say I'll finish above him because he's in last right now.
Larry, what are your thoughts on that, Larry? Oh, did we lose Larry?
I
think
don't
he's-
know. His
might
team's
step
definitely better
away.
than mine. So
Yeah, I think his team's better than yours.
Yeah.
yeah, I agree.
I think you're gonna.
But you
I
know
think
what?
you're gonna beat
Momentum.
me out. That's what I think.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I need to beat. I lose to you both a lot. I feel like when I'm looking at the results. So hopefully I can turn that around this year.
I'll never
I know,
forget
it's
that
been
season
a-
that you won the division, but I beat you in every single regular season game, and I was like
Yeah.
last in the division. It's like the craziest shit I've ever seen happen in this game.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we're far away, but you know what? That one championship. I think a couple of us here can claim that, but
Yep.
Something
You're
like
right. You're right.
the
You're
end
right,
of the
Alex.
day.
Larry said his mic might have died, but his team is a sleeping giant, and you're a fool.
Listen, Larry, your team's better than mine, but I'm going to finish above you in the standings because this OTP stuff doesn't always make sense.
All right.
That's what I've
Hopefully
learned. All
we
right,
get
guys.
Larry back here in a second. Were you just one and done there, Alex?
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and talk about my team. So
All right, that's fair.
I saw you pop in at the perfect time, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna call
I'm
him in."
listening. I'm listening. I just got other stuff going on. So.
Yep. Cool. All right, man. Well, have a good night. And
All
I'll
right,
talk to you
gentlemen.
soon.
You too. Later.
All right, Chris. You and I, let's rank them, and hopefully Larry gets his mic fixed here, and we'll get his opinion on the conference, and then we'll take a quick break and then move on to the next.
Can you
division.
hear me now?
I can.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Yeah.
Perfect. All I had to do was exit and come back in.
Oh, perfect. It was probably the Seals that bugged you. He's kind of like that.
Well, I'm sitting here listening to him saying about how his team's going to finish ahead of mine, and I'm going, they're not. No, they're not. And there's like no response, and I'm like, wait a minute, nobody can hear me.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yep. All right. Well, Larry, why don't we give you the inaugural? Where are they going to finish? We'll let you start then, since you're back.
Where are they going to finish?
We rank the division. What do you think the standings will be at the end of the year? Who's going to be first? Who's going to be eighth? Rank them.
For the Ruby?
For the Ruby.
Okay.
Who's number one? Who's winning
Well,
this division this year?
I think Vancouver's winning.
All right.
I really do. I think Vancouver's winning. I think Oahu's going to be second.
Okay.
And then I'm obviously extremely biased, and I'm going to say I'm third.
Okay. That's okay. Bias is something that definitely happens here as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll sneak in the playoff. That might take game 163, but we're still going to get there, man. I can't let my team go up 3-0 and then lose 4 and then not come back the next year, man. That would just be horrible.
Fair enough. Who's number 4?
So number 4, I like Phoenix. Phoenix, I think, will just miss.
All right. 5?
Yeah, I would say 5. I'm gonna go with the Chilis Picantes.
All right.
Because they have a great name.
That's why.
No.
Yeah.
Love their logo too. I love their logo.
That's some deep fucking analysis right there.
I was eating dinner while you guys were talking about it.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
They're not a bad team, in all honesty.
No,
I could see them being around 500, maybe just a little bit below.
Yep.
And then I would put Chris and the Sasquatches after them.
Okay.
Yep. Fair enough.
Again, just because that whole thing with the offense, and I have a feeling because Chris is a smart GM, I have a feeling he's going to wind up making some changes in the middle of the year. And then,
wow, that's way too much credit for Chris, but yeah, fair enough.
I think he's right. Yeah, but you haven't heard me rank him yet, so.
Yeah, that's true. I would probably go San Diego next. Even though he was totally dissing me, I like the fact that he put a lot of emphasis into the home runs. I like the fact that
home runs can win games.
His
for sure.
ballpark, his ballpark is suited. He built a team, in my opinion, that suits his ballpark. I think he's had some bad pitching injury luck, in all honesty. And I think in another year or two, he's going to be in the top half, maybe even top 3 of this division. So I think he's a team on the rise. So
I'm glad you're on the podcast. We have very different opinions.
Oh, that's okay. Oh,
no,
good.
That is good. That's perfect.
That's
actually.
the preface of it. I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. That's 8.
Bighorn,
Bighorn.
I think, would be the bottom
by default. Yes. Yep. Cool.
Yeah, no offense to Bighorn, right? But I think they need probably the most help right now.
Fair enough. All right, Chris, are you next, or do you want me to go? What are your thoughts?
I'll go next. So yeah, I agree with Vancouver. Vancouver looks like a really nasty team right now. Yes, Vancouver is probably going to win the division. I have to give you second. Actually, no, I'm taking that back.
It's too late. I already wrote it down. Keep going.
Nope. You're not second. Take it off.
You usually put me in 8th. Is that where I'm going to end up this year? Or?
No, you're going to end up in 7th.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll put you in second. You're in second place. By a way long way, you have no shot at even thinking about the champion or being the champions of this. Like, no way in hell.
Okay. Who's 3?
I will go with Phoenix. I think they're a hot hand right now.
Crazy. Who's 4?
This is where it gets iffy. Don't really know. I want to say Mexico City because he talked his team up, but also he's sitting at last place, so I have a hard time right now going with it.
You're the one that said it was early. What are you backing out on your own
But
comments?
I agree. I think I'm gonna go Mexico City.
All right.
I'll go Mexico City.
5?
5. Bighorn.
All right.
6 Chili Picantes.
All right.
7 San Diego. You hyped him up, and he's just gonna beat me, sitting in last place.
You're last place. You're thinking you're a last place team.
Yep, I do.
Okay. Well, I think I think both of your predictions are interesting. I'm glad sometimes Chris and I do this podcast and we match a division, but I'm proud to say none of us have the same predictions here for the Ruby division this year. I'm taking myself number 1. Fuck you guys. I'm clearly going to win this division. I mean, did you see I was great in spring training, and that means everything, right? Of course. So I'm just going to have I'm going to have some confidence in myself and say I'm going to win the division again. But I definitely have Vancouver second and would not be shocked if Vancouver won the division. Number 3, I really like San Antonio's team, actually. I like some of the free agents they brought in. I think they really just kind of built their team through free agency this year. So I think they will finish 3rd. And then I've got the Sasquatches going 4th. I don't think they're as bad as anybody's saying. Unless Chris sells off, but knowing Chris, he's afraid to trade anybody, so I don't see that happening. So I think he's just going to, go straight into the dumpster as is. 5th, I do have Mexico City recovering a little bit, but, 6 and 18 is really hard to come back from, unfortunately. And you're playing in the Ruby. You got to go play these other divisions, and they're going to kick your fucking ass. Historically, I'm speaking.
Historically.
Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6, I've got Phoenix number 6. I do think they are okay, and they're up to a great start. So, can they really blow that big of a lead? Yes, easily. So, number 6 is Phoenix. 7, I will give it to San Diego because I do think Bighorn's in rebuild mode, and Alex is trying to make his team better. And then I do go Bar Harbor 8th. Bar Harbor, I did it again. Bighorn. That's a slip of the tongue that will never, ever go away. But I used to run a team called Bar Harbor. But anyways. Yeah, that's my team. So we all are very different here, which is exciting. I saved these results, so if you're ever curious at the end of the year how we turned up on the preseason predictions, feel free to ask, and I'll post them in chat. All right. That was a really long-ass division, maybe the longest we've ever done, but we've got 3 people from that division in the chat, so it makes sense, right?
Yeah,
yeah. Are you guys cool with like a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll go on to the Sapphire? Topaz?
Yeah, I'm game. Probably not long. I can't go too long. I got to work tomorrow morning, so
yeah, I think we're only doing the Fire Conference tonight. Maybe tomorrow, if anybody's available, we can pre-sim do the Ice Conference, but we'll see if that works out.
Sounds good.
All right. I'm going to mute us up, and then we'll be back in 5. All right, you guys. All right, here we go again. Let's keep going with the Topaz division and the number one team the last 2 years in that division and the 2015 TBL champions, the Huron Herons. And Josh's team.
Congrats, Josh.
Yeah, first ring. He inherited a pretty nice system, and he's turned it into a championship contender now. What are your guys' thoughts on the champ as we look at his 2016 squad?
Has much changed?
Has much changed? It's a good question. I don't know what he's added or lost. That's one thing I should probably do my homework
Not
for
much
you,
has
but-
changed. They're still going to be a good team, you know?
Yeah, the pitching's off to a
Well,
bad start, but
He's
If
got
If
a
I
bad.
remember,
stellar
I
lineup.
remember right, last year in the playoffs, they started out where they were in like a couple of 7-game series or something. It was like a dogfight, and he kept just barely winning. And then he went to the finals and then had a good series there. And it was, I think,
he-
what's going to wind up happening with these
he won a
guys-
Game 7 in the finals.
Yeah. Was it? Let's see.
Yeah, he was down 3-2 in that series, and he won Game 6 and 7, I'm pretty sure. Maybe even down
Okay.
3-1. Because Ryan was really close to being a back-to-back champion. So I've got the playoff standings up here now. He kind of cruised through the playoffs. He beat the Vandals in 5, he beat the Mobsters in 6, and then he beat the Mudcats in 7.
I must have only been remembering the championship series then, because for some reason I thought it was real close for him.
I mean, the year
Oh,
before he
but-
won the division. No, he won the division and won the wild card series. He was the second seed, and then lost to the division rival Outlaws. But
So,
yeah.
but the thing is with his team, right? When I look at his team, it looks consistently good to me. Like, some teams you'll have a couple of good pitchers, and then you'll have a couple of dogs on the team, right, or whatever, and then you're kind of hoping that when your dog pitches that you get enough offense to survive. His team, in my opinion, looks very consistent. They're pretty solid throughout. They have a couple of superstars, sure, but I think in terms of the teams in this division, his is, in my opinion, one of the more consistently good across like their entire lineup.
Yeah, this division's been super tough. I mean, literally since 2004, this division's been better than the Ruby division, and we're talking over a decade now. And there's some really great top end talent in the division and on this team. Yeah, I agree with you. Look at
I was
look
going
at
to say
Miguel
up and down
Parra's
his
bars.
lineup is all there.
I said Parra, but it's probably Parra 2 hours. Look at Miguel Parra's bars. I mean, this guy's 2014 pitcher of the year. He's got 6 pitches, and they're all 65 or better. Like, that's nuts.
They're all those pretty colors you like to see. You know?
all those pretty blues. Look at his bullpen this year. We're 1 month in, right? He's 12-12. Back end of his bullpen, 0.45 ERA, 0.52 ERA. And that's in 37.1 innings pitched. In 37.1 innings pitched, these guys have given up 2 runs. Earned runs. That's amazing.
Yes. But when you look at them too, though, there's not a lot of yellow that's there. There's only
No.
3 guys on your screen that are yellow in terms of, and obviously overall ratings don't mean anything really other than it's just eye candy.
Right.
But it just goes to show you that consistently he literally has solid players at every pitching slot, for example.
Well, he's also paying his
Or if you
pitchers.
look at his,
Look at these salaries, right? He's only got 3 guys on minimum deals. So he's got budget allocation there on the pitching side of things.
right. If there was a weakness, once again, when I go up against somebody in a playoff series, I look for weaknesses and things like that. So one thing that would stick out to me about his pitching staff specifically is he's only got 2 lefties. Some people say, well, 2 lefties, that's a decent amount. It is and it's not, right? If I have an opponent who has got only 2 lefties, and I know that I can pretty much load up my lineup with my best left-handed hitters, and hopefully that'll account for any discrepancies in the amount of talent between my team and the other team. So
Yeah, I agree with you somewhat there. I think like when you got a guy at Parr's stature, it doesn't matter that he's a righty. But you're right. Like maybe some of these depth pieces, having a left-handed pitcher there would definitely be more beneficial. I think the other amazing thing about the way this pitching staff is performing is catchers kind of suck. So if he had like a really talented catcher, I mean that would be an extremely scary situation on the pitching side of things. 55 block or 50 blocking, 50 framing, 45 arm from his catcher. Like this is not a top tier catcher in this league. This isn't even a top 20 catcher in this league, I bet. And he's ranked 11th according to this page, but fuck this page. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I do too. I don't understand why this guy would be the 11th ranked catcher. I guess we'll look at some really shitty catchers as we keep going here, I guess. But yeah, I mean,
Catching's always been a hard one to get consistent. I mean, you either have defensive guys or you have offensive guys. There are
Yeah.
not many unicorns at the catching position. So his guys are more on the offensive spectrum, and that's fine. I mean, does that suit his ballpark? Right? I think it does. So me, I like his team. Like his team. I think he did a great job, and I think he's going to consistently win at least 90 games or so for at least the next 3 years in a row.
yeah.
No, I
Again,
agree with that.
when he joined the league, he inherited the number one system, and he has developed all these guys. He's been patient, and he's been good. I mean, let's look at his history real quick, and then we can dive into some of these superstars just before moving on. But I mean, Huron was a powerhouse. They kind of unloaded their team. The previous GM unloaded his team, so Josh rebuilt for a couple of years, and now he's been consistently just dominant. Back-to-back 100-win seasons. Yeah, he's going to be good for a minute, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see this team back in the championship this year.
Sure.
Looking at the lineup, just to give some guys some credit here, Brett Lemon, again, dime a dozen first baseman, but he's good. Colt Kerr, this guy, we heard about him all over the postseason last year, 2 MVP awards. So he hits in the clutch. He put up 6.5 WAR last year. He's off to a hot start this year. Kind of a douchebag, but doesn't matter when you play well. We haven't looked at him, Oscar Montenegro. Looks like he came up at the deadline last year and maybe got fucked by the mistake I made in service time. Maybe not. We'll see. Can't really tell. But he looks like he's going to be really good. He's a great fielder. He's got him playing in left field. Like, how do you feel about that? Like, this guy can play center.
He can play center, but he's got an
center
80.
fielder's so good too.
Yeah, he doesn't need him to play center.
He's got 2 center fielders playing the outfield, basically. Yep. Leo Valdez, also just like a really good bat. I mean, his center fielder his starting outfield is probably the best in the game. We'll look at some other teams, but I don't think it'll even be close. Scott Skinner's played for pretty much every team in the big league. Oh, I'm lying. This is only his 4th team. But he's had a nice career, and he's a decent plug-in. He's not the best defensive guy there, but he's got a nice bat for an infielder. Any other thoughts?
How is he with stealing? Yeah, how is the guy that you just had up there? How is he with
Scott
stealing?
Skinner?
Yes. So he's one of those interesting guys that at least to me it's interesting because he's got that super aggressiveness, right? That aggressiveness is way up there, that aggressiveness rating, but his speed is only like 40.
Well, whatever Josh is doing with him, I think he's doing it wrong because look at his stolen bases, steals to caught stealing until he joined Huron. It was a pretty good ratio. And then all of a sudden 9 steals and 11 caught stealing, and then it didn't run him at all last year, 3-2. And he had a terrible season last year. Let's not fluff it, right? He was not good last year. So he's hoping for more out of him this year. He might be basically at the end of his career here. He does have a great nickname. Scott Super Chief Skinner.
Super Chief.
So Any other thoughts here on these guys?
Yeah, I mean, he's a champ, so look out. I always choose the champ to repeat. So he's sitting at 500 right now. So
Aren't you bold?
I know.
I will
I
say,
mean,
actually. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, it's him in Oklahoma City. You're really gonna look at, in this
Yeah.
division.
I was just going to say, I made the comment about his catcher, but we should probably point out his actual catcher is on the DL, and that's Malik Roach. And again, not a good defensive catcher, but this guy's been a former MVP, 7-time All-Star, probably at the end of his career now. Oops. But it'll be interesting to see if look at that big dev hit he took this year. 65 overall to a 50 overall. It'll be interesting to see what direction he goes in catcher. I wouldn't be surprised to see Josh make a splash at the deadline for a catcher. I think that's his clear team need here, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Oh, by the way, he's got 41 top 500 prospects in his system. So if you're in the Topaz and you're like, oh, don't worry, it won't last. I've got really bad news for you.
It might last.
You still with us, Larry?
The other thing he could do is,
you are?
no, I'm still here. I was just thinking, sort of aloud here now. With that kind of talent, he could probably, watch and see how things go throughout the season. And if a need develops because the guy gets hurt or just he wants to enhance something because it's not quite working around that trade deadline, he's got the ammunition to do it.
Yeah, when you have this many assets, honestly, you could just trade a superstar and continue to reload. I mean, he's in a perfect position, really, to be successful for, like, literally a decade plus.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I'm glad he's in the other division.
Me too. I think I'm more jealous of this team than any team we've looked at, and maybe any team we will look at. So, I mean, he's got guys here that could be in the league right now. Like, this guy is in Double A's, a 55 of 80. But I understand why he's not playing in the outfield for him right now, right? Because his outfield is just so freaking stacked.
Well, and that opens up other opportunities too. I mean, what you can do, at least, and I've done this, not necessarily in this league, but in other leagues. If I've got 3 solid options and they're basically going to block some guy, I might try to see if he fits in another position, or I might play him, force him, through strategy settings to play, third base or something, as long as he's got potential there to try to build up something else. So the minors are great for that.
How do you feel about this guy right here, too, Greg Tarver? Yeah, he's 55 of 80 potential. He pitches, and his bars are okay. Not the best bars ever. Oh, by the way, he plays left field, and he's also a good fielder and has a good personality. So this might be the next two-way star of the TBL.
I was going to, so you guys have way more experience and probably a much more accurate opinion on this than I do. So in my experience, I have never had success with two-way players. I've always found that it's actually better to have them either do one or the other. Is that consistent with what we've seen in this league, or are there examples of really great two-way players that have been there?
Yeah, we've got one guy who kind of set the bar here as a two-way player, Zach Koster, and he's on the back end of his career now. But he was really good for a while. He was a 3 to 5 WAR player offensively, and then he 6 R WAR, 4.5 R WAR, 6.2. So he really did both.
Nice.
I think typically, I agree. You should pick one lane or the other. But there are those rare exceptions that can break through and just have really great careers on both sides of the ball. So
he's like the only one I've ever seen.
We were actually, when you were at dinner, we were saying, he doesn't have the statistics maybe to be a Hall of Famer, or maybe he does really. He's got 50 WAR between the two, pitching and hitting. But just because of his contributions to the league, he might get some votes and maybe make it. So All right, that's enough looking at this disgustingly good team. Josh, I hope you start to lose because I hate dynasties. So I'm rooting against you. Don't take it personally. Hope your team sucks. Hope you get injured.
That's too much. That's too much.
No. That's the ultimate compliment, in my opinion, because it's the only way you're going to get stopped.
Yeah.
So, but if anybody's going to stop him, it's the team that knocked him out of the playoffs 2 years ago, and also has a really nice team. We'll have to look at the farm to see if it matches, but that is the Oklahoma City Outlaws and Travis's team. And Travis has been pretty good since he joined the league. He took over, I forget what year, but he moved this team from Kingston to Oklahoma City, and they are a household name in the playoffs. This is actually probably the most successful franchise in the TBL, in the history of the TBL. The 576 win percentage.
Holy cow.
Yep. He's only missed the playoffs 3 times. And again,
Wow.
I don't know where he took over. I think he took over in 2010. So he's made the playoffs 5 of his 6 seasons. So he's been good. But what do we think of this team? What are your opinions, gentlemen?
It's
Well,
another
one thing
really
that
good
sticks
team.
out to me, yeah, they're good, but I don't think that they have enough pitching. To me, the pitching is their weakness. There's you can have success with guys that are 45 overall, right? As long as you use them correctly. It's not like Huron, who we just looked at, where they had what 2 pitchers that were yellow, right? This team has half the pitchers are yellow, and that's fine as long as you know how to use them correctly. So, and it's funny for me to say that because they're 18-6 right now. But in my opinion, over the course of the year, this team's going to have to out-hit their opponents.
Yeah.
And at the rate they're going, they are. Because they're
Yeah, I mean,
leading the
their
league.
offense is really good. Their pitching's been good. I mean, we're only in April, right? But they have the least runs against right now in the Fire Conference. Second bullpen ERA, first in FIP, first in pitcher WAR, first in strikeouts, and their defense is good, and that plays a big part of that. But you're right, definitely not the depth that we just saw with the Huron Herons in terms of their rotation. Or top-end talent, really, right? Like, none of these guys are Miguel Parra, as good as Haverstick
And
is.
I think that speaks to the ability of their GM. I think that they have a very smart, very good GM that can take a team that's maybe not as good as some of the other ones and still find a lot of success with it.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Charlie Waitkiss here. This dude's a rookie. He looks like he's going to be maybe the ace of the future for this team. He's got 5 nice pitches. The changeup hasn't come in yet. But 22, about to be 23 years old. He's super young. Chad Anderson, rookie in the bullpen. Looks really nice. So, I mean, you got to really think. These guys are young as hell. Like, so they could add pitching and free agency to supplement these guys while they're on min contracts and continue to have success in that fashion. Jabari Alexander's been good all 3 years with this team. On the offensive side of the ball, Yasutake, one of the best hitters in the TBL. As you mentioned, Larry, I love the eye stat too. I love guys that walk a lot. On-base percentage to me is so important. Look at his numbers last year. He led the league in on-base percentage. I don't know if this is leading the league or leading the conference. I think it's the league, right? If it's a red number.
Yeah, Red, he led the league.
So, I mean, led the league in runs, led the league in walks, 426 OBP, a 604 slugging, over 1,000 OPS. I mean, he was wicked good.
Really good.
Instead of the Korean Kong, and this is I love this nickname. We've had the Korean Kong in this league for a long time, and he's a well-known hitter for the first decade. We've got the Japanese Jong, which is a very creative nickname. I appreciate that one.
I think Denver nicknamed him.
Did he? All right. Yep. Is this guy on Denver? He was. Huron, Denver, New York, OKC. So 4 teams for this guy. It's funny how some of these superstars move around a lot. Like, I'm the type of guy that gets addicted to my superstars, and I have a tough time letting them go. Which is why I have no championships, probably. But any other thoughts here in this lineup?
No, it's a good team. Should be fighting for a playoff spot.
How are they in stolen bases?
Right now, they are third. They've got 30 steals through the first month. Let's take a look at the lineup here. Yeah, he's got some fast guys.
Yep. Good team speed.
Might want to take a look at Joe Smith. He's not doing it for you. Minus 1.3 BSR.
So that's one that I've always wondered. How is that base running stat calculated?
I don't know, but I know it's one of the better things to have as a thing to make sure your guys aren't costing you runs. I try to monitor that stat.
Is it based on how you can set their aggressiveness, right? They have the base running stat. You can set your strategy to be more aggressive or less aggressive. If you're consistently getting negative numbers, and I say this as a person who consistently gets negative numbers across most of my teams, is it because they're running too much? Or is it because they're just terrible at running? I don't know.
Here's the official definition according to the AI of Google. Base running is a baseball statistic. BSR is a baseball statistic that measures the base running skills. It's calculated by adding together weighted stolen base runs, ultimate base running, and weighted runs above ground double plays. So if that helped clarify things for you, that's great. I still am very confused. So actually, here are the components. So weighted stolen base runs is estimates how many runs a player contributes to their team by stealing and getting caught stealing. The second factor, UBR, a more difficult calculation but theoretically easier to understand. That didn't help me at all. Ultimate base running. Okay. And then GDP, weighted ground double plays, is estimates how many runs a player contributes to their team by avoiding grounding to double plays.
If you have a bunch of ground ball hitters,
They're
your
likely to
BSR
suffer.
is going to be lower, right? Because you're hitting into more double plays.
If by lower you mean worse, yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yep. But this guy's fast, so I don't know why the problem is. I guess he's just been unlucky and hit into a bunch of double plays. 4 caught stealing, probably 3 steals, 4 caught stealing right now. I think that's probably weighting him down big time, which is really unlike him. He's had not the best ratio, but 40 and 10, 41 and 14. That's not like the best you can see in this league, but he's actually been caught 105 times in his career. That's a lot. But he does have my favorite player, Larry, and you're going to have to forgive me for going on a tangent here. I think he's on the DL. Oh, no, where is he? Oh, hitting second. Justin Marshall. Now, Justin Marshall is a superstar in this league. Let me tell you, 4 playoff MVPs, and he was a Rule 5 pick taken from the Spokane Sasquatches, which makes me one of my favorite players in the league.
Were those 4 the same year?
No, I don't think so. 2011, 2013,
Okay.
and 2014. So he's just consistently, whenever they make the playoffs, whenever he's on a team that makes playoffs, he comes up huge in the postseason.
He was a guy that I just had no idea was in my system, and he got taken in Rule 5 draft and just became like a superstar.
Yeah.
He's like the Jeff Blauser kind of guy, right? Remember Jeff
Yeah.
Blauser from the Braves?
Yep.
Yeah.
He just show up in the playoffs every year. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, he's taken from me in Rule 5. He likes to bring it up. It's okay.
Any other thoughts on this team? I do like the catcher, just the last little bit. Obviously a weak arm, but actually, I will say his shortstop's really good defensively and really fast.
Yeah.
Got Antonio Soriano here. Look at this.
I think he's
17,
consistently
4, 15, 16.
This team will win as long as they can outscore their opponent. I worry about the back half of their pitching there, but other than that, I see no reason why they won't definitely be in the playoff conversation.
Yeah, candidly, I'd be shocked if this team won less than 95 games. That's where I kind of rate them. I think they're really good. Let's give their system a little love here because we just saw the craziest system in the world in Huron. Not bad, nothing to sneeze at. Way better than some of the teams we've looked at, 6 top 500 guys. His top 2 prospects are in the big leagues, so that'll take a little hit. He's got some AAA guys here. Looks like Joe Strickler's ready, right? This guy can be up by the end of the season. If there's a need. And we've got one more here in AAA. We've got Bobby Verdejo, but he's probably not as close. And he's a first baseman. Who cares, right? He's got a killer first baseman right now. So
He's Verdejo's probably a season or two away, maybe a DH.
yeah, agreed. Yep. All right, any last thoughts, or on to the next one?
All right, gents, I actually got to run.
Sounds good. You calling it a night?
Yeah, I got to call it a night.
All right.
Work in the morning. Boo.
Yeah, no worries. Larry, do you got a little more time, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, man, I'm usually up real late.
Me too. I'll go as long as you got some stamina.
Okay.
All right, Chris,
gents,
have a
have
good
a good one.
All right, see you later, Chris.
Hey, Chris, DM me
Yo.
DM me your 1 through 8 in this division, okay? Send it in Slack.
Okay. I'll send it to you in Slack.
All right. Have a good night, man.
So, hey, bye.
All right, Milwaukee's next. You're pretty intimate with this team, Larry.
Yeah, they.
They're
gave me
not
some-
next. They're not next. We're gonna have to
Oh,
wait on
okay.
that commentary. My bad. Who's
Good.
third? Louisville? Must have been Louisville. Yeah, Chuck's team, Louisville. And Chuck, I always love to give him love on the podcast. He's one of my favorite GMs in the league. He helped with a bunch of things like logos and stuff like that. So very appreciative. And he's been very successful. Let's take a look at his league history here. Yeah, missed the postseason once. I think he joined in 2006, and he won a championship his first year. He'll admit there was a lot of luck involved in that. But, I mean, he's consistently in one of the toughest divisions, been a postseason team, with the exception of 2008. So definitely a talented GM. And, yeah, I'll let you start it off here. What are your thoughts on the Rivermen, Larry? Oh, did I lose you? Looks like you're on mute.
Oh no, there we go. That's why. Okay, my bad.
No, you're
I
good.
kept saying, Chuck's got, in my opinion, the best logo in the league.
Yes, he AI
love his
generated
logo.
that logo. Yeah, it's a pretty dope logo. My only criticism of it, and I told him this past offseason, is I really liked his team colors before. It's this teal color that you see on the screen, and that's not in the logo anymore. If there was any way to incorporate that back into the logo, I'd like it a little more. But I do love his logo a lot.
Yeah, for sure. What I was saying though is, for me, I always build my teams based on pitching. That's usually where I start. And
Yeah.
when I look at this team, he doesn't have enough pitching, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The guys that he has, right, they're okay. They might be serviceable, but he doesn't have an ace, in my opinion. There's no ace that's in there that sticks out to me. And that's tough. It's tough when you don't have that guy that you can go, hey, I need you to go win game 7, right? He's got some guys that are solid, but not spectacular. So
Yeah, I mean, I would argue Burns is pretty good. He doesn't have the best rankings, but he was pitcher of the year last year. His number one guy.
Right. He led the league in the ERA and all that, right? He's got a pretty good
231 strikeouts.
Yeah. But the thing is if you've got a team that doesn't strike out a lot and has good eye, he's going to struggle a little bit. He's not going to be as effective.
Yeah.
So, and beyond him though, there's a bunch of guys that are, like in the 50s. And once again, I don't like to put a ton of emphasis on overall rating. In my opinion, overall rating is just what it is, right? It's
100%. Yep.
It's not really the end all be all for anything.
Yep.
It's how you use the guys. But the guys that he has, they're solid, but they're not spectacular. To me, his pitching is kind of in the middle compared to the other teams in the division.
Yeah.
So I think if I was him and I was trying to, found myself in a playoff push time, right, I would try to go get an 8. Because I think that's going to make the difference in a playoff series for him.
Yeah, I don't hate that advice. I think I mean he's got a lot of lefties on the team, and I think that's intentional. I do like his closer, Hugh Lanza. I think he's got some nice pitches for a back end piece and really good stuff. Not the best stamina, so hope he gets it done in the ninth inning, right? But um, uh, so yeah, I like those pieces, and I will say, you talk about ballpark a lot. This is a pitcher's park, right? He doesn't give up the long ball at home. It's hard to hit a long ball in Louisville. So that kind of works to his advantage. So where the pitching is maybe a little weaker, if he keeps it in the
Yeah, he
park and
doesn't
has
need
some
it to
good
be.
defense, then he can still be successful.
Yeah, he doesn't need his pitching to be over the top.
Yep.
But that also means that he has to have a really good offense then to go with it. So, and his offense is okay, right? His offense is okay. I There's a couple of guys that I like, and there's a couple guys that I could see some improvement being needed. Um, on the offensive side. Um, so he's going to probably win. If I had to just throw a number out there, I would say he's probably going to win somewhere around 87, 88 games this season.
Yeah, it's accurate. I was going to go lower than that. I was going to say like 85 games. So yeah, I think we're in the same ballpark there. I will say, he's kind of had some bad luck, right? Mike Brindley, he's paying him $35 million a year, and he's terrible now, and he's also now just a slight injury. But this is one of those guys that just like miraculously devved down before 30. Where was the scouting here? A few years ago, this is a 75-75 overall. Like what happened, right? Pays him a huge contract, now he's nothing.
Yeah.
That sucks. So
Yep.
if you look at his pitching, this is the only guy he's really paying on the staff. Even the guy that won Pitcher of the Year last year, Omari Burns, he's making 4.3 over the next 2 years. But he's locked into Brindley this year and next year, so that's a huge hit to his salary cap, which is unfortunate. I don't think his offense is that good, right? Like,
Right.
Who's good over here? Chris Rusko's been good for a long time, and
Yeah.
he still is pretty
He's
good.
going to get on base. He's going to hit his homers. But he also doesn't play in a home run park, so he's going to hit 30 home runs, right? That's going to be a good year, and that's what he's done consistently. It looks like in his career. Um, you know, it, but outside of one or two guys, there are holes that are in the offense too.
Yeah. We should look at and this is a history thing, but we should look at Seung-Hoon Park. This is the Korean Kong who I mentioned earlier. This guy's been one of the best guys in the league, and he's on the downside now. 2 MVPs, 2007, 2012, so a couple years apart. Bunch of trophies there in the profile picture. Sure, first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, he's got 80 WAR right now. So yeah, I think it's another one that's unfortunate for him because if you look at what he's getting paid, it's $40 million a year for the next 3 seasons, and he's clearly trending in the wrong direction. I mean, again, he put a 5 WAR last year. He's on pace for 6 WAR so far this year, so he's got good bars. But $40 million a year for the next 3 years is going to be painful, I think.
Right, and it inhibits his ability to build around him. So he has to get
Yeah.
by with guys that are specialized in certain areas, and he's got to set up his strategy to hit in those areas.
And I think we're seeing that. Look how many guys here are on minimum contracts in this lineup.
Yep.
So I could see this team taking a step back. I actually could even see this team not being as good as last year, and maybe we're overstating his wins with 85 to 87.
Maybe.
But anybody else worth talking about in the team? His center fielder's not great. Maybe he's playing left field, but 35 arm in the outfield. Whew.
Yeah.
Maybe
range is
maybe
the
Nick
biggest.
Labrie there. Nick Labrie might be playing the center field right now. Let's take a look at his homepage.
It's just like everybody else, right? He's
Nick Labrie's DHing.
he's
What
a
the fuck's that
defensive
about?
player, right? He's a defender. He's not a bull, not a unicorn.
Labrie?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, leans defense. His offensive bars aren't terrible, but they're definitely not great.
Serviceable, but like I said, he's got a lot of guys that do one thing really good. Whether that would be defense or those couple guys with the offense, for him to really hit and be successful, he's going to have to manage his strategy settings or play those guys in the right situation.
Make sense of this to me though. Like again, every export changes and he might switch this around, but why is Nick Labrie DHing and Kevin Loudermilk in center field? Loudermilk should be DHing because he's got no arm in the outfield and he's got decent offensive bars. And Labrie can play the field. He's fast. So I think that's a mistake on Chuck's part, and that could be a place to find some more wins if he rectifies that. But yeah, a lot of lefties in the lineup. Yeah. Taking a look at the system, not the deepest system. He's got a nice piece here at the top in Ed Pohl, it looks like. Relief pitcher. This guy could be dominant if his pitches have already come in, 75 of 80, 70 of 80. Needs this to fill in for sure, but, movement and control. I realize my mouse doesn't show up on stream, but, yeah.
So he's going to do okay against some of the worst teams. So that's why I was thinking around that 85. But who knows?
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Well, like I said, he's been in the playoffs a lot since he joined the league. At some point, it comes apart, right? Sustained success is really hard to maintain, and we might see that end come soon. Looking at just kind of the state of the Rivermen. Now we're on to the Mobsters, and I'll let you start this one off.
Yeah, these guys, I still have nightmares about them. In all honesty.
Yeah, Bob's been a legit
my
GM.
team, I think overachieved a little bit last year. I mean, I didn't really think we were going to be getting as far in the playoffs as we did. But then when I had to play Milwaukee, and I'm like, okay, Milwaukee had just had, if I remember right, they had a long series against somebody. I want to say it was like Oklahoma or somebody, one of those teams. They had a long series against them. So I was sitting in really good position because I think I won my first series in 5 or 6 games. So I had an extra day or two of rest. So I'm like, okay, right, I got to make sure I win the first couple of games, because I believe they had home field advantage. So I needed to try to flip that, right? So I pitched my best guys in the first 2 games. We won them. Everything was great, and then I took a risk in games 3 and 4. And in game 3, it paid off. So I was saving guys for the rest of the series. That way, 5, 6, 7, I would have my top 3 pitchers, right? Because some people do a 3-man rotation in the playoffs. Some people do 4. I went with a 4 strictly because I was winning the games. I was up 3-0, and I took a risk. And that 4th game, one of the games I got no hit in, and that was the game that Matt Terrell pitched. And I want to say that was game 6, right? But even then, I'm still thinking, okay, all we need to do is win 1 game. And I watched my team lose 4 consecutive games to this team. So whatever Bob did in the playoffs last year before game 5 was genius. So I still remember it. My team's in last place. I joked that they're still upset about it, whatever, right? But my point is, I think the world of Bob as a GM. I think he analyzed something, saw something, and made an adjustment, and it paid off immensely because it's really hard to win 4 straight games in a playoff series.
Yeah, no, for sure. I honestly believe this, and I think it's coded. It's not coded in the game. It's just my conspiracy theory. But playoff teams, like after you've built success, like that clutch factor kicks in. It's like, oh, they've got that experience, they've got that merit, and sometimes it leans towards those teams continuing to have success. Like I really believe that. Like a team that's been to the playoffs, you've been there before, right? Act like you've been there before, that whole saying or whatever. I totally feel like that carries over in a game like this. Because Milwaukee, much like Louisville, I just showed the history on stream here. They've been there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 of the last 9 seasons. So they won a championship in 2013, 3 straight 100-win seasons. They're definitely on the downward trend now, and I honestly think they really made some desperate moves last year. Even though got them to the conference championship, they almost paid off with it. But they made some trades that I don't know. I just thought it wasn't still his window, and he tried to extend that window, and it's going to cost him in some future seasons. Personal opinion, of course.
Oh,
but he is a crafty GM, and I could totally be proven wrong there.
Well, what I did and I'm trying to remember how I analyzed his team in the playoffs last year, because obviously he's got a slightly different team now. But I
Yeah.
think I set them up to where my guys were set to pitch around them more, because I think he had a lot of strikeouts last year, if I'm not mistaken, or at least he had more strikeouts, or maybe he had a, like, in the middle or a high part of the middle in terms of strikeouts. That's one of the things that I kind of key in on when I'm analyzing an opponent. Um, can I pitch around them or not? Um, when you look at his team now, though, right? His team now, it seems like he's having an offensive problem. You say 14-10, he's doing fine. His pitching is still performing at a high level, but I think he's going to need that offense to wake up a little bit throughout the course of the year. Otherwise, he's going to start to not have success.
Yeah, I mean he's been the most active guy in the trade deadline since the offseason. He's shipped off a bunch of pieces. He's brought in some pieces. He's done a lot of tinkering to this team. I don't think you were here for his championship year, but it was a crazy run through the playoffs. Pitching was what carried him. I think he threw like 6 or 7 shutouts in that playoff, which was insane.
Wow.
I think he threw like 4 in a row at one point in the
Wow.
conference championship game. So yeah, that's kind of been his identity. Let's take a look at his ballpark. I'm actually curious. I don't do this often enough. It's pretty neutral, I guess I'd say. It slightly leans pitcher, I'd say.
I would say it leans pitcher, especially against right-handed
Yeah.
hitters.
Yeah.
So what he should do, once again, not trying to tell somebody how to manage their team, but if he sets it up where there's more lefty starters, that means there's going to be more righty hitters that the other teams are probably going to line up against him in his own ballpark. So that would take advantage of that .895 home runs against right-handed. So
Yeah. Yep.
that's one of the things, the areas that I think he could improve is he's only got the 2 lefties. Neither of them really are an amazing starter. Like Hickenbottom, right? He's not having a good year, but I don't think that. I mean, you can throw a fly ball pitcher in a big park with a lower home run number as long as you have the defensive, the fast defenders and the rangy defenders in order to support that. I like Bo Moses. I think he's
Yeah, he's
a
a great player.
quality center fielder. Yeah, I think he's got enough range to support some of the pitchers that are out there. Um, but then, you know, I'm not as much of a fan of Tom Curry. I think his left fielder, he's got range. He's got some defense that's behind there, but his his error and his arm are, and once again, I'm super picky about defense. His error and his arm are not high enough, in my opinion. I think he'd be more suited to be that first base position that's there. Um, and when you look at the other outfielder like Lafitte, I don't know how you say that. Rich Lafitte is in my opinion an offensive player.
Yeah, for sure.
So he doesn't really have corner outfielder defense to go along with the fly ball pitcher. Because if you're going to throw a fly ball pitcher, I think you need 3 guys with at least 65 range in your outfield, because there's going to be a lot of fly ball.
Yeah.
So, team's not bad. It's not bad. I have a feeling that he's had some bad injury luck, right? You see on the injuries, he's got a lot of injuries, like losing Aaron Briggs for those 6 weeks.
Well, David Ramirez
I
is
like
huge.
it.
I mean,
I like Briggs.
He traded for
obvious
David
reasons.
Ramirez this year, and I mean, he paid a good price for Ramirez, and this guy's been a superstar, and he's out for the season. So
Yeah,
that's huge.
yeah, that definitely hurts. But Briggs, the catcher, I mean, he was my catcher last year,
Yep.
so obviously I'm well familiar with him. Um, his blocking and framing are good, so that's going to be a loss there. He's going to need to help that, and Mark Jones doesn't have that. Mark Jones doesn't have the defense that goes with that.
Yeah.
So I think he's had some bad injury luck, but I still think he needs to get a couple of lefty starters, and especially when he's at home. He may even want to try. Once again, I don't want to. I guess I don't want to give all my secrets out, but sometimes what you can do is you could have an opener, force the game to have an opener, and you put a lefty that's out there, and that'll get that right-handed hitting lineup, or the more right-handed hitter lineup from the other team in there.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
I don't think
it's
that's a
versus
trade.
left
I don't
lineup.
think that's a trade secret. That's fair to say. That's a good
Right.
strategy.
Yeah, and then you're playing to the advantage of your park.
When I have really bad pitching, when I feel like I don't have pitching depth, I definitely lean on openers quite a bit.
Yeah.
Doug Morris has been one of the best pitchers in this league. If you look at his career stats here, and I just don't understand why he's been so good. Personally, I mean, he's put up great numbers, but he's like a two-pitch pitcher with a shit sinker, and I don't know. He's just been literally a top-tier talent in this league, which is crazy
Yeah,
to
so
me.
what I've always heard, learned, seen is that the guys who have that kind of a setup, right, where they've only got two really good pitches, the third time they go through that lineup, they're going to get hit.
Hmm.
So you have to manage them super hard, right? You have to put batter face limits on them. I mean, pitch limits, something, in order to prevent them from having to face that lineup a third time.
Yeah, but so, I mean, Doug Morris spits in the face of that theory. Look at the innings pitched
Yeah.
for this guy in his career, 245, 225. I mean, that's a guy that goes deep into the game, right? Well, and also he manipulates his pitching staff from sim to sim, it looks like, because guys should be starting 32 games a year if you're just, like, setting it and forgetting it, right? He's got 37 starts here, 35, 34. So every time he has, like, an off day where he can bump him up, it looks like he does. Or on occasion he does.
Oh, does it go back and show his game log from last year or anything like that? I'd be curious if he
I don't
pitches
think
him
it
more
does.
often, but he only pitches 5 innings, 6 innings at a time.
Yeah, I
Is
don't
that
think
you
it
can
does.
get to
I bet
can
though,
get to
I bet if we looked
240
at
innings.
if we looked at league history and some career records here. Am I looking at the wrong thing? League history. No, I'm in the right spot. Season career records. I was gonna look at complete games because I feel like he's up there in a guy that throws complete games, which is again silly.
Yeah.
Nope, I'm full of shit. Never mind. He's not on that list. So maybe you're right.
Well, I mean, if you pitch 37 games and you throw 6 innings each, is that more or less innings than if you pitch 32 games and throw 7 innings each?
Yeah, you'd have
What I
to do the
mean?
math there. Yep.
So I'm guessing that Bob's probably got him on some sort of either pitch count or batter space limit. I mean, that's what I would do with a guy like that.
Well, you can see the pitch
I
counts
don't.
here. He does have some set. He's got about 105 pitches, which isn't anything to
Okay, no, that's not bad.
sniff at. It's higher than I have
That's
any of
not
my pitchers, honestly. So
well. It all depends, right? I've
I
rolled out 4-man rotations, and I've played games like that too. But
I have young guys, so I'm just like trying to be really protective of their arms right now.
Sure.
But yeah, yep. I do one last thing I'd point out about this team that kind of surprises me. He's got Josh Broyles in the starting rotation. I think that speaks towards his lack of depth because this guy's been a bullpen guy. I mean, he was his closer last year, and now he's moved him up into the rotation. I mean, whatever stock you take into the middle of the screen there, where it says his current projected role as bullpen. I don't know if you take any stock into that, but the game thinks he should be in the bullpen, and he's starting, and he's never started.
I personally I don't put a ton of stock into that. Once again, the game tries to tell you what to do. It's all about how you manage your team, right? If you believe that this guy can consistently give you 4 or 5 good innings, he's a starter then. It doesn't matter if the game wants to put him in a bullpen or not. I mean, I've thrown 40 stamina guys, no problem, right? I mean, in the playoff series against Bob, I brought my closer in for game 4, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you do what you got to do, and if this is the way the team is set up, then
And candidly, Broyles got lit up in the first 2 starts, and he's been really, really good since then. So yeah. All right, let's look at the system. I think it's pretty barren. I don't think Milwaukee has a good system. I'm very right about that. Not a lot of prospects here. Rusty Raymond is getting kind of close as a right fielder, and he actually looks pretty serviceable in terms of defensive and offensive numbers. Again, not like a top tier talent on either end of those things, but I think this is a major league talent.
Yeah, hit him in the dev lab.
Yeah,
Do that
exactly.
defense in right field
Get a
or
little
whatever
boost.
in the dev lab. Yeah, if you get an outstanding out of that 60 or whatever might turn into a 65 or maybe even a 70.
I actually like this guy a little more, Jay Hackworth in AAA, and I like the spelling of his name, and that's kind of dorky of me, but maybe it's Jai. Anyways, I like these defensive bars for a second baseman.
Yep. I actually like him more as a shortstop. What is his ranking against shortstop?
Yeah.
He's okay.
55. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that's killing him in either of those positions is the turn double play. So again, maybe a dev lab bump there.
Yep.
But I like, if you can get a guy, if you have a better defensive shortstop and you can get a guy with a really good, like good defensive bars at second baseman, you can turn him into a Gold Glover at that position, and that can be valuable.
Yep. But that guy, guy looks like, to me, he looks like a second hitter overall with the avoid Ks and the eye. He looks like a second hitter in the future.
Yep. Yeah. No, I agree. And really, the staple outside of the pitching for the Mobsters over the last few years has been the offense. And this team won their TBL championship in 2013 with one home run in the entire postseason. They just strung together hit after hit after hit after hit, and it would just be like a barrage of like 7 singles in a row. And he's definitely gone away from that. Like his lineup is definitely not as deep at the top 4 as it used to be. So I think this is a team that's trending in the opposite direction of where they've been. And again, hard to sustain 100-plus win seasons over and over and over again. So, but I don't count them out until they're literally out.
Yeah, especially with the target on your back, man. It's tough.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, 2013 TBL champions, I'm pretty sure. Let's just look at the history here. I'm pretty sure, I mean, he was in the championship game back-to-back years, at least. I always lose the screens when I need to find them here. League history, playoff history. So, yeah, 2014, we had the Mobsters losing in 7 to the Mudcats after winning in 2013. And then I think the year before that, nope. That's kind of where it was, but still, back-to-back championship appearances, nothing to sneeze at.
Yep.
That was number 4. Number 5 last year, and I am guessing at this point. I don't remember. I think Virginia was really bad last year. No, they were number 5. All right, 73 and 89. This is another team that has had some success, but they've faded the last couple years. We'll just take a look at their history. 4 straight playoff appearances, culminating in a 105-win season 2012 that ended up being a disappointment when they got to the postseason. But yeah, looking at this team, hold on one sec, sorry. Looking at this team, Andrews, he kind of took over when this team wasn't a playoff team. They weren't terrible. They were like, they were like a 500-ish team. And he turned it into a powerhouse for a couple years, and now it's kind of gone in the opposite direction. What are your thoughts on the current state of the Virginia Rebels?
They need to improve their defense.
Yeah, how's it doing so far? Yeah, one of the worst in the Fire Conference through a month.
Yeah. He needs a lot more range out of his outfielders. They have the 3 starters, Fritz and Devereaux and Baker, all have negative zone ratings. So if you have fly ball pitchers or neutral pitchers and you have this negative zone rating on your outfielders, you're going to be in for a bad day.
I think Fritz turns it around. I don't hate his bars in the his defensive bars. But the rest of his outfielders don't belong in the outfield. That's what I'll say about the rest of them. They belong in the DH spot. You can only have one DH.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you get Ferris.
That's why you see Fritz suffering, right? Like if you're a good center fielder, it doesn't matter if your left fielder and right fielder can't get to any fly balls, right? You can't cover the whole thing, like you just kind of said.
And then there's his second baseman too.
And the shortstop. Shortstop's so important. The shortstop is injured for 2 months, but also, I mean, he's a 40 in terms of position rating at that position. That's not going to get it done.
Yep.
Yeah, this
He's
team's
got, I mean, he's got a couple of ground ballers, a lot of neutral guys, and a couple of fly ballers. So he doesn't really have an identity with his pitching staff. So once you establish an identity with your pitching staff, whether that would be ground ballers, whether it would be fly ballers, something, then you build your defense around it. You can get by with less range on your infield if you have more range in your outfield and fly ballers behind them, right? So right now this is kind of a jumbled situation where he's got some of everything.
yeah.
So
That's a good assessment.
I would focus on my rebuild. I would think that this is a rebuild situation, and I would focus my rebuild on trying to acquire either more infield range and ground ballers as your pitchers, or more fly ball pitchers and more outfield range. I would focus in those areas.
Yeah, and excuse me. Candidly, I don't really understand his big offseason signing. He signed Jesus Gonzalez. He's paying him $50 million this year on a team that really isn't going to go anywhere, unless his whole goal of picking this guy up was to hold on to him for a season or two and then trade him at some point at 50% retention and try to bring in a bunch of assets for a rebuild.
Well, if
And
you
I guess,
look at his contract,
yeah, it's descending or whatever.
Yes,
not the right
it's
word.
front loaded.
Front loaded.
So
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
it looks to me like he's trying to save him and make this one of the pieces he's gonna build around.
No. He's 30 years old. By the time he gets to the end of that contract, he's 33, 34, and he just came in internationally, so he has no history. I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
how do you
maybe.
build around a 33, 34-year-old?
Okay, then different thought. Then it's fine. I'm not right every time, right?
Yeah, just my opinion.
And the other thought is, if you're going to get stuck eating a contract, right, and you're going to have to pay somebody to be on somebody else's team because you traded him away or something, right? Having lower contract values towards the later parts of the contract means
Right.
you're going to be paying out less. So
Right.
Maybe that's the goal.
Well, again, we have a 50% retention cap here in this league, so if he retains and someone wants to pony up $10 million for a 75 potential pitcher, I think he's got buyers there, right? But not for a couple seasons. So, I mean, personally, what I would do if I have a huge amount of open money and I'm in rebuild mode, I'm signing a bunch of one-year contracts, guys I can flip at the deadline, who are expiring, and bring in assets. And that's not exactly what you can do with Gonzalez. So I just, unless you bring in some other pieces and you're looking to compete, I'm not really understanding his reach for this guy at what's the total value here? $260 million. So he signed him, I think, on the opening stint of the offseason.
Well, and I've noticed this too, and not just in TBL, but in most leagues in general. Guys like Gonzalez who come out with, they're like international free agents. Everybody falls in love with them.
Yeah.
And the bidding just goes nuts. And all of a sudden, you're bidding and you're like, okay, I got to get this guy or whatever. And you wind up way overpaying for somebody who's not proven anything yet.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. This was his starting bid. This guy hit free agency, and then he was gone after the first hit, and it was to this contract. So,
wow.
and we have a guy famous in this league. A lot of the guys know the name Duck Breast, because in like 2002 or 2003, he was one of these guys, and he got $40 million a year, and then he became one of those guys that was never not injured. So it was just literally like a flushing of cash for the Boston boom at the time. So yeah, no, I totally agree. I really hate this move by Andrew personally, and again, I don't have all the points of view. I'm just wondering what he plans to do here with this guy.
Well, if I had some contract room, I had some budget left, man, I might offer him somebody for this guy. But
like right now, though, again, a 50% retention means you're eating $25 million for him. Are you paying this guy $25 million? And then keeping that contract for 4 more years at 20, 15, 10, 10? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, 2015, 10, 10's not bad.
I would much prefer it if he was a 26-year-old with those numbers than a 30-year-old.
Yeah, that's true. That's
So,
true.
So again, every GM has a reason for making the moves they make, and Andrew, if you listen to this podcast tonight, feel free to chime in and chat and let us know what your plan is, or don't if you don't want to. That's okay too.
The other thing that I see about this pitching staff, once again, and I'm not picking. I'm trying not to pick on him.
No, it's okay.
Jesse McDowell, right? If you look up Jesse McDowell, that
Lifelong.
dude throws more innings, and he's only got a 60 stamina.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? It tells you that he's probably got the biggest hook known to man. Okay, and that's fine because he's got 5 pitches, or okay pitches and 1 not so good pitch. Right? So he can go 4 times through the lineup. That's fine. But the thing is, right, as the game progresses, this 2.61 ERA in 2013 seems to be an outlier, where
Yeah.
he threw all those innings, right? But I might look into, if I'm trying to win games right now with this group, I might look into rolling back the setting for my hook if I do it at a team level, because it seems like guys like Jesse McDowell are probably getting overused.
Yeah, for sure. This guy's been the workhorse on the team for almost a decade now. I mean, he's old at this point. He's still got value on the trade market. It looks like he has a no trade clause, or maybe that's 10-5 rates. Just trying to look at the contract here. I don't see. Oh yeah, no trade clause. So he'd go to a couple teams, and at $12 million, either straight up or retained, I think there's a lot of value in flipping him there.
Yeah, sure.
If you're not emotionally attached at this point.
Yep. And he's got my favorite kind of arm slot with that over the top, man. I love those extreme ground ballers with the over the top.
Yeah. Yep. That's one thing I would like to see some of our dumpster fire teams do a bit more is really think about that trade deadline and how you can capitalize on bringing in assets, because it's a good way to turn things around and not just kind of dwindle at the bottom. And we've seen a lot of the same teams in the playoffs year in and year out. And it does take time to turn things around. So, I mean, I'm not naive to that point, but just, have a strategy for what you're trying to do here. All right, we don't need to talk much more about the Rebels. Probably more airtime than they deserve with the state of their team. I'm not afraid to rip the GM. It's okay. It'll turn around if they work hard and make it turn around. And honestly, I was a dumpster fire for like 10 years in this league, so it is what it is.
Yeah, it looks like my team was a dumpster fire before I got here.
Well, all the expansion teams were. Again, I really set you guys all up for a long, slow grind to the top. Tony Acuna is his top prospect, and this guy's ready. But again, are you pulling him up right now when your team's got really no? I mean, you probably are pulling him up at the at call-up day after the All-Star game, right? You don't get the year of service time, and he gets that major league experience. But he's going to be good. He can play second base, and he's good.
Yep.
Got good offensive bars.
But even the prospects, once again, not picking on anybody, but when you look at guys like Jamie Conlon, right? Jamie Conlon is a designated hitter. Because if you play him in the field, he's going to hurt you.
Yeah.
He's going to hit a lot of home runs, and he's going to get on base, and he's going to have some nice offensive stats. But he's going to kill you if you play him anywhere other than DH.
I mean, he's a million years away, too. He's a 19-year-old third-round pick. So, I mean, I'm happy to get a top 500 guy in the third round.
Yeah, but when you look at start looking at like other guys there, right? Danny Martinez,
Ramos. Yeah, there's not a lot of good fielding here.
There's not any fielding.
These are all DHs really. Except for Wayne Rainville, he could play the field. Again, he's really far away. But you're right. I mean, a lot of these guys aren't. He's got some rebuilding to do for sure. You need to find like guys who, when they get to the TBL, are going to be able to play offensively and defensively, and that's not always easy to do. It can be really. It can be really easy to get tempted into taking these guys because of their potential, like in these middle rounds as you get in the draft. But again, if they're never going to be that fielder that can play a position for you, what's the point? Roger Snyder, I don't hate this guy. I'll give a little credit here to this 18-year-old, so a long ways away to see if he actually develops in anything. And he's really struggled in rookie league last year, so might not see him as a 60 by the time the season starts. That might take a dev hit.
Well, he's struggling right now because his control is so low. He's got a big mountain to climb on that control,
Yeah.
especially for a pitcher who relies on sliders, and splitters, and cutters. You have to have good control if you're not going to have like a dominant fastball.
And I mean, the other thing too, let's just look. I mean, it wasn't a terrible. Some guys really in this league do not manage their minor leagues very well, and that's going to hurt you. Virginia is not one of them, so I'm not going to call him out here for that. At least through that minor league record, 29-41 is not the worst. So, but yeah, that's enough on Virginia. Let's move on to somebody else.
Yep.
Who's up next? I bet it is, what was that, number 5?
It was 5.
It's got to be St. Louis. 6th, St.
Yep.
Louis. And I'm excited for this team. So I give George shit every year, so I'm not going to change my strategy up of giving him shit again this year. But George is an OG GM, and he's never made a trade in this league. He hates to trade, and he loves building his team authentically through the draft and through free agency, which I respect. I joke every year. I don't know if he'll ever win a championship through that strategy, but I respect it. And he's had some really good players in this franchise. It's just like, can you pull together all the winning pieces to be really good through that kind of strategy? And I'm not sure the answer is yes. And I'm sure he's so sick of me saying that every single year, but I enjoy it. So, what are your thoughts on this team?
I like the fact that somebody would be willing to take on that challenge and build it organically like that. I commend the willingness to do that, but I will also tell you I have never had a team that's been successful that hasn't had to trade something.
Yeah.
So
even at the major league level, I feel like teams add assets when they're ready to make a push for the postseason. You know, like it's got to be an almost impossible task, and we'll see if he ever proves us wrong. Because other huge credit I want to give to George, an OG from 2001. He's been here this whole time. He has never missed an export, much like there's a handful of GMs in that bucket, but for someone who's not the most active guy in chat, he's as active as can be in terms of his management of his team, which is awesome.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Maybe he's setting those strategies at a player level too.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yep.
It takes a lot of time. But going into his team here, man, he's still got some work to do, in all honesty.
Oh, for sure.
He's got a lot of people who are just starting to kind of come up, and he's got a very young team, I think, from what I can tell. And I don't see any real, like, just looking at his pitching staff. He's got a assortment of pitchers. He's got neutral guys. He's got ground ballers, right? He's even got a fly baller. So it seems like he's trying to build something there, but he doesn't quite have it yet. His ballpark specifically is a home run park, right?
Ooh,
So
yeah, it is. Yep.
he's probably building more of a ground ball team, but I don't think he's got the guys yet. So he still needs to go out and find them. Now, they could be sitting in his minors, right? I should probably look at his minors before I make statements like that. But
you're right. He only has one fly ball pitcher. Most are extreme ground ball, a couple neutrals.
Yeah, he's on the right track, but the guys that he has, none of them are superstars.
Right. Yeah.
Right. They're solid players, and I'm sure he's using them the correct way. I mean, if you're 14-10 with a team that's at these kind of ratings, then you know what you're doing. But the thing is those neutral guys, right? He needs a little bit less of the neutral guys and more of the ground baller guys. And he also only has 3 lefties, which is fine because 2 of them are starters, which means he's got 1 lefty for his bullpen, and that's it. I would say that he probably needs another lefty in his bullpen and maybe another extreme ground ball starter.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the pitching has a ways to go for sure. Uh, we didn't look up his history in the league so far, but he hasn't been in the postseason since 2008. He's only made 3 playoff appearances, so he definitely hasn't had a ton of success. I do think he's moving in the right direction, but you're right. The pitching is tough. I mean, he's got some pretty bad ERAs here through 1 month, and that's with, if you look through the first month of the season, maybe the top defense in the Fire Conference. So even with really great defense behind him right now, his pitching is just not performing, and that's a big red flag, even if you're at 14-10 early. And I feel like he started off pretty hot last season too, and then he faded really hard about halfway through the season. So not sure what this year is going to look like. He does have nice pieces on the lineup, and he always has. He's always had some really great offensive pieces. Just before we break down some of these guys, let's talk about Frank Danzig here. I mentioned to you off the stream, the former 1-1 in the inaugural draft in 2001, and this guy's had a great career, but it has come to an end. He has announced his retirement after the season, and future Hall of Famer without question. 550 home runs, 1550 RBIs, 2,200 plus hits. He's just been great. He's been a great player.
Yeah.
A lot of red paint in his career stats.
Looks like he's getting some pinch hits now and then.
Yeah. 6 games played, 3 games started. He's coming off the bench, but I think that's to be expected at this point in the career.
Yeah.
Thoughts on this team's offense outside of that, or any players? I mean, Nate McCarthy looks great.
I like the defense. I love the defense on this team.
Yep.
Like you said, he's got some good guys there. That center fielder that you just had up there, McCarthy.
Yeah, looks great.
He looks really good.
I
might
number 1?
even consider.
He is. He's the top-ranked center fielder in the league according to OSA
Nice.
position rankings.
I might even consider playing him some games, especially if the team falls out of contention. Playing him some games at left and right just to build those up too, just to create more options.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Yeah, I mean, when you're out of it, you got to think of other ways to kind of improve your team as you move forward. But he's left-handed, which I love. Injury history pretty clean. Strained groin is nothing. Fan favorite already, so he's going to sell tickets as you go forward, which again drives revenue in this league big time.
Yep.
You're right.
I also like his
the
catcher.
shortstop. Look at the shortstop's defensive bars. I mean, maybe the best shortstop in the game defensively. We'll have to keep looking, but if
Yeah,
you
that's
compare
pretty
these
good.
defensive bars with these offensive bars, I don't think anybody beats this in
Right.
terms of the combination. And this kid's
like
a rookie
his-
as well. So Domini and McCarthy are both rookies.
I like his catcher.
Yeah, me too. He's
I
got
think-
a great catcher. Yeah, I mean, this
Baker.
is exactly what you want.
Yep.
Sophomore
With
season for him.
That ballpark. Now, if only his batted ball profile was a little bit more toward fly ball, he'd hit more home runs. But he should consistently hit somewhere around 25 to 40 home runs, depending on luck, for his entire career. And he's only 25,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, I mean, he's got 8
can play
home
some
runs already
defense.
this season.
And he can play defense.
Yep.
So I would hold on to Baker for sure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think George has the offensive side of the ball figured out. I like this lineup up and down with the defense and in the ballpark that he's in. If he can find any way to find some decent pitching as he moves forward, I think he can compete again or get to that level. I would encourage him to pursue a trade, but that's just me. Not a good system. But he has drafted really well, and he's gotten those guys. I mean, you can see it. You see what we just looked at. Those are all guys he drafted, for the most part. But yeah, no, not much behind what he's got up. So his offense is there, and you'll notice none of these top 500 guys, outside of this not very good pitcher, This guy doesn't have terrible bars. No stamina, but no pitching. No pitching coming up. No pitching at the major league level. And how can you win if you can't pitch the ball?
Well, and he's also got this one of what looks like arguably one of the best defensive catchers coming up too. So he could put him in as
Did
a
I miss that?
defensive platoon with Iglesias there. I mean, he's not going to grow very much. I might even consider bringing him up now.
Yeah. I wouldn't bring him up yet. I mean, I don't take everything in overall, but when a guy's at 35, I don't want to see him in the major leagues yet. I mean, he's not even putting up positive WAR at AAA. You know, you want to see some success in the minor leagues, I feel. And this is another guy, like, why put him straight in AAA? That doesn't make sense to me. I just ripped Alex for doing that with a guy, but at least Alex's guy was a 50 of 80 in terms of, like, his ratings at this point. I mean, this guy's got a way to go. I'd put him in A+. And then let him develop at least up to a 40-45 before I'm pulling him up. Because what's the rush? You just said he's got a good catcher. He's not this good defensively, but why are you going to rush him? But again, that's why, you know, we have different opinions, and that's
School of thought that I was thinking is you could use him as a defensive substitution. So, you know, defensive substitutions from like the 7th inning on or something, right? When you're up by, you set the strategy, so, you know, you're up by 3 runs, and this guy comes in.
You think he's going to, do you think he'll develop the same way, though, if he's getting, you know, a couple of bats a game or a couple innings a game compared to if he's in the minors playing every day? Like, I don't know.
He's already almost at his max.
For what? For defense or for?
Well,
again, I'm looking
right.
at OSA, so maybe you're looking at something else, but I see a ways to go on this guy.
I should probably look at your screen instead of the game. I have the game open, so I'm looking on. The game.
You should look back and forth because it is helpful to see, you know, your point of view, and then also, you know,
so my
I just
scout,
pick on OSA for the being under commission count.
For whatever reason, my scout is not quite as high on his offensive rating. So for my scout, the defensive ratings are where they are, but the offensive ones are a little bit.
So I just switched to my scout real quick just to look, and you're right. I've got a little bump on him as well. I've got him at 40 to 55, and I've got his offensive bars a little further along. So, but I also have low scouting on him, so not much better of a read, I suppose.
Well, my scouting is. I've got 40 of 50 on contact, and he's got room for 5 more on avoid K's and BUBIP. Everything else is he's basically got 5 on everything, but they're lower.
Yeah.
And my scouting is very high. So for whatever reason, my point is, to me, when I've got a guy who doesn't look like he's going to develop anymore, whether he's struggling in AA or whether he's struggling in AAA or whatever, it doesn't matter. If he's already looked like he's at his max and he can do something like be a lockdown defensive substitution, I would bring him up. That's just the way I play.
No, yeah, that's fair. And again, I'm a very opposite opinion of you in this situation. I see this guy struggling at AAA, and I'm wondering why he skipped 4 minor league levels. And I would see, like, statistics like this. I mean, we're talking last year he sucked, and now he's been up for 11 games, you know, small sample size this year, and he's already off to a horrendous start. So to me, that says he's overmatched, and he needs to develop a little bit more at a lower level. And if he never reaches his potential offensively, these defensive bars aren't going anywhere, right? Like,
Right.
Like, that's not debbing down, I think. Anyways, so again, yeah, just very different kind of perspective and approach, I think, to a guy like this. But that's a lot of time on St. Louis, and I think if they turn that pitching around, they could be a wild card team. I don't see them ever getting over Oklahoma City or Huron. Not ever, but at least not in the immediate future, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Next up, I think it's Nashville Blues.
A lot of blue colored logos in this division.
I know, actually, that's one of my goals here is to diversify this, and I'm going to be reaching out to some DGMs. I'm really like on a mission to change up some logos in this league and get some better graphics for our league because I hate how many orange teams are over here, and I hate how many blue teams are over here.
Well, just throwing this out there, but the Sapphire is blue?
Yes, they've got all the orange teams.
If you named the Topaz division the Sapphire division, then it would kind of fit, right? Because everybody's kind of blue, right? Rubies are kind of red, right? So you've got Phoenix has got some red. You've got the.
Well, I feel that I also feel like if you're in a division with another team, you shouldn't have the same color. Like you should you should have differentiation with each division, to kind of highlight the different teams. But like even our team has 2 pinks right now. Like Bar Harbor, my God, Bighorn has pink in their logo, and I have pink in my logo. And I swore I would be safe by going pink, and then this logo got changed to pink. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna fix some things in the future. But let's look at Nashville. Let's look at Cody's team. Cody has struggled to be a super active GM here, but he is promising me in DMs that he is on the turnaround with things. This guy has a busy life outside of here. He travels all the time. And he's had a couple playoff appearances, but for the most part, this team has been the dumpster fire of the TBL. So let's see if he can do anything to kind of change that situation. But, activity equals success in a sense. If you're not active, it's going to be really hard to compete with teams like Larry Link in 57 leagues who are, combing through his team on a daily basis. He's got a lot of injuries so far already, so that's definitely a downside. But what are your thoughts here on the Blues?
Well, got a very pitcher park. Like his ballpark is.
Glad we're looking at that. We haven't looked in a few years. You're right. Home run wise, yeah.
They're all 88. So what he can do, right? He doesn't necessarily need to load up on the ground ball guy. But when you look at his pitching staff, right? He's got some neutral guys, sure, but most of his starters, right, are ground ball guys, I think. And I think he can get by with some more fly ball guys because if you look at his defense, trying to do it here, his defense isn't that good either.
It's terrible so far.
You need to
results-wise.
You need to line all that up. In all honesty, his zone guys are the worst zone guys in the league, or in on his team are his outfielders. So he's got guys that shouldn't be in the outfield playing in the outfield. Andy Alvarado is a designated hitter who's trying to play left field. Okay.
I mean, and that's candidly right here. This is like mismanagement, right? Like, how do you have a guy that put up negative 2.3 WAR last year, and you're like, yeah, you can come back and play again next year on this team and be a contributing player? I don't know. I mean, he's got a great eye, but you're right. I mean, he's such a liability in the field. Minus 3.5 zone rating already this season. He put up negative 25 zone rating in 2014. He put up negative 17 zone rating last year. This guy's got a career negative 60 zone rating in left field. Like, if you haven't gotten a hint, yeah, he doesn't play left field. You gotta switch that up a little bit, I think.
Right. But Cody Goto in left field, man. He's not a center fielder.
Yeah, agreed.
Right,
well, again, if you don't have another center fielder, he's a center fielder. Right? Because who else does he have on this roster? Nobody that can play center field. I mean, Joe Neal is listed as a right fielder, but Joe Neal couldn't play first base. That's how fucking bad he is.
So go to the free agent wire. Sign Mario Rodriguez to a minor league contract because he looks like he'll take it. Yeah, sure. He's only got a 40 contact. He's only got a 40 BABIP, whatever. But he'll play. Put him in center field. He's got a 55 center field. Go get this guy, put him out there, and move your other guy over to left field. Because to me, that's costing you a ton of runs right off the bat.
I mean, even Kenny Morgan is a nice corner outfielder. This guy used to play on my team, and he's literally put up like decent WAR. I mean, there's guys that can improve this team right now, and he's got $16 million in unused cap. And none of that money carries over. Like, max your budget out. Or, I mean, unless you have a different plan for that money, you know? And again, a lot of people like to pay for money with draft picks here. Or pay for draft picks with money. However, maybe I'm saying that wrong. No, I totally agree. There's guys out here, like just go improve your defense and give your pitchers a chance. Like, his best pitcher right now, let's go back to Cody. I'm getting all torn up here because I switched to myself. His best pitcher had a terrible season last year, and I'm sure it was related to how bad his defense is, Christian Brenner here. And if you keep throwing him out there in this situation, he's going to tank and be a shit pitcher moving forward. Like, eventually it's going to affect this guy, and he's not going to dev.
So take it from a guy who has done this many times. I take a look, and I just did this in another league with Max Fried. He was on this Detroit Tiger team. He played terrible defense. Max Fried is a ground ball pitcher in that league. His defenders at short and second had no range, so his BABIP against him was like 350, just like Christian Brenner. And I went out there and I said, look, he's like, oh man, this guy sucks. He's only got like a 5-something ERA. And I went, okay, trade him to me. I got him at a discount, and I put a defense in front of him, and all of a sudden he's a 2.5, 3 ERA kind of guy. Oh, how'd you do that? Well, because I put a defense. I'm the kind of guy that will go out and look for guys like Christian Brenner and try to trade for them because I can see the value that all I have to do is put a defense in front of him, and he's going to pay immediate dividends.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
buy
fair.
him from a discount.
I can tell, I mean, just from being on this podcast with you, you definitely have a better eye for synergy than I do, for sure. Because you're right. Like, you know, some of these guys aren't bad because they're bad. They're bad because of the situation they're in.
Yep.
And if you can put them in a better situation, they may not be superstars, but they're going to vastly improve your team. And, I mean, I hope Cody listens to this, and I hope he doesn't take offense to getting ripped. You know, I think he knows his team's been kind of bad. You've given some good advice here. I mean, Cody, go look at that free agent market and just build a defensive team. Like, fuck the lineup, fuck hitting. You've got a great pitcher's park. You know, try to just win by setting your pitchers up for better success. And I think that'd go a long way towards not being a dumpster fire.
You can't change your ballpark. You got what you got.
Yeah.
Now build a team around your ballpark.
Yeah. I mean, pitchers' parks are the best. Like, I didn't build a pitcher's park. I don't think. I should know my ballpark factors. Yeah, I'm pretty neutral.
Yeah, yours is one of the more neutral ones.
I lean towards lefties. But yeah, I mean, if you can just like, yeah, I'm being repetitive, but I agree with what you're saying, and I hope Cody listens and just kind of thinks about that as he builds his team moving forward and tries to be a little more competitive. He does have some okay prospects. Sutton, starting pitcher, he's got some nice bars here. Maybe has that injury bug, herniated disc, no big deal. Torn UCL, that hurts big time. But he's actually put up really nice numbers in the minor leagues. So I like what I'm seeing from him. Again, I said Dracic. This guy looks nice, but he's out for 13 months. Big blow there. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. It's overall.
Yeah, that's the wrong team.
Yeah, thanks. I was like, how did we look at this guy already?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a couple of prospects up now. Jim Oliphant. Again, set this guy up for success. This guy can be a good starting pitcher in this league. He's a douchebag, and no one's going to want him.
I was just going to say that.
Look no further for the source of clubhouse dissension. That's quite the... I actually really like the personalities sometimes, like what they say. But yeah, there's pieces here. There's pieces here to be a wild card team at some point, and you just need to think about cohesion a little better.
Build to your strengths.
One more team to go here in the Topaz, and that is our expansion Kansas City Scouts. And this is this GM, Gregory, has been very active in chat, and I'm super glad to have him in the league. I always like seeing someone who's really committed to their team, and he's committed to the suck right now because his team does suck. But I think he has the drive to try to turn things around. So I'm excited to see what he'll be able to do in the long term. I have no idea if he's going to be a good GM or not. I'm not that far down the line with studying him, but again, he's active. He asks questions. He cares about his team. So I'm very optimistic for the future of the Scouts. Maybe not in the long term, short term, but maybe in the long term. What are your thoughts on this team as we look at it for 2016?
Well, I mean, the couple of obvious things that show up to me. I mean, he's got guys like Daniel Beebe who can play just about anywhere, right? You can play him at second, you can play him at third, but he doesn't really have a home. Maybe second base is his home, I guess. But I would like to see a little bit more of that turn double play on a second baseman. And it looks like he picked him up from the free agent because he was a minor league free agent signing. So it seems like this GM has a good eye for talent, sort of. But I this is the kind of guy he's basically starting backup. Is what it looks like to me
Yeah.
in a lot of places. Like Alex Martinez, the catcher, for example, right? He's an okay catcher, right? But he can't hit. So if he can't hit, then he's got to be really good defensively. And you're going to say, wait a minute, he's hitting 273. What do you mean he can't hit?
No, he
His
can't hit. You're right.
His ratings suggest that he's been getting a little bit of luck with some of that hitting.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't like a first-year player. You can just look back at his past 2 years, and it's not going to sustain. Past 5 years. This is his 5th year on the team. He hasn't been terrible. He's put up okay WAR. I mean, what's a good WAR, right? I heard like an average major league player is 2 WAR. Is that what you've heard, or?
That's I haven't really heard a number per se on that. To me, everything is relative, right?
Yeah.
If I've got a guy
WAR is like the lazy stat that I look at.
Sure. I mean, we all have our ways of looking at things, but I mean, this team definitely needs a lot of building, and that's fine. I like the fact that their pitching staff has a nice combination of lefties and righties because I think that's important. That affords you the ability to set the settings to be more. Um, you can have a quicker hook with your bullpen, right? You can play little games like that to try to, use some of the stuff to your advantage. So there's a decent amount there, but none of the bullpen guys really, or actually I should say none of the pitchers really, other than Kevin Green, he's probably Mean. What's his nickname? Oh, wasn't there a football player named Mean Kevin Green?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I mean, he's a nice piece. I like Kevin Green. He looks like he's going to be something, and at an 11th round draft pick, that's a huge value.
He is a bad personality, but you're right. He's got nice bars, and for sure he's clearly a dev up darling.
The problem here is that is he in a closer role? Let's see.
He is
right
now.
Okay, so he is in a closer role. So he's in the right place. That piece is in the right place.
Agreed.
Okay?
Agreed.
But I'm seeing a 6-man rotation, so that means we're trying things, and that's fine. Totally try things. But if you're going to try stuff, you've got 5, 6, 7 guys who are all 40 overall. Once again, overall doesn't mean anything. But look at the control. 45 control on 4 of those guys, or 5 of those guys. 35 control on another. If I've got a guy that's got less than 50 control, that means I'm not pitching him around anybody, which means they better have a good fastball, so that way they can, survive. And these guys, some of them have good fastball, but those are all for the guys with more control. The guys with the lower control don't have the good fastballs. But to me, this isn't the right mix.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
definitely keep building in the draft, but I would definitely target pitches in the draft.
Yeah, and this is where I go back to say, I mean, he doesn't have a ton of cap space. I don't know where this money's going. I'm just looking here. I mean, he's got $25 million for Garza here. Oh, that's not a bad front-loaded contract. I don't hate that for a 24-year-old. Actually, I kind of hate that. How does the guy? What are we doing here? This guy should be on a rookie deal. I might need to reach out to Gregory and give him some advice there, because that's just like that's a bad mistake right there.
Yeah.
Like Gregory, you get these guys for free the first 2 years. Basically, they make $500,000. You're paying them $25 million. Why are you just giving up $24.5 million for nothing? I mean, I guess to get them cheaper here, but even those should be arbitration years. So this is a clear mistake by maybe a GM who's learning the game a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, you should. If you have a guy, let me just bring up the contract screen real quick because hopefully he watches this and can learn something from this. But if you have a guy who's making minimum salary and then he's got these arbitration years lined up, that's team control. You don't need to pay that guy a fucking ton of money. You have him for nothing. And then you can go into free agency and spend a ton of money. So, I mean, you're strapped on cash, and it's because you're paying a guy that you don't need to be paying right now. That's a huge mistake. And, again, not to rip on you, hopefully that's a learning experience. Hopefully you agree with that, Larry.
Yeah,
So
100%.
maybe I'm missing something. But I do want to give a shout-out. Like, there's a couple guys in this league we have to give shout-outs to every time we see them on a team. Andy Kerrigan, 3-time Pitcher of the Year. We at one point thought this was going to be called the Andy Kerrigan Award because you'll notice these are the first 3 years of existence in the TBL that he was Pitcher of the Year. And then his career kind of fizzled out after that, unfortunately. But, yeah, Andy Kerrigan, good to see him still pitching and still contributing to a team. But like you said, overall and potentials don't mean everything. They're not the end-all, be-all. But when you see this little green on a team, that can kind of give you a hint as to what direction that team might end up in my opinion.
Then you would hope that the green and the blue is all in the minors.
Yes. Yep. Yes,
And
exactly.
When you look at that, there's not a ton. Granted, I'm looking at the pitcher screen.
Garza was in free agency, says Steve. So Steve is listening and giving some information on the Garza situation.
Okay.
So that's fascinating. So this guy was in free agency and was getting bid on, but okay. All right. That explains it. So Gregory, I apologize. Maybe you aren't making huge rookie mistakes. Maybe someone else is making a huge mistake by dropping a 65 potential free agent or minor league player. Let's see, a first-round pick of the New Orleans Mudcats. What's going on, Ryan? Why is this guy in free agency? Let's look at his career here. I'm curious. Sorry to take a second here, but
That's all good.
all levels. Yeah, clearly a mistake by New Orleans just to let this guy walk. That's an interesting mistake from our 2014 champion. Let's get back to it. So yeah, that's a lot to say about the Scouts. Anything else that you wanted to mention there on that team?
No, I mean, when I was starting to look at their minors.
Yep, I'm looking at it now. I've got that pulled up. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, they have a couple of pitchers that are decent.
Yeah, Chacon's
right?
nice, except for he's
Yeah,
disruptive.
Cone definitely is one for sure. He's a ground ball pitcher, right? Okay, that's if that's what we're building, then that's what we're building, right? So okay, then we got Fregoso. He's a ground ball pitcher. Okay, so it seems like me, right? Okay, and let's look at Chavez. Chavez is neutral, right? But his best pitch is a splitter, so he might as well be a ground ball pitcher. So he's got the right pieces in the minors. He just needs to let them grow and hopefully, throw the right defense in front of them when they get up. The team I think is not as far away as we may have thought when we first started looking at them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think pitching is the best way to build a team. Because pitching's the hardest thing to build, right? So if you can figure out pitching, you can usually find the bats to plug it in after, or the defense. So yeah, maybe Gregory knows more than what I gave him credit for. He's probably going to listen to this and get infuriated by my comments in the first 2 minutes of this team, and then realize I came and turned around the bend, hopefully, on my opinion.
Yep.
But Stavola
If
looks
I
nice.
was
I like this guy too.
one thing I would suggest then is, you know, when you put up your development lab stuff, put the prospects in there. Don't put your pro guys in there, right? Resist the urge to add some contact onto one of the guys who's not really a long-term plan. Focus more on especially the defense ones, because the defense ones, their turnaround is really quick, right? You could take a
Yeah.
guy like Aiden Green, for example, right, who's got offense. You can throw a little bit of defense on him if you every time that there's a dev lab thing, and it's every 5 or 6 weeks, I think, of those programs or something. Throw him in there. You could do that for 3 years because it'll be 3 years until his offense catches up. He might be a serviceable second baseman with offense, so you might be able to grow him into a unicorn, but you're going to have to really manage your development lab.
Yeah. I feel like you can only do like one of those 5 to 6 weeks trainings once per season though too, right? Like you can do both of them.
Yeah,
But you can't
you
like
can do
stack it over
you
and
can do
over again.
one,
Yep.
right? But I'm just saying like consecutive years. Like
Yes.
this
Yes.
this
Makes
guy's
sense.
got 3 years worth of growth on his hitting that is going to need to take place before he's going to be serviceable.
Agreed.
And in
Yep.
those 3 years, make sure you hit those defensive ones, because that 40 or 45 second base number, that infield range, the error, the turn double play, those will all. One of the great things about working defense in the dev lab is that it pumps up not just one stat, right? It pumps up, potentially 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
It's not like when you do like generate bat speed and you only get a 5, bump in power. When you do defense, it improves not just the overall defense, but you could get range and error and arm all in the same session. You do that 3 years in a row, and now you've got a guy who's a unicorn. That's what I would recommend doing.
Yeah.
Not that
and
I'm an expert in any way, but
No, but and you bring up a good point. Some of those easier things to dev up have less likely to fail as well, and you have a lower chance of causing regression by fucking them up in the dev lab with like one of the harder tasks. I think the way to go in the dev lab all the time is base running and playing the field. Like those are the things you hit over and over and over again. And you bring up a good point. Just a question for you. Like, I hate deving up anybody at the major league level. I feel like if they've gotten that far and they're serviceable, I don't want to touch it. Like I'll just let it go at that point, and I'm always looking at the younger guys in terms of deving for development lab. But I don't know. I guess everybody probably has a different approach there too.
my experience, just once again, a lot of leagues, a lot of different teams, and a lot of different situations. If my team is real close, I might have 2 or 3 pro level guys in that dev lab to work on one thing, right? If I've got a guy like Kyle Schwarber who is terrible on defense, I might stick him in there for a defensive one to try to build a little bit of things, so maybe I can stick him in right field or something, right? Or if I've got a guy who's, but I watch the ages, so that way it sounds silly, but if a guy is a little bit older, I try not to put him in the dev lab at all.
Yep.
I think there's a bias towards younger guys, and I always make sure that I don't put guys in for skills that are already mapped.
Yeah.
Because then the only way to make them go up is if you get an outstanding.
Right. I always feel like that's just a recipe for failure if they're close. Like, I mean, you really want to focus on those guys that are a little further away. And at the end of the day, those young guys may never make it anyways. They may dev down on their own. So there's less risk if they fuck up and don't become something great than if you take a guy that's already like on the cusp and all of a sudden, oh, you caused him to regress and you're going to regret it. So, all right, that's the last team in the division. And we're through the fire conference. The fire conference. Almost got that mixed up. I guess I'll rank these guys first if that sounds good to you, and then I'll let you go second.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
All right. I like the Herons for their third straight division title, and maybe 10 straight looking at their system. But we'll stick to 3 straight right now. Then I do like OKC next. After that, it's tough. I feel like everybody else is kind of not great. And actually, this is why I said I think the Ruby has a chance to swing things this year. You'll notice a lot of these teams have made the playoffs a lot of years in a row, and it's because they almost always take the wild cards in the Fire Conference. But this year we could see 3 or 4 teams from the Ruby. So after OKC, I'm going to go with Milwaukee, just out of respect. And then I'm going to be brave here, and I'm going to say St. Louis takes a step forward if they can figure out pitching a little bit. And then I'm going to go with Louisville. And then I'll take Virginia just by default because I think Nashville is still such a dumpster fire, and they really need to do something to address the defense. And then KC is just, again, so far away. But again, in terms of those bottom 3 teams, Virginia, Nashville, KC, I actually like KC's future the most of those 3. So I do like what they're doing. They're just not there in 2016. And what are your thoughts, Larry?
Well, I agree almost 100% with you. Your
Okay.
ranking is about what I was thinking too, with a couple of very slight differences.
Sure.
Obviously, you're on number 1.
Yep.
That's. I mean, we might as well put them as far into the playoffs as we can right now already. Oklahoma City, I think, is they're going to have to out-hit people, which works sometimes, and they have a good man or a good GM. So, I mean, they'll probably do it. They're going to be number 2.
Best record through April, too.
Yeah, for sure. One of the differences I think is going to be I think Louisville. I think Louisville is going to make a move or 2.
Okay.
And close the gap and get number 3. And then Milwaukee will be number 4.
I don't hate either of those picks because this has been the top 4 teams in this division for a long time. So I think it could certainly play out that way.
That leaves St. Louis for number 5. And then I actually think Kansas City is going to do something. They're going to make a move. They're going to do something that is going to push them up to 6. And then I think Nashville is going to do something and be number 7, and I'll put Virginia number 8. But it's going to be really close between those 3 teams.
Fair enough. I only disagree with you, and I hope I'm wrong. I mean, you're right. Kansas City could make a move here, but I hope they don't because, like, what's the point? You're not going to compete this year. So just continue to suck and get a high draft pick, and then look at next year. That's just my opinion, but no, I respect that lineup. I think that's a pretty good prediction.
Yeah. Did Chris send his stuff?
He didn't, that son of a bitch. He always lets me down.
Oh, man.
I know. Chris, if you listen to this tomorrow this far in, you let us down, bro. You let us down. Larry, how are you feeling? Are you ready to call it a night, or do you want to attempt some ice conference?
I mean, I'm still here.
Like I said, I'm a night owl. We've been going a long time, but at this point, I've been drinking espresso for the last like hour and a half, so I'm fucking amped.
Does
I got
that
this
stuff
like
work?
espresso.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's coffee. It's coffee with a shitload of fucking caffeine in it.
I'm the kind of person I'll drink Mountain Dew and fall right asleep.
Yeah, I'm a strange creature, so to say, but it's crazy. I made this espresso at 11:30 this morning, and then I put it in this metal container, and then forgot about it, and I opened it up at 8:30, and it was still like too hot to drink. These metal flasks are freaking awesome. But anyways, yeah. If you want to take 5 minutes, I'd be down to keep going. But again, that's totally up to you. Why don't we go offline and we'll make a decision so you don't have to do it on stream here. So, all right. All right. If anybody's listening, we are going to come back here in 5 minutes and pick up the ice conference. So, for all of those chatterboxes talking about the Fire getting all the attention, we'll give you some love here tonight. Yeah. So, see you in a few. I'm back whenever you're back. Hello, buddy. You there, Larry? Yeah, I just realized I need to take my dogs out. They probably left to piss, so I just need a couple more minutes. Alrighty. Perfect. So, all right, I'll be back in a minute. And again, if you have the time, we can keep going. If not, we'll just pick it up again. All right. Oh, I'm on stream chatting. I don't know what I'm doing. All right. All right, back at it with the Ice Conference. We are going for the marathon, as Jay's mentioned here in chat tonight. We're just 4 hours shy of the record for preseason podcasts, and I don't think we're going to go that long in the Ice Conference, unfortunately. But we will break down these teams and give each GM their moment to shine here. Again, Larry, thank you for joining tonight. It's been a pleasure, at least at the halfway point here.
Yeah, anytime.
And it's been really insightful to hear another person's opinion besides Chris, who is a terrible GM, and hopefully he listens to this and hears me say that. Because the rivalry will never cease between me and Chris. All right. I guess we start off with the J division. They've been the better division for really as long as I can remember. Similar to the Fire Conference, the Topaz has dominated the Ruby. The Jade has dominated the Sapphire in terms of teams quality. And candidly, the Ice Conference has dominated the Fire Conference. If you remember last year, I think the wild card team in the Ice Conference would have won like divisions in the Ruby Conference. Between interleague play, the Ice Conference just crushes the Fire Conference. So excited to look at these teams. Oh, go ahead.
That could also be part of the fact that if the teams are more bunched together talent-wise, right, you're going to get one result. Whereas if there's a couple of really not so good teams with a couple of really good teams, those really good teams are going to win more games.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So it's all relative. So
correct. Yep.
I'm still going to say that the Fire Conference is not a pushover.
No, there's some really talented teams there, but again, if you have two teams make the playoffs and they can't even get to 500, I think that says something for the records that happen in interleague. But you're right. I mean, when you got a bunch of 100-win teams in the Fire Conference too, and they're beating up on their own conference, that makes sense as well. But all right, let's dive into the Mudcats. Right, Noah, Jesus, he hasn't he hasn't GM. It's getting late. He hasn't GM'd this team since 2005. Ryan and the New Orleans Mudcats are the cream of the crop right now over in the Ice Conference. Let's take a look at their league history. We haven't been doing this with every team. I kind of regret that. But 3 straight postseason appearances, 4 out of 5 seasons, and the 2004 champion. And then, of course, went to Game 7 last year. Back-to-back 100-win seasons. Larry, what's your thoughts here on the Mudcats?
The first thing that really sticks out to me, other than his ballpark is kind of average with everything, so there's not really one advantage one way or the other. But when you start looking at his pitching setup, he has a lot of lefties.
Yes.
And that's different, right? There's a lot of teams that we've seen in the other conference that have 2, 3 lefties. Some teams have 4, right? But he literally has 4 lefties in his bullpen and another 2 in his rotation. 6 lefties. I think this is the most lefties I've seen on a team. You have to say why. Why does he have so many lefties? Is it that's just the way it worked out, or is there a reasoning behind it? I think there's a reasoning behind it because when you start looking at these lefties, right, his worst pitcher is what, a 45 control. So he really favors control. And that's one of the more important stats, in my opinion. He also has a very low home run rate. So he knows what he's doing. He's got the right kind of pitchers. And it's possible the reason why he selected more lefties than righties, in this sense, more than most people, is because of the way that his ballpark is set up, right? You see that it's a very slight advantage between home runs left versus home runs right. I mean, it's like the small thing, but it's there. If I've got a lefty pitcher, I'm going to bring in a righty hitter. So when you pitch more lefties, you'll probably see more righties. I think he's trying to play to his strengths, which speaks volumes and explains 100% why this team is always in the playoff. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, no, he's a talented GM, and he knows the game pretty well as well. I mean, he's had top-end talent in his rotation. He's had the best rotation, or one of the top 3 rotations in the TBL for a good half-decade at this point, and that's anchored by Mike Shane, 2-time Pitcher of the Year here, 2012, 2013. And this guy's just been really lights out here in his career. And he's revamped his rotation this year. He brought in Matt Florence from his 2014 rival, Milwaukee. And Matt Florence is, I guess, the piece missing now from the Mobsters as we looked at their team starting to go in the other direction. I mean, this guy's put up some crazy numbers over the last few years. And all of a sudden he's in a new uniform. So, Ryan values starting pitching as one should, as they do the bulk of the work, right? The bullpen's important, but if the starters can get you deep into games, that's going to lead to success, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
Chris Anderson, another
For sure.
piece. I mean, this is what, season 7 now? Season 7, maybe. He started in the bullpen the first few seasons, but he's been a really, really great starter for this team. Not with the best stuff. Doesn't throw really hard, but he's got great movement, great control, as you mentioned. And I do agree to your point. Control in out of the park 25 is way more important than it's been in past. Control's always been important, but compared to past versions of this game, I feel like control's a really key statistic to having a strong pitcher in this version. I feel like one of the things about out of the park 25, walks went way up. Like if you have a pitcher with low control, guys are walking more and getting on base more, and that can hurt.
Well, and the other thing too about Anderson, I really like Anderson. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like if he wants to trade him and cover a lot of that contract, I'm more than happy to take him off your hands. But you shouldn't trade him to me because he's really good.
8th
I
round
like
pick, by the way.
I like an over-the-top arm slot on an extreme ground ball pitcher. That to me is bee's knees, shall we say it? Because if you can play defense with ranged guys, that over-the-top arm slot really helps with the ground ball.
Why is that? Actually, I guess I don't know that logic.
If you think about it from a physics perspective, right? I'm assuming they put this, once again, there's probably some stuff about this game that we sort of infer or whatever we make up that may not necessarily
May not
be
be
in the
coded
game.
in. Yeah, I know, totally.
Yeah, exactly, right? It might be a lot simpler than the way that my brain works, right?
Yeah.
But just speaking from being a baseball guy, when you have an over-the-top arm slot, that really enhances things like your splitter, your changeup, whatever. That means you get a lot more downward action on the baseball. So as a hitter, right, when the ball's released from the pitcher, right, the ball's on a downward trajectory to the catcher, right? The catcher's not standing to catch the ball, he's crouched. So the ball leaves the pitcher's hand and goes down to the catcher. If you have an over-the-top arm slot, that really emphasizes that downward action as opposed to a sidearm guy, right? A sidearm guy, you're going to sling the ball, it's going to be flatter, longer.
Yeah.
As a hitter, I'm waiting to hit. If it's a sidearm ball and it's flatter, I have more time to set the height of my swing and get on plane with the baseball, right? In other words, take the better part of my bat and hit the middle of the baseball to drive it as hard as possible, right? Because it's on that same line, that same plane longer. So
Sure.
I like over the top guys because to me it's more realistic of that downward changing, right? 3/4 guys are okay too. But sidearm guys are the ones that you want to look for guys that they have to have a good fastball. A sidearm guy who's a ground baller isn't as good of a ground baller, in my opinion and my experience. Once again, just like was pointed out to us in the chat, my team has a 250 winning percentage, so take what I say with a grain of salt, I guess. Right? Yeah, don't think I didn't see that, Jay. I saw it. So, anyway, but I would assume they would put this in the game for a reason. Extreme ground ball with an over-the-top arm slot to me is the best kind of pitcher if you have second and short with a lot of range. And when you look at his second and short, they've got range.
Yeah.
So
No,
he's
I think
lined
there's
up
something
his
there. Like,
pitching with his hitting.
I think there's something there, right? Like, because to your point, we don't know exactly all the underhood mechanics, but why would they put it in if there wasn't some kind of impact?
Yeah.
So that definitely makes sense. And as a guy who I just just learned runs a batting cage business, you would know about swings. So that's
Yeah, a little bit.
some really great insight there. I like that. He's got a young guy here too. Looks like maybe on his official first-year campaign, maybe came up after the deadline last year, and Antonio Cannon for a 5th starter. Again, this is why his rotation's been so deep year after year out. This is a 65 potential number 5, who's 23 years old. And then Dave Rodriguez. This guy's also a rookie, and he's got great potential. Hasn't pitched that well so far. Well, not bad either. But
One thing I
again,
want to
it's
just
super deep.
point out real fast. It looks like, I don't know, to me, I don't see your screen anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's probably on me.
In case others are not able to see your screen.
Are you looking in?
I'm looking in Discord.
Huh.
It's just doing like this spinny thing. It might be working. It might be
No,
me. I don't know.
No, that's probably me. Let me just stop and start it again. Who's in our chat here? Is that Steve? Steve, are you hanging out in our chat right now?
Terps fan. Who's Terps fan?
I'm pretty sure that's Steve. You're on mute, Steve. But if you want to chime in, feel free to join this conference podcast.
Yeah. There you go. Now I can see it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I felt like
No,
it
that's
might
okay.
be
I
important
appreciate that.
if
That's
others had the
definitely
same
important to
issue.
see. I don't think it's the same because it looks like my OBS is still streaming, but yeah, perfect. Yeah, you're right. The back 4 guys here, all left-handed pitchers. So, and they've all been pitching really well except for Wentworth, and I'm sure that'll improve.
Yes. Tons of good, strong lefties on this team. So if I was to attack this team, right, if I was in a series against them or whatever, I would really look for right-handed guys. 100% right-handed guys.
Yep, fair enough. His lineup's nothing to sneeze at either. Even though the pitching is kind of what anchors this team, he's got great players. Jamie Font's one of my favorite players in this league. Power, gap, contact, eye. He's got it all. And he's off to a tremendous start again this season. I mean, any guy can fall off a cliff, but if I had to put money on a wager right now for Hall of Fame, I would bet on this guy. And again, I'm just kind of looking at injury history. I think, he's pretty much an Iron Man. He's got a 2-week hamstring strain back in 2013, so he never comes off the field or out of the game, excuse me. But yeah, Andy Morse, great framing, great blocking, so sets up his pitching staff for success with a strong catcher. Font's obviously a great bat, third baseman. Dubs is okay. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong third baseman. Danny Ventimiglia looks really nice.
So yes, they definitely have a lot of guys that look really nice. But on a team like this, you have to look for little things. And one of the little things that sticks out to me is that you don't have a lot of guys that take a lot of walks, right? You've got Founts that takes walks, right? And then beyond him, right, you've got Lim, who can kind of take walks because he's got a 60 eye. And after that, there's not a lot there. So if I was, once again, trying to attack this team in a series, I would probably tell my guys to pitch around these guys because they're not going to take a lot of walks, right? They do a pretty good job of avoiding strikeouts. So, you can't necessarily just go straight at them. So I think that the strategy here is you pitch around them and hope for the best.
Yeah, for sure. That's good insight. I think you're right on. I mean, it's crazy though. Even with the low walks, right? It's just April, but he's second in on-base percentage in the ice conference right now. So he's hitting close to 300 with a lot of those guys.
Right.
I
He's
guess
second in on base because he's getting hit.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, he's
You know what I
third in
mean?
average and second in on base. So yeah, I mean that's true. But his offense has been killer. Just look at his stat rankings in April. He's first in a lot of pitching categories. He's first in some hitting categories. So really on both sides of the ball, he's been really strong. Jeremy Blackwell is shortstop. Great defensively, great offensively. The former 1-1 has had some injury history. So sometimes he's out of the lineup, which is detrimental. But he's a great team.
He's playing Blackwell at short, or is he playing him at third? Because
He's playing him at
I could make the argument that he's a better third. That error, to have an 80 infield error with that 65 arm, that's a lockdown third baseman.
Yeah, so
Now,
again,
granted, a lot of
it's a
people
little
like to see
higher
some
than
power out of it, but
I was gonna say it's a
yeah,
little higher
I
than
mean,
OSA has it. He has it at 60-75, but yeah,
yeah,
point taken. And if you look at his third
I should be
baseline,
looking from OSA instead of my scout.
well, the other problem is though, like again, you know, who do you place at shortstop then if you're taking him and putting him over there, because you can't move Ventimilla over, and then where you put Ventimilla. So I think it's more about team fit here, and that's why, you know, Blackwell's the shortstop on this team. If you have another guy who has good offense and slightly better bars, then yeah, I agree. He probably is slightly better at third base. But yeah, I guess the kind of the weakness would be his outfield defense. Outside of Dave Donnelly, who actually isn't even starting, so maybe he's a backup. Or Yadi Lim, excuse me, who's out for 4 to 5 months now. I kind of see his outfield as a weakness. And, you know, I'm being a little facetious here. Facetious isn't the right word, but Mike Brightwell's a good fielder and a good hitter. But his left field and his center field, now that the injury has happened, is maybe just kind of a weak point on this team, if there is any.
That would matter more if he had more neutral and fly ball pitchers. I think he's already equipped to handle this because he's got that heavily ground ball. Some of his best guys are ground ball guys. He's got some neutral guys in there too, though. So if I was him, once again, take this for whatever it's worth, I would go get me two things. I would go get me a third baseman, or I mean a shortstop. Sorry, I would go get a defensive shortstop, move that other guy to third, and then I would also go get a defensive center fielder.
But
Because
then
you can
then
take.
what are you doing? Are you DHing Ventimilla? Because I don't think he's worth taking out of the lineup.
So I would put Ventimilla. And, I mean, he's not a slouch, but he's one of those guys. He's not on defense. He's not really solid at. I mean, he's solid at a lot of things, but he's not spectacular, right?
I guess
If you're gonna
technically he
go
could play
ground
first
ball
too.
pitcher, yeah, he could play first. You could put him at first, but
Might be better than Marquez.
I would definitely go get a defensive shortstop because the guy who's here, right? I want to put that Blackwell. I want to put him at third. I really want to put him at third because I think he's a wall, right? The guy that he's got at third, Ventimilla here, right? He's okay. He's okay. But I think you could get a better guy. I think you got a better guy that's there, and then I think you move Ventimilla to first. But then, okay, so then what does that do with Marquez? It allows you to put Marquez on the bench or on the designated hitter.
Yeah, and
Sorry,
Marquez
I'm
is pretty
talking.
below average, even as a first baseman, so that might make sense. But again,
Yeah,
we're being
yeah.
very nitpicky here. This is obviously a great team.
Oh, well, 100%, 100%.
So,
Because
but you got to find something to talk
okay.
about.
Lloyd is okay. But he to me looks like a backup outfielder. Or you could start him because you've had some injuries. You could start him out there on against lesser pitching teams, or maybe when you're playing in a ballpark that's more conducive to home runs, because then you get the offensive boost from it, right? There's a lot of different ways to do it. But so I think this is a team that will win really a lot of games right now, but they're not unbeatable yet. But they could be. I think a couple of steps, a couple of trades, I think he could be unbeatable.
Well, clearly in a 5-game series he might be unbeatable, but not in 7, as we learned last year. So, New Orleans has a nice system, a nice team and a nice system. They've got 2 top 10 prospects, and one of them is really close. Jalen Dilworth, first baseman, so maybe he's the solution at first base as they hit the call-up day and look into the postseason, right? 80 potential and just got some really nice bars on the offensive side of things. So,
question you have to ask yourself though is
Schaefer too,
it too early for Dilworth?
Holy fuck! Look at Schaefer's offensive bars. This guy is sexy as hell, and he's just as good an outfielder as Lloyd is. So I think this is another guy we see at the deadline, and as they go into the postseason, they're going to be freaking loaded.
Oh, he's also only 12 games into Double-A. So
Schaefer?
I think Dave Schaefer you're talking about, right?
Yeah, but I mean, look at his. He's been in the minor leagues for 5 seasons now, and he's been okay. At every level he's played at. I mean, he's close to fully
So
developed. No,
yeah, his
no.
OPS is good enough to move up, sure, but I don't know if I would move him up. I would want to put him in AAA first, at least for a little bit, because he's
Yeah,
only got 12 games above A plus.
yeah. He's only 21. But I think there's time to put him in triple. I mean, he's shown he can hit here. 356 OBP, not great, but good enough. He's shown he can play at Double A. Maybe he's in Triple A over the next week or so, and then by the time call-up day comes, which is like the third week of the season, we see him making his debut. And again, the season goes quick, so
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, we'll see where this team lands. But if they bring up 2 top 10 prospects to add to what they have right now, that's an extremely dangerous team, and maybe the hardest team to beat here in the ice as we go, look at the rest of these teams.
Yeah.
But
They definitely have the pitching piece solved.
yeah, yep, absolutely. All right, who finished second last year? I think it was, I don't even know. I think it was Fort Collins, and that's going to be a bad guess probably. Oh, they finished first, so we skipped over Fort Collins, but Fort Collins didn't make the championship game, so they can. New Orleans was the third place team last year with 100 wins. That's how good this division was.
Wow.
So, Fort
I
Collins.
never would have guessed that.
Yeah, 300 win teams last year. Pretty amazing. Fort Collins was really good last year. They're off to a strong start again this year. Kyle has been one of the most consistent GMs in this league. He's also an OG. He's been here since the beginning. And you can see 5 straight playoff appearances going for number 6. And even the years he missed, 84 wins, 82 wins, and lost in what looks like a game 163 right here in 2010. 82 wins when he missed here. He's been above 500 almost every season, with the exception of 2005. So he definitely knows what he's doing, and he knows how to win consistently, and he's got some really nice pieces as well. Audrey Crawford obviously leads this team in terms of the staff. Another one of these guys with 2 strong pitches and then kind of a third pitch, and he doesn't even have a fastball.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Changeup, sinker, splitter. Well, splitter's
Yep.
a fastball, right? Split finger fastball? Is that what a splitter is?
I wouldn't call it a fastball. I would. When I threw them, it was kind of a fastball. So
Yeah.
it all
Fair
depends on how Marcus felt.
Yeah. What are your thoughts here on this team?
Well, I mean, when you look at their park is
Pitching friendly,
really
right?
geared towards doubles and triples, right?
They're pretty neutral, but yeah.
Home
agreed.
run wise, average wise, they're in the middle, right?
Yeah.
But their advantage is in the doubles and triples.
Gap.
So what they should be looking at exactly is gap and speed. You got guys with gap and guys with speed, right? Who are the same. Man, you could tell it's been a long day because I'm starting to talk silly, right? But if you've got guys with gap and speed together, those are going to be the guys that he's going to want to target. He has Pete Robinson, who's got some speed and some gap. I would like to see once again, I take what I say when just like it was pointed out in the general channel, right? I have a 250 winning percentage for now. Pete Robinson is good. I would try to get more guys like Pete Robinson. I would get more gap because gap's not something that a lot of teams really favor. And when you have a ballpark like that, you can really use gap and speed as an asset and turn your team into a bunch of doubles and triple machines. That being said, I like the fact that he's got some guys who will take walks on this team. He's got a lot of guys with good eyes. Jason Blanc really sticks out to me. Being 26, this dude is awesome, right?
Yeah.
The fact that he
My God,
doesn't
power
strike
and
out.
eye. Jeez.
Yeah, he's got the power eye, right? And he's a
avoid
fly
play.
ball hitter.
Yeah.
So you put him
When you walk 40 more
any-
times than you strike out, that's insane.
he's like 1994 Big Frank Thomas, man. I'm telling you. I had to work a White Sox reference in there somewhere,
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. One of my
So,
favorite baseball cards to collect back in
yeah,
the
dude, when I was in high school, I had the high tops like Big Frank, but that's a whole nother thing.
day.
I played first base and pitcher, so whatever. Point being, I like Blanc. I think he's definitely a piece to hang on to and build around. But I would like to see more guys like Pete Robinson, right? It's too bad Mike High doesn't have a little bit of speed to go with his gap. I think that would really set this team up for some real good success. So they have some guys who are nice. Pitching wise, right? They have Crawford, like you mentioned. Crawford is a stud, and he's left-handed. And he's an extreme ground ball guy, right? That goes without saying. But you've got guys like Goldsberry, right, with that 70 control. Even though he's a fly ball pitcher, right? If you've got the range in the outfield to go along with that, he can still have success in your park. Because your park is not a home run park, right?
Yeah.
So I think that was a good signing. It looks like that was a free agent that came to him this year at $1.8 million. I think he's going to get a really good value.
Oh, absolutely.
Even though the
Yeah.
guy
I mean,
is not the most popular guy, I think he's going to get a good value there.
just look at his numbers. I mean, again, early on, but like 18 Ks to 1 walk, .76 whip. So he's already showing he's got a little more potential here than he did in Galveston.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, his rotation's not as deep as New Orleans. There's definitely some flaws here. Like, I mean, I don't hate, again, maybe going by ratings and it shouldn't, but because there's some nice pitches here on Mickey Cowell, but certainly not New Orleans caliber in terms of what they've got. Again, 3 nice pitches for Jeremy Dunn here, but the control
The
is
one
the problem.
the one area I would look to upgrade if I was this team is my center fielder. Nothing against Shane Hunt. Shane Hunt is okay. It's hard to not like somebody who's hitting 377. To me, this looks like a fast start for him. And the fact that he's got that 55 in center field, to me, suggests that he's more of a corner outfielder, especially with the power. I would see if he's maybe a corner outfielder, and I would try to go get me a defensive center fielder to pair with, the other guys that you have. Because you've got a couple of fly ball pitchers, right? Goldsberry's a fly ball pitcher. Moore's a fly ball pitcher, right? You got a couple of neutral guys to go with that too. You're not overly ground ball-y, if that's even a term, right? So that means you're going to give up some fly balls. I think your center fielder needs to be able to catch a little bit more. I'd like to see a little bit more on the center fielder, and I think that will be if you do that, and you especially if you can find a center fielder with defense and gap and speed, right? That's the kind of guy I would target.
Yeah, no, I kind of I agree with that, and you can just look again. This is early on, but if it's any indication of the direction the season's going, the pitching, the defense could use improvement, even with some of those top end pieces, and the offense has been zinging along. So, yeah,
Because
for sure.
his
I do.
bullpen, right?
Pete Robinson's
His
a free
bullpen
agent pickup,
hasn't
so that's
been
kind
that
of nice.
good. Yeah. His bullpen could be better. It's okay, but it could be better. And the reason why I think his bullpen, it's not because of the guy's pitching. I think it's that center fielder.
Yeah, that's fair. Center fielder, Chris and I, the one thing we do hammer away on every podcast is those 3 key positions that really drive your defense: catcher, shortstop, and center field. If you can kind of figure out those positions defensively, it can just, have such a strong impact on the results on the pitching side of things. And obviously center fielder does rely a little bit on left and right field, and shortstop relies on second base and the third baseman, but those are kind of the anchor positions.
And his catcher, Caston, is a good defensive catcher, right? 65 framing, 70 blocking. He's a good defensive catcher.
Yeah.
So
Off to a nice start.
he's got that piece.
Yep. All right, let's look at the system real quick and then on to the next one. Yeah, pretty good. No top 100 prospects, but he's got some depth in his system. A lot of these guys are close, right? He's got a couple of guys at the top in AAA. So reinforcements if he wants to bring them up. Right field, not really what you need. Left field.
Yeah.
But again, as some of these guys age out, he's got replacements lined up.
Well, what I see at another when on the screen that I'm looking at here, I feel the top guys potential wise, 3 of the top 4 are first basemen. So he needs to diversify a little bit.
I don't know. I feel like you can put Castillo in left field. Again, from OSA side, I mean, 60 range is okay. The
Yeah,
arm's not
Castillo you
great.
can put in left field. Absolutely, you can put Castillo in left field.
I mean,
Right?
you
But
don't
I
think
wasn't
Arona too?
I wasn't counting him.
Arona
I would
can play
say
too.
Monzo,
You're the top
Santos,
four.
and Arias. Right? If you
Okay.
just rank them by potential rating, and once again,
I see
potential
what
doesn't,
you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay.
right?
I was just going by
No.
their prospect, their number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arias, right? He's not really anything other than a first baseman. Because, I mean, yeah, sure, he's got that second base, third base, but it's not, I wouldn't play him there. He has no range,
I mean, what?
right?
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the AAA guys. I understand. Sorry, I'm not on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like.
Sorry, I should probably have your screen up too.
That's all good. I like Armando Carrillo. He's like super far away, and you never know if he's gonna dev. I mean, literally 16-year-old international free agent. So actually, I didn't even bring that up. You have no idea what he's gonna become. Probably nothing as good as he looks. So.
Yeah, those guys are always. I try not to look too hard at those guys, other than when we're doing the international amateur signings,
Yeah.
because you kind of sign them and then you kind of forget about them until later, because a lot of times if you're putting a lot of stock into it, they're going to break your heart.
This is a good moment to rip some of our inactive GMs. Like, how do we have these type of potentials sitting over here in IAFA a month into the season when we've got guys with $6 million available in budget? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? San Diego, you're one of the worst teams in the league. What are you doing? Oahu, oh shit, I probably should bid on somebody, and not call myself out, but I usually do. I think I actually maybe lost a bid to someone over here and then haven't followed up, but that was kind of embarrassing that I just called myself out.
Well, I'll call myself out too, right? I still have $4.5 million that I could spend also. But the thing too is right, that comes out of my budget. And my budget is so tight already. I'm already under I'm 300,000 under where I should be,
Yeah.
right? So for me to spend another 4 million doesn't make a lot of sense.
I mean, I allocate that money like over here on this screen, so I don't even see that on my front office screen, so I always know it's there. Like, I have 4 million available, but I always keep my IFA budget up. And people can, if they're strapped for cash, can turn this to zero, obviously, and use that cash on free agents or whatever they want. And perhaps some people are, but yeah, no, good point.
Yep.
All right, let's keep going.
But I think if you change that budget, I don't think it changes the number here for
It
your
does.
total. I think you could still. It
No,
does?
It does. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'll do it right now just to show you, and then I'll go back. So I had 4 million, now I have 10 million.
Yeah, it changes that number, but go to the international amateur screen.
Oh yeah, no, agreed. But if you don't have it here, then you don't have money to bid here. Like, if you don't allocate it there and then you spend all this, then you can't do anything over here because you don't have the budget to do it. That's my point. So I keep it aside separately, so I always have that room for IAFA. I guess my point is, and I don't forget and overspend. Let's look at our next 100-win team here in the J division. That was the Las Vegas High Rollers. They had really a bounce back year. They've been down the last couple of years after having some really successful seasons, and Zach's done a really good job rebuilding this team.
So the first thing I'm going to say is either he had a really bad sim or he hasn't exported in a little bit, because he's got 4 guys who are all out that are not on the DL. And by out, I mean like out for weeks and months and everything else.
I haven't pulled exports. He had a really bad sim. He actually called it out in chat that he just had like a bunch of fucking injuries. So.
Okay.
But he's been pretty good. I mean, you can see consistency in mid-20s. He kind of dropped off and was back and forth, back and forth. Zach is one of the more savvy and active traders in this league. And that's where I'm going to give him a lot of credit. He gets value, and he, well, candidly, I think he, at least in my conversations with him, I feel like he tries to lowball me sometimes on trade offers. But if you get another GM to bite on that, that's great value, right? So, you know, it's a good approach to take, and he's done really well in reloading his system, and he's got a really dangerous team. I mean, just look at these team stat rankings. Again, not the end-all, be-all, but he's got some top players here on the offensive side of the ball. Your thoughts?
Well, the first thing that sticks out to me is he's only got 3 lefties. I've always
Are we talking
I've
pitching?
always said
Yeah.
yes.
Pitching.
I'm sorry. Were you talking about hitting? I'm sorry.
I was just
I
saying he's
always
got
start
some
with
really
pitching.
great position players. No, that's good.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said pitchers.
He's got some
So
deep pitching,
it's
but you're
it's
right.
gonna
The
be
lefties are
it's
lacking.
gonna be. If we want to talk about position players, that's fine. The thing is with him is he's got all these injuries. So what are we gonna do here, right? What does his backup look like? Because that's basically what he's gonna have for months.
Yeah, those are some bad
And
injuries, man.
yeah, 3 months, 5 weeks. 5 weeks is even a kind of terrible one. And Taylor
Yeah.
was a fantastic defensive center or
One of the best.
shortstop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we looked at someone else earlier, and I had Taylor in the back of my mind as competing for that.
I mean, he's going to probably have to move Thack over to play short, right? His second baseman's going to have to go play short, which he can. He's very, very capable there. Oh, wait, he can't because Thack got hurt too. So what's
Yeah.
he going to do? This is going to be a real test for him to find depth, right? His depth is going to be tested.
Just wondering what he has in AAA right now. He's got Jose Alarcon, but
Yeah.
that's not really a solution. Yeah, you're right. This is going to be, his defense is going to suffer. But really, 4 to 5 weeks, that's 2 sims in this league. And while that's a lot of games, I don't think it's enough to sink a really talented team.
No,
It may be
but I think
cost them a 100-win season.
Yes.
Like
I was going to say it pushes him to wild card, I think.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. I like his catcher.
Very much.
His
Yeah.
catcher defensively is amazing.
Yep.
And the fact is, he's getting 324 hitting out of this guy with a 40. Hey, man, that guy, go buy a lotto ticket because,
So-
that's amazing that he's getting that. That won't happen. That won't continue.
Oh, absolutely. Do you think a guy like this, because his offensive bars aren't great, he's got the 75 sack bunt. Do you crank that bar up so every time he's in a position to do something like that, he does it?
So,
I usually
what's
don't
funny?
touch bunting much.
Really?
Yeah, I
So,
don't mess with that slider too much.
Without revealing too much, I will say that I touch bunting for sure.
Okay.
A guy like this, what I would do is I would have that sacrifice bunt way up there, and because like you said, that's his strength, right? What does
Yeah.
he bring to the table? Sacrifice bunting and catching defense. Sure, he's hitting 324. That's fantastic. Love it. Give him a gold star. But what is he going to do long term over the course of the season, right? But the thing too is I think this game, based on the era that we play in, right? Different eras act differently. If we were playing in the 1916, I would say he would be bunting more. But since we play in 2016, right? Once again, assuming that our ratings and everything that I've seen suggest that they are, assuming that our ratings and our stats and everything are set to be matching sort of the era that we're in, right? Bunting is going to be not a very often kind of thing that happens. So with that being said, when you have a guy who's so proficient at bunting, that means you got to crank that slider. Otherwise, he ain't going to do it. So I think, like you said, you crank up that sacrifice bunt because if he's ever got an opportunity to do it, he's going to be amazing at it.
Yeah.
Now, you also look at where does he bat in the batting order? He bats 9th. So that means what's going to happen is the guys in front of him have got to get on base for that sacrifice bunt to even be an option. When you take a look at the guys that he has, these guys, Espargosa and E are not hitting real good. So what I would do, once again, not claiming to be an expert, 250 winning percentage, all that stuff that we've said 16 times. I would move Perone up in the batting. I would probably switch him and Yee, because that way you can take advantage of that awesome sacrifice bunt when you've got a couple of guys in front of him that might get on base a little bit better.
Yeah, I somewhat agree with that. I think Yee's off to a slow start, but if you look historically, I don't think these are terrible offensive numbers. I think he could still be in front of Perone, but you're right. Espargos is really struggling, and in the past hasn't been a very strong offensive piece. So I understand that. I feel like sometimes you put that guy back down here because of the speed and the base running, and just because if you look at Espargos, he sucks too. It's at base running, so I guess that's a wash. So I guess I agree with you there.
Yeah.
It's funny how little micro adjustments like that, can be overlooked. For sure.
Sure. Once it could make a difference, or maybe we're inferring again something that's interesting inside OTP that's not really there. I don't know. But to me, I think that if you're going to take advantage of that sacrifice bunt, you need to move him up just a little bit.
Yeah.
That he has an opportunity to do it. But pitching wise, though, I think you need to go find a lefty.
I do
Once
want to
again,
just
I
highlight,
like.
before we go to pitching, I just want to highlight like Jason Bassett.
Right.
I mean, this guy's a great fielder and a great hitter, and I think he's going to be a superstar in this league for a minute. Just because we haven't mentioned him, I thought worth bringing up. And Miguel Gayton as well. This guy's, I feel like he was a former 1-1. Am I wrong about that? Let's see. 15th overall. So he is an MVP back in last year. So I think it's worth mentioning him on this team as well. And then Matthew Taylor here. Somehow, I don't understand how a guy can get through into his third season and be that far away from his potential. Always kind of, fifth season and be that far away from his potential. That always kind of drove me crazy. I mean, I guess he's only 25 and it kind of makes sense in that fashion, but you'd think he would either bring that potential down to match his overall or go up. You wouldn't still think there's room to improve there.
Right.
Maybe that's
especially
a bad
being
opinion,
25. I don't know what you have the I forget what the name of the setting is. There's a setting that you can set it where they reach their peak at a certain age or whatever, and you don't need to tell me what that is.
I'm not sure.
Every league's different.
Yeah. I'm not sure what I have that set on. I didn't know that was a thing. Maybe I have to look under the hood.
Like I'm in a league where the guys from Australia, they peak around 29.
Oh wow.
But you got guys who are still playing until they're like 42. It's very different.
Fair.
Each league is different. So, but yeah, I don't know.
Yep.
Either that or maybe he just recently regressed. But like you said, when they regressed a little bit, the potential comes down too.
Yeah. All right, yeah, on to the pitching. So didn't mean to cut you
Yeah.
off there.
Oh, you're good. You're totally good. So he needs a lefty. I would really look into bringing a left. Well, actually, the first immediate need for this team is they need to address the injuries that are there. These guys, one good thing about them being injured now is you'll still have time to get them when the playoff, before the playoffs hit, right? Other than Ebold, right? You've got the other guys, even Lowe, who's out for 3 months, still, for the playoffs. You'll still have your full team when the playoffs hit. What you need to do is go out and get yourself a couple of defensive replacements or something, or just something like that to plug in just to fill the gap until these guys come. And I would also look into getting a lefty.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, fortunately, his injuries haven't hit the pitching staff as hard, luckily. So you're right. I mean, in terms of just addressing things, maybe adding a lefty starter. And I don't know if any of these guys can start. I'm just looking at them real quick. Looks like straight bullpen.
Well, you look
Jason
at the
Anderson
bullpen,
might
right?
be able to start.
And 40 stamina, you're going to be having him on a pitch count.
40 stamina? Oh, yeah, I didn't see
and
that,
that's fine. He might be able to get you 4 or 5 innings. But then you got to have the bullpen to back it up. Now, do they have the bullpen to back it up? I think they do.
They do, yeah. I mean, we talked about
They
teams
do.
that don't have any yellow. I mean, he's got one, and it's Anderson,
Yep.
who we just mentioned. So.
Yep.
Yeah, no. So I feel like this team's pretty deep, and hopefully they'll be able to weather that injury storm.
Yeah. For sure. Another thing I like about his pitching staff is that he's got a lot of guys with a really good fastball. So he's got a couple of really good power pitchers that are in there.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, I like that Shimabukuroko. I don't even know how to say that. Shimabukuro. Shigeru. We're gonna call him Shigeru. Sure. Like Harry Carey, right? When he couldn't say Villanueva for Hector Villanueva. Remember the catcher on the Cubs? I'm a little older than you are, so maybe you don't. But
I don't
Cubs used to have
remember the specific references because it's Chicago, but
he used to have a catcher. Do you know who Harry Carey is?
Shima Bakura, of course. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. He had the catcher Hector Villanueva, and he couldn't say his name. He would stumble over, and this is after he had his stroke and everything. So he would start calling him, well, Hector. He just referred to him always as Hector. Right.
Yeah.
So, and I once again diehard White Sox fan, but everybody I know is Cub fans, like
Yeah.
including like my grandma and grandpa. Kid go watch game at their grandpa'd have the Cubs on, so whatever, right?
Yeah.
I just
No, I get it.
silently root for the other team.
I know niche nerd facts about the Red Sox, I'm sure, that aren't like as known, but when you're in the city, it's hard to avoid
Yeah.
learning stuff like that. This guy, I like the school he came from. If you struggle with his name, I'd like you to pronounce the high school real quick for me. Fukuoka Daiichi.
That's something. So here's another fun fact. I've seen my hometown, and like I don't live in like I live near Chicago, right? But I don't like live in Chicago, right? I live in the suburbs. I've seen where the town that I live in comes up as like the school, right? Like my high school. I've seen a player that has my high school listed as his high school, not in
That's pretty
TBL,
cool.
but
Yeah.
still, it's wild how deep the database is for this.
I had a guy in the other league I play in, the Sky. I live in a town in Vermont, and this guy was from the next town over, so I definitely kept extending him beyond what I needed to, just because I wanted
For
that
sure.
hometown guy. Especially Vermont, like
Sure.
how many guys make the major leagues from Vermont? I'll give you a clue. None, for the most part.
None, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I can't think of any that I can think of
there
from
was
Vermont.
I actually faced a guy in high school who ended up being a prospect for the Pirates, and I think he did make the major leagues, but he never made really a big dent. But anyways, looking at his system, he's got an okay system here, not top end, but there's some talent here, and he's got a lot of guys in AAA right now. So in terms of filling in for those injuries, maybe some of these guys can come up and just kind of play that role, and maybe they're guys that would have been waited. He would have waited on for the call-up day deadline, but maybe they come up a little early now.
Well, he's also got pitching on top of pitching.
It's not a bad thing, in my opinion.
Well, it's definitely not a bad thing. But what I would maybe consider doing is taking some of these pitching prospects and flipping them for maybe another shortstop or another center fielder or something.
Absolutely.
Because that way you could.
Everybody always needs pitching.
Yeah.
Like it's always a hot market for pitching, so I think that's not that's not a far-fetched idea. It's very feasible.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Let's keep this thing going here.
Okay.
Number 4, I want to say, oh gosh, must have been Tampa Bay, right? Meet the team. Tampa Bay, 4th place last year. Cole's done a really good job turning this franchise around. When he took this team over, it was a dumpster fire, and he's been to 3 straight postseasons. So I want to say he started in 2009 and made a super surprising run to the postseason. And then his team went back to the reality of what they were, which was really bad. But then he got some top prospects that developed, and he's been a competitor since that point. Let's take a look at what he has going on in 2016, and we'll start with the pitching because I threw you off last time. So let's start on the right side of the ball.
Well, the first thing I always look at is the ballpark, because the
Right.
pitching and the ballpark have to line up, and then the defense and the pitching have to line up, right? The ballpark itself is ever so slightly, home run friendly, just a little.
It's pretty neutral.
Not enough.
I agree.
Yeah, not enough to really make me go, oh my God, I can only pitch extreme ground ball guys, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at his pitching, right, it's pretty good. He's got guys that can keep the ball in the park. He's definitely built his team around ground ball guys. You can see that. So to pair with that, right, you'd want to see the defensive guys having a lot of range up the middle and all that, and we can look at that in a second. But I like the fact that he's got this Aguiano guy, right?
Yeah.
He can be amazing with that splitter and that changeup. I don't know why it doesn't say he's a ground ball pitcher, because he, to me, looks like he would be a ground ball pitcher. He's got great control, right? I mean, he's earning his paycheck, but the thing is he's getting some bad luck right now, right? 356
Anguiano,
BABIP is not normal.
I
So
think
I
Anguiano is
would
like
think,
the best pitcher to never win a Pitcher of the Year award in this league.
yeah,
He's been amazing. Like honestly.
yep, 191 wins as a career. That's pretty good.
He
Oh,
led the
but
league in WHIP 6 straight seasons, 8 out of 9.
yeah.
That's amazing. Four straight ERA titles. No Pitcher of the Year award.
So when that stuff was happening,
Oh,
look
I'm
at what
sorry.
his look.
I'm sorry. That's all 2007. I'm reading this wrong. So,
Oh,
that's a shame.
but still,
Yeah, I don't want to give him that much credit because
it's okay. He played on
he's
4
still
teams in the
amazing.
same year.
He played on New York, Denver, and Huron in the same year, and then it shows the total column as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Looks like he played on New York that year too.
Yeah. That's crazy for 3 games.
Oh.
But
Well, the point
I
is,
don't understand
if
what
you
happened
look,
there. Don't remember.
yeah, his numbers right now, I think, are an aberration. It's like the entire Mexico City Chupacabras team right now, right? You know, we're a lot better than our record. This guy has got some bad luck going on. I think he's going to turn around and return to form. So
Yes, but beats
I
really
like
high.
him.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think also though he's 36, right? I mean, so this could be a preview to what's come or about to come, right? Like at some point, these guys take that dev hit and they dev down. So at 36, maybe this is where we see this drop to a 60 overall next year.
yeah, maybe.
And he doesn't get down. I mean, 2.77 is pretty outstanding. I know ERA is kind of a based stat, but you know, I mean, he could definitely take a slight hit. And I mean, this is what I love about Anguiano. This guy has never had the flu, you know? He's a freaking dog. He's never had a single injury at 36 years old. So yeah, you take his talent and then you take that history. I mean, he's an irreplaceable piece.
Yep. Just like Ariaza, and you know, he's got an irreplaceable piece, but he's out for 5 weeks.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to figure out how to replace him.
And he's constantly injured. So that's the only hit on Ariaza. I mean, this guy's what we call a scroll guy. You know, he's got multiple injuries a year, and eventually you're gonna have to scroll to see the bottom of this list.
So that's going to be a challenge right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also don't
when
like
he's
the
in,
30-hold runners.
you know, and then you got a pretty good closer that's there. I like the fastball and the stuff mixed up on Jones.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why we have the dual stopper. There's probably some strategy behind that, and that's fine. I've done that before, but usually I
Yeah,
do
a lot
that
of
in
teams
like
do
maybe
this.
a playoff situation.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of teams
Oh.
do this.
The thing is, for a stopper, you got to have stamina, right? And all of his pitchers, if you've noticed, the lowest stamina across the whole thing is 50. So all of these guys potentially could start. So if there's ever a team that's going to be able to handle losing a great pitcher for 5 weeks, it's going to be this team, because he's got other guys he can just kind of plug in there.
Yeah. I feel like a starter needs at least 3 pitches. So I don't know. I don't know if Jones could start technically, but I hear you with Mendel, like borderline starter, 3 pitches, terrible control. Again, I don't like a low control guy in the starting rotation. Joe Zukowski, I want to just take a look at this guy real quick because he's a rookie this year, and he's going to be a nice piece once his cutter comes in a little bit more. And Murata, has Murata been on this team that long? I feel like he wasn't always on Tampa. Let's take a look. Yeah, he's been on a couple teams here. This was one of those guys that you just mentioned, you know, got paid a huge contract without anything being proven about him, and luckily it panned out. He's been really good. But he was like getting $30 million a year straight out of like international, straight from an international signing.
32.6 is it's a
Actually,
chunk of change.
yeah, actually, his salary was really low the first 2 years. I think
It's a chunk of change.
it was a front-loaded contract. So Kingston and Oklahoma City's the same franchise. They just changed names here. So he was getting paid $57 million a year on the last year of his contract.
Wow.
Yeah. From a GM who quit after giving that contract out.
Oh.
Which is okay. He's in my other league, and I give him shit for it all the time.
Yeah.
But
I'll keep my opinions to myself on that. I've seen that many times.
Rick Wagesback, a fantastic name, Rick Wagesback. Happy of Manayunk, Rick Happy of Manayunk Wagesback. That's clearly an AI-generated name, because who could even think of that?
Yeah, that's crazy. But the thing about Wags back here that you have to look at least the thing that sticks out to me is he's got a 45 control, and he's a ground baller, right? If he had more stuff, he would be a power pitcher. He doesn't have that. So as a ground baller, you have to have more control than this. So you have to set him up in a way where he has to go right at hitters. Otherwise, he's going to walk him and get himself into trouble. In my opinion, I don't think that he's the kind of guy that I would have up. I would try to move him or something somewhere else because I don't think he's got the right combination of things. I think you need to have either more control for a ground baller or you need to have better stuff for a power pitcher. This is kind of something in the middle. So, and throw in the fact that he's got a selfish personality, I would probably send him to AAA.
Does not suffer from low self-esteem. That's great. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the lineup.
Yeah, for sure.
I think this is
sure.
where this team's kind of behind their division rivals. Unless they've got great defense, the catcher's nice. Dusty Ward, he's got good framing. He's going to set up that staff for success.
Yeah, Ward is pretty good. The guys that I mean, I like Dawson, right? He's better than average, but he's a better than average second baseman. He's not a better than average shortstop, if you ask me. Right? Where are we playing him? Well, we're playing him at second base, so that's the right place to play him. So I forget Kyle. No, not Kyle. Who's the manager of this team?
This is
Who's
Cole.
GM?
Cole.
Okay, so Cole understands that he has to play the guys in the right spot. That's good, right? I'm glad to see that Dawson's playing second base.
Yeah.
But I would be a little bit worried about why does Thurna, who has the 70 error and the 65 arm and the 65 third base, why has he got such a negative zone rating? That to me is very strange.
Yeah, you would think this combo up the middle would be pretty good.
Yeah. But he's also turned 11 double plays. You don't see that
Well, I
many
think you're
percentage
playing
double
right next
plays
to a
by
third baseman who's not great. And I think, well, he's actually been okay this season, so the fuck do I know?
Yeah, man. It almost seems like this is a situation where there's been some bad luck because I think this is going to correct itself. So I think he just needs to wait it out a little bit. I think he's got the right pieces for his to account for the 5 weeks he's going to be missing Ariaza, and I think he's got the right pieces that are there. So what like you said, he needs to go get a defensive guy or a hitting guy. I'm sorry, man. You can tell it's late, can't you?
Yeah. I
He
hate what's
doesn't.
happening.
He's got
Go ahead.
Connolly, who's overachieving a little bit, right? Connolly also went from A+ straight to the big leagues. So where is Connolly really at? Is he really ready for the big league? That remains to be seen, right?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he's reached his full potential according to ratings. So it's a tough call if you want to keep him in AAA when he's sitting at 55 and you don't have a better option to plug in there.
I think
he's
he's going to regress
right now.
a little bit. Yeah, I think he's going to regress a little bit.
450 OBP.
But you're gonna. you're gonna need to see some more batting average out of some of these guys here, some more on base percentage out of some of these guys.
Yeah.
So I think this is a team that we need to kind of sit and wait and reassess in like a month. When the 5 weeks is over that Ariaza's gone, I think they're going to be closer to 500. I don't think they're going to still be 8-16 or whatever. You know what I mean? I think their winning percentage is going to go up.
Yeah. And I do want to point out two things here. One, Colin Shevlin. I hate what's happened to this guy. I mean, he's still got great potential here, but this was a former 1-1 pick, and this guy was looking like like future face of the franchise kind of guy, and he's regressed a little bit. Like he hasn't had an MVP type season, or even like conversation type season. So he's going to be a good piece, but he's not what you draft at 1-1. So that's unfortunate for Cole. And then the other thing you really got to point out is B.J. Swart. And I know you haven't been in the league forever, but this is the standard bearer for offense in this league. This guy has 4 MVPs, and they were in back-to-back seasons. No, they skipped one season. He should have 5 MVPs. He got traded in 2009, so people didn't vote for him because he got traded from the Fire to the Ice Conference. But this guy's been as good as you can be as an offensive player in this league. He's at 85 WAR right now. And he's out for 2 to 3 months, so that's huge. And that speaks towards maybe why some of his outfield is where it's at right now. Because Swart should be playing one of the corners. Danilo Illusion, like clearly not a great outfielder, and it should be B.J. Swart. So that definitely hurts him right now, and he's off to a really, really slow start. He's 8-16, so I'm not really sure he recovers. I think he recovers from 8-16, but I'm not sure he recovers in a division that's like hyper competitive.
His division's tough.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, let me ask you another question. What effect does a GM have? Like, if I had the best GM ever, what effect does that have on my lineup?
Well, you mean a GM, like the
Yes,
person running the team?
like in the staff roles.
Oh, you mean assistant GM?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
sorry.
Most teams don't have one.
They don't?
No, they just leave it vacant because it doesn't do anything.
Really?
Well, it does something if you have the settings that way, but basically, like, hold on, let me act as myself.
Am I wasting money on my team by having an assistant
Yeah.
GM?
So if everything over here is set to you, on the right side, if you're manually doing everything, the assistant GM doesn't do shit for you.
Really?
Like, yeah, if you switch these over to assistant GM, then that's where that guy plays a role. From what I understand, again, I don't know everything about the game.
I love this game, man, because I learn something new every day.
Yeah, that's just what I've been told. So you'll see a lot of teams without an assistant GM.
Yeah, I just noticed that about the team we were just looking at.
Tampa,
There was no assistant GM, and I was like, "Wow, really?"
We've talked about Joe Peters, and that was one of the things he got really upset about because I used to mandate that you had to hire an assistant GM because I thought, it's unprofessional not to have every position filled, and he got fucking pissed about that. And then after he left, I just let it go.
Okay.
But I mandated it while he was here, which just because he pissed me off about it.
Yeah, because I noticed that Tampa Bay does not have an assistant GM. That was the first team that I looked at their staff, and I went, "Oh, they don't have." I wonder if that's affecting things.
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, there we go. We all learned something new.
Yep. So, all right, let's look at his system, and then let's go to the next team. Tampa Bay. Anything going on down here? He's got pretty good system. 25 top 500 prospects, a lot of top 100 prospects, and again, a lot of guys close. Tim Young here, 60 of 80 starting pitching. This guy looks really nice. If he can maximize his potential, his stuff's got a ways to go. But you can see Cole's kind of conservative, right? Most GMs, if they had a 60-80 sitting here, they'd be calling that guy up.
Yeah, they'd bring him up.
Yep. But I kind of like the fact that he's held him down, and really because I think stuff is really important. When you get that big of a gap between his potential and where he's at, I don't hate holding him back.
Yep. He's got a dev lab dilemma. When I say that is, if you put Tim Young in your dev lab, what I would do is I would put stamina. I'd put him on a stamina program and try to make him get a little bit more stamina so he can go deeper into games because his stuff is good. The other
Agreed.
alternative, though, is you've got control needs a little bump, right? His secondary pitches could use a little bump, and that's always very easy to increase. So there's a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
don't know
different
though.
ways that you could go.
I disagree though. If you see a control that's already at 60, I know it's got a little ways to go, but I feel like the better it is, the less likely they're going to develop it. So if it's already sitting at 60, you're gambling to try to push it to 70. So I without a question go for stamina boost. I go for defense at pitching, which improves hold runners. And I focus on that so that when he becomes a starter, he can go deeper into games and he can, hold those base runners um, at first as opposed to giving up stolen bases. So
Yeah.
and plus again, very easy or a medium to hard kind of dev. What do you want to risk on a guy that's the number 12 prospect in the league?
He's so close.
How about Chad Couch? This guy looks like a stud. Look at that contact for a catcher, and he's got the catcher ability on defense. Like, this guy's going to be one of the top 5 catchers, if not the top catcher in the league in a couple of years, just with the combination of offense and defense. And he's ready too, but I think we just looked. He's got a nice catcher already. So that's kind of almost, actually, Dusty Ward's nothing compared to what we're looking at. So again, maybe Cole's waiting to call up day. If you're far behind though, and you actually do want to try to compete this year, maybe you bring him up early and hope it has a big impact. Tough call on that one, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then we've got one more here in AAA. Nick Mincy. I guess he's a little further away. But yeah, third base. I mean, this guy can play third. 60 position rating, good arm. And again, what does he have at third base right now? Just to remind, Mike Cerna, who's not terrible, but I think that's an upgrade, and Mike Cerna's playing below average right now. So.
Yeah. Plus he's got Cerna playing short.
Oh right, yeah. Who's at third?
He's got Shevlin at third.
The former 1-1. But maybe Shevlin moves over to first. He can't turn the double play. I know he's got him positioned at first, but he doesn't have him playing first. So yeah, you move him over to first. Maybe Comparto doesn't need to play, I don't think. So I don't know. There's a lot of flexibility I think there's a lot of flexibility to improve this team without having to give up assets to do so right now.
Right.
Who is next? Durham? Could it be Durham? Sixth. I don't think we're at sixth. Must be Denver. Seventh. Oh my goodness. Winston-Salem, is it? Eighth. What am I missing here? Who did we just do? Tampa?
Yeah, we just
Oh,
did.
Galveston.
Yeah, we haven't done Galveston.
Galveston made the postseason as the 5 seed last year.
Did we skip them?
No, we're right in line with them. We just
Okay.
This team sent 5 teams, or this division sent 5 teams to the playoff last year. Top 2 in the division, and then all 3 wild cards came from the Jade. What are your thoughts? Obviously, they have the ace.
Yes. They have the ace.
Workhorse.
Yes, 100%. I think that they're underachieving a little bit right now. I know it sounds silly to say that when a team is 15-9.
Well,
But
this
when
team,
you look at their pitching,
I was just gonna say they started out of the gate super hot. If you want to look at their team schedule, they were like 1, 2.
I'm looking at
1, 2, 3.
I'm looking at
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They were 10-1, and now they're 15-9. So their last sim was brutal.
okay, because I'm looking at their pitching, right? Because I usually start with the pitching, and I'm going, okay, his starting rotation, he's got an 80, 65, 50, 50, right? He's got a combination. He's got ground ball guys. He's got, well, the closer's the fly ball guy, right? So he better be a power guy. and he is a power guy. He's got that 70 fastball and the 55 stuff. So his closer's okay, right? Looks like he's really trying to emphasize the ground ball, which is fine. Right? A lot of guys do that as long as he has the range. And when you start looking at the range, I know I'm kind of skipping all over the place. The guy he's playing at second base is not a good fielder. He's got a 45 at second base, and he's got a 55 range. Shortstop, he's got a great hitter.
Honestly, this second baseman could be playing the field too to more success.
So, yeah. So his issue here is he needs to shore up if he shores up his defense, his pitching will fall into line. So if I'm this team, if I'm Galveston, I'm looking for. It doesn't have to be a starter, right? You don't have to get a starting second baseman.
Ouch.
You just need a guy that you can bring in as a defensive sub, and you got to make sure that you set your stuff to, when you have the lead in the 7th inning or whatever by 5 runs or something or whatever you feel. And then that should help because those guys will come in, right? He's got a defensive sub already for his first baseman, but he doesn't have any other defensive subs listed. So I think that would be the way to go. I would try to get some defensive subs to supplement because you can kind of play offense for the first 7 innings and then go defense towards the end of the game. That being said, you need to take your pitching staff and you need to make them then not give up as many ground balls. That sounds kind of silly. I've got a bunch of ground ball pitchers. How to make them not throw ground balls? You have to not pitch around as much, right? You dial that slider down a little bit, and you make them go right after guys, which works if they have good fastballs. But I'm not seeing that either.
Yeah.
So what I would do is I'd go get a defensive sub, and I would play him every 4th game or something like that. Because that way he start him every 4th game. Because then the other guy can be the offensive sub or whatever, the pinch hitter later in the game or whatever you want to do. But right now his pitching and his defense don't line up.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I feel like too. Yeah, Malik Knowles was a stud, but you can just look at his fielding stats from last year, and you should learn something from that, right? Like he was a terrible defender last year at shortstop, in really not even a full season. And he's off to a really bad start this year, so he clearly can't play the position. So you do really need to go find that defensive plug at shortstop, even though that's a very challenging thing to do. They're not a dime a dozen. But yeah, you shift him over, and then you find someone at shortstop, and then pieces start to fall in place. I mean, his third baseman, Jesus, is a 40. Assuming that's where he's playing in. Let's just look here.
He's got a lot of guys. If you look at his salary page, he's got a lot of guys that are on their last year. So he's going to have to make some decisions as the year goes on. If he's going to keep all these guys or what. So
I like that.
This is a team.
He's got his 2 aces locked up, and they're getting paid a lot.
Sure.
But you're right. Yeah, the offense is. I consider it to be flexibility.
Yeah.
You're gonna have some flexibility to change things.
See how it goes, but this could be a team that if they're not having success at the trade deadline, that might move some guys.
Yep, agreed.
Or
ship some of these pieces off.
Lock them down. I don't know. But definitely need to improve that defense. That defense is what's killing.
I definitely think the former is the way to go. You definitely try to move some of these assets if you're not competing. But he's 15-9 right now, so. What I don't like about this, even though you're paying these guys a lot, and they're good, right? And, Conway's probably overpaid. You don't want to be paying this first baseman $20 million a year. There's so many freaking first basemen out there, and this guy's nothing special. But he's got a lot of money in the books for 3 straight seasons here. There's not going to be a lot of wiggle room, even after this year. Even if he sheds all these guys, he's got what, $10 million that cuts out. Because he's pay bump here to Adames. Some of these arbitration guys are going to be asking for more money. So, yeah, like Malik Knowles is going to finally start getting paid. So he's in a tough spot, I think, to make drastic changes to this team. going to point one other thing out, but you're right, it's getting late, and I'm starting to I'll lose it a little bit. Let's take a look at the system and move on. One last thing. I just want to see how Chad's done here since he's been in the league. He's been pretty good. Again, this division's so competitive. 4 playoffs in the last 6 years, so that's nothing to sneeze at. And in the years he didn't make it, he had an 87-win team that missed the playoffs. That's fucking brutal. And then obviously a down 2014 season. And I feel like this was the season right here where he started like 9-27 or some shit like that, and he almost came back and got back to 500. So he's been pretty talented. He's done a good job with his roster. That's what I was going to say. He's obviously in a super tough division here, and he's 15-9. And of course, this league starts in all divisional play. He's got one more week, half a week of divisional play. And if he gets out of the Jade Conference with a positive record, then maybe he can start beating up on these teams and float along long enough to be another, to be back in the postseason again this year.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't realize that the divisional stuff starts first. I should
Yeah,
have
we've
paid
got
more
it set up.
attention to that.
It's all divisional through March and April and early May, and then we end on divisional play too. So the last month of the season is all interdivision. And then the middle is just like the interleague play. So, and by the way, big shout out to Jay. Thank you for creating such a great schedule for us. Yeah, pretty shallow system for Galveston. So when this does fall apart, and it will.
Yeah, I remember I was trying to trade with him, or maybe I did make a trade with him. I'm trying to remember. I made a couple of trades right when I first started last year.
Yeah,
I think I might have done something.
I feel like he's been in an acquire mode, not in sell mode, obviously. So, 6 top 500 prospects. One of them's already up in the TBL right now. Got a couple guys at AAA. So he's pretty much as barren a system as we've seen. If we look at the prospect rankings or minor league system rankings, I bet he's towards the bottom. Yeah, 28 or 32. Pretty scary, unfortunately, to see some of these teams down here that we talked about. But
Yeah, the guy I was trying to trade for, I just found the message, was Brennan Rodgers. I don't see him. So it's entirely possible he moved him somewhere
Brendan
else.
Rodgers, I don't even see him. ROD, probably right.
Oh, Brandon Rodgers.
Yeah, he's on Galveston. He's
Dude, he's
got a
on.
month injury.
Yeah.
Closer. That's a tough one.
Yeah, he had him on Double A. He had him in Triple A last year.
It doesn't look like it.
This doesn't make sense. Maybe he was on a rehab.
Yeah,
That's probably what it was.
He must have been. Let's take a look at that injury history. Yeah,
Yeah.
5-month injury. He didn't have an injury last year either, so I'm not sure.
I don't understand
where or
what I
you
was
saw that. I
thinking
mean,
of.
honestly, you've been here for a couple of years. I don't know. Maybe. When did you join? Do you know how long you've been running this team?
Well, this message I'm looking at is from November of 2024. So I think this is my third season.
That could have been the end of 2013. So yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Maybe he was on rehab, but anyways, let's keep moving here.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Next up, I think we are at Denver now. God, Denver was bad last year. I'm wrong. We're at Durham. And Miss team. Well, let's take a look at what's going on in Durham. This is, of course, not an expansion team. This team used to be in Atlanta and won 2 championships early in the history of the TBL. But then was just pretty much handed to Miff in a terrible situation. And still waiting to get to her first postseason. 2009, last time this team made it, and I don't remember when she took over, but I don't think it was before then. But very active in Slack. Provides a lot of content, so definitely rooting for her to have an okay season at some point here. What do you think of the
So,
pitching staff here?
well, the first thing I always look at is the ballpark, right? And the
Yeah.
ballpark, this is a very interesting ballpark because the average in
Oh my
the,
goodness.
it's a pitcher's park, sure, but it's almost average or whatever. It's close to 1 in the home runs. So it's interesting. So it's not going to yield a lot of 300 hitters or whatever, but so you're not gonna be able to single. You're gonna have to hit home runs to score. I don't know. I don't know how I would attack this park. This is a very interesting park.
Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, but when I look at the pitching staff, right? Obviously Worthen is good. Um, I would like Worthen more if Worthen had a not sidearm arm slot.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah. Yeah.
that being said, and maybe a little bit more control. I
I
would
was gonna
like
say
I would like
led the
Worthen.
league in walks last year, unfortunately.
Yeah.
222 but beep too. That's a red flag that may not see that
Yeah,
get
he
repeated.
may have he may have overachieved for sure. But the thing is fastball, right? So for me, I take a look at this and I go, okay, I don't know if he's a number 1. I would say he's like a number 2, or maybe even a number 3. Okay. So I would look to try to get a number 1 pitcher,
I
someone
think
who can go
I
out
think
there.
Kelso might be a number one. Don't you?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Is you don't have to look too far. You've got this guy here who's got the cutter and the fastball. He's got 5 decent pitches. That forkball, where I mean, you hit that dev lab with that secondary pitch improvement, and that one of these pitches is going to be even better, right? Because
Yeah.
that's almost a slam dunk in that dev lab, you know. So you've got that, and you've got a fly ball pitcher though, right? So the fly ball pitcher's got to be married with range in the outfield, have
Well,
success.
but also, I mean, again, just looking at the park, like you mentioned, I think fly ball pitcher is something you can certainly get away with here too, because of the home runs, right? So you're saying just like defensively, um, boosting the outfield can make this pitcher better, basically, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Or, one of the other tricks, and we haven't even touched on this, is to use daily lineups,
Mm,
right?
yeah.
You can use daily lineups, and they're easy to set up, right? You click a button and it puts your normal lineup in there, and then you just make changes. So maybe when this guy pitches, that's when you play your more rangy outfielder guys, right? Okay, now when Wortham's pitching, because he's more of a extreme ground ball, then you don't play those rangy outfielder guys, right? There's different options. Um, I I think that this is a decent team. I like some of the pieces that are on there, but I also think that they're like 1 or 2 players away, right?
Look at
I
Jeremy
think that you
Johnson
need
too.
a
I think we can't overlook the third best pitcher on this team, who's a lefty,
sure, sure. I,
has
I,
four
I, I
strong pitches.
these guys are okay, right? But they're not quite there. And at 25, I don't know if he's gonna get there. You know what I mean, it really
Yeah.
depends on how things are set up. So he may be already kind of topping out where he's at. If he was to take another bump in movement, so like if I was doing this dev lab, I would probably try to do another pitching movement
See, it would
on the
scare
next
me
one.
so
Pitching
much to.
movements.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I was just
I,
gonna
I
say it would scare
ramble
me so.
sometimes.
It's okay. It would scare me so much to put any of these guys in the dev lab, like a 70-70 overall. That's just missing a couple percentage points on some of their bars. Like I would just set it and forget it and just let this guy dev to where he devs. Because I
Yeah,
would be
maybe,
afraid to regress and fuck this guy up.
maybe.
Again, this is my thoughts. But
It's
you're right.
it's a
Jeremy
dice
Johnson
roll.
seems to be regressing though. Like definitely
Yeah,
took a step back his sophomore year, and now is off to a horrendous start here in 2016.
yeah. And the thing to stick out about that is it's not the BABIP is still 261, right? It's not like that says 361. So it's not like his defense is failing behind him. Something interesting is happening. One thing I'm going to look here is on the scouting to see if anything happened. His stuff dropped from 65 to 60, and his overall rating dropped from 60 to 55, according to my scout. Right?
Yeah.
So that to me suggests that he might be able to recover from it too. This might be just a temporary thing because sometimes you see little fluctuations here or there. So it depends on the window, right? Is the window for this team now, or is the window for this team in a year or two?
Johnson definitely has I wouldn't say dramatic splits, but clearly better against left-handed pitching or left-handed batting than against right-handed batting. So that's something definitely to look at. And of all these pitchers, I'd go to the fourth pitcher here. This is the one guy I might throw in the dev lab just to again increase those easy to dev up categories like stamina and holds runners, because the rest of those other three guys, they have that to go with the strong bars. But to get this guy to be able to go a bit deeper, I think this is worth a dev lab, even though he's like kind of fully maxed. Oh, he's 32. What the hell am I talking about?
Yeah, he's 32. I don't know if I would touch that.
Yeah, you're right. Forget I said that.
It's okay. There's like 1,000 things to look at.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that makes this game awesome is that there's 1,000 things to look at, 1,000 ways to do things.
Yeah, the bullpen kind of sucks here.
Well, but the thing that sticks out to me here that's a little bit different is there's a lot of bullpen.
Yeah.
Like a lot of bullpen. Like there's like one or two extra guys that are here. You've got slots being used by guys that have only pitched 2.2 innings, right? Greg Luke has only thrown 2.2 innings.
This isn't more than any
is
other
it
team, though.
possible?
Most teams have 14 pitchers. I think it's thrown
They
off
do?
by the follower. Well, we've got a 28-man roster.
Yeah.
So a lot of the
that's
teams
true.
go 14-14. I think you're just thrown off here because we've got Romero here following at the bottom, so it makes it look more robust than it is. But I think a lot of the teams we've looked at, I think my team has this many pitchers. Yeah, it does.
I just looked at mine for comparison. I have 13 pitchers, so
okay.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So this is fatigue kicking in. It's okay.
Yes.
Let's look at the lineup real quick because we should keep it moving. What do you think of the lineup?
I'm wondering why we're batting Justin Wade third. Justin Wade, he's not really ever been a 300 hitter. According to this, he's not really a power hitter.
Yeah.
So
Gets on
to
base,
me, I don't.
but maybe more.
He
like,
gets on base, sure, but that
put him
might
in
be more
second.
like a second hitter.
Exactly. Yep.
So
Yeah.
when you look at German Rodriguez above him, once again, no power, but definitely gets on base and has speed. That to me looks like a leadoff hitter. And then you've got Alex Alonso at the top, who's of the same sort of build, more or less, a little bit less speed, same thing, tons of walks at non base. So
there's some elite eye plate players on this team.
This GM loves that, you can tell, and knows what they're doing when it comes to that, because that getting guys on base is huge. Problem is, if you don't have a bopper behind all these guys, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna stay on the base. So
yeah.
Victor Rios.
Unless you want to keep walking in runs.
I guess.
No, I'm
Victor
joking.
Rios'
Obviously
nickname
that's
is.
not a way to win.
I've seen games get lost because they get walked in, but whatever.
For sure, you don't want to rely on that. Is what I'm saying.
In the fall, my 10U kids lost on a walk-off wild pitch in the playoffs. So whatever, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Victor Rios. I mean, he's a pretty good power hitter, right? He's okay, but he's not a defender. So he's more of a designated hitter. Are we playing him at DH? Victor Rios? Yes. See? So this GM is smart. They just need a couple of pieces here or there, and I think that they're going to be in the upper echelon of this division. So
Rios
I think this is a temporary situation.
Rios is one of those pre 30-year-old dev downs, unfortunately. We're talking at 60, 70 when they came up into the league, and now they're a 50 overall. So it's an unfortunate direction for Rios. Yeah.
I think you get this team needs maybe an elite shortstop or second baseman. You can find a unicorn like that. I mean, I know those are hard to get. I think you're one of those away from being a 90-win team,
I don't hate
especially if they can hit for average.
Steve Branch. This guy's in year 2. I don't think, to your point, I mean, he's got a 60 rating at shortstop, but feels more like a second baseman to me. Just
Yeah.
because, I don't even know if second baseman's right. Maybe even third baseman. Just because of the turn double play. Like, I hate having a turn double play up the middle of the infield. That is that low.
You've got a lot of ground ballers. You need more turn double play. Leave it
Yeah.
that way.
Yep.
So
I mean, if we look at this team, they're kind of middle of the pack defensively. They struggled 10-14.
Branch
Not a great start out of the gate.
Branch would be one of those dudes that I would put in there and have him be like the backup first baseman, backup second baseman, backup third baseman, backup shortstop. Right? Okay. Every third game you play one of those. Every fourth game you play another game, another position. Every fifth game you play, and every sixth game, right? And that way you're constantly refreshing and keeping your lineup. I don't think Steve Branch is a starter. I think you need to go find either a more defensive guy, put him in there, or I think you need to find somebody who is hitting and then put Branch in behind them or something. I'm not a fan of that. I think that's where you need to improve.
Yeah.
But as soon as you get one of those, I think this team wins 90 games because I think it's obvious the way that this team is set up that the GM understands what they're doing.
I think one of Miff's one of the things I don't like about what Miff's done is again, so much salary is locked up so far out. Like, they've committed to players that now aren't panning out. I mean, the Tyler Worthing contract, that's fantastic. Unless, what year are we on here? 2. So again, it seems like you've paid out arbitration a bit early, and maybe that's to avoid a $30 million a year contract when they get through ARB. But at 22, like, why are you giving guaranteed money this far out? And
But they've also got three players on team options next year.
yeah,
So
definitely.
they could shed those salaries if they wanted to.
And
Is
Alonso
Jose Melendez?
Alonso shouldn't get 31 million next year, so that's going to come off the books.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing we
Melendez,
didn't
same
consider.
thing. Yep.
We didn't consider that Melendez is on the DL for another 7 weeks.
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, he's an okay. He's a
special.
serviceable second baseman.
Yeah. Yep. Again, I mean, it sucks that Rio stepped down because, I mean, Miff paid this player through 2020, thinking that they were going to be a stud, and honestly, this is a recent extension. So I don't know when this step down happened, but it seems like a lot of money to pay out to Rios. You're basically building around this player if you're offering a 5-year contract at that price. Same with Justin Wade. I mean, we're talking about a first baseman here, and he's not the best personality. And it's like, why are you paying a first baseman to stay on your team? Not like, again, a dime a dozen. Like, the positions that need to get paid are pitching, are the shortstop, center fielders. Like, even if you get a superstar at another position, but not first base. So I don't like that move very much. And there's a bunch of players here that are really paid out into the future, so you're stuck with them. So even if you don't win this year, you can expect not to win next year or the year after that, unless you can make some really savvy moves, So.
They got the system.
Maybe I'm being too hard.
No, you're not being too hard. Makes sense.
Anyways, let's look at the system.
Yeah.
A Durham, a nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not looking good.
Your guys are a little far away.
Yep. A little far away and just not a ton of depth. So.
Yeah.
writing down here, the 44th ranked prospect in the system. I don't really understand this. Guess because they're a reliever, but I don't know.
I would think so.
DevLab, maybe?
Yeah, big time.
DevLab, that control, DevLab, that stamina. Maybe a good bullpen piece.
I would try to build Herring into a closer.
Yeah. I mean,
Stuff and
definitely got
fastball,
definitely has the build.
2 pitches. Yeah,
Yep.
that's the closer.
Yep.
You don't necessarily need a ton of control with that.
Extreme fly ball, but
don't
we
really
just looked at
even-
his park, and that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any last thoughts on this team?
I don't think so. I mean, this is a team that I really do think a couple of players here or there, and they're going to be upper echelon.
All right. That's a stamp of approval from Larry. I don't know. Again, I think it's a competitive division, and I hate the contract situation. That's my only hesitation to giving my stamp of approval. But we'll see how it plays out. Like I said, rooting for Myth, super active in chat, and great addition to the league. But we'll see if she can turn it into a winner. Number 7, Denver Dynamite. This is the league-breaking GM, Jay. And Jay's a very talented GM, probably one of the top 3 GMs in the league, if I'm going to give him some credit, which I will. And I say he's league-breaking because he built a team that was ridiculously good, and he knows how to offer contracts, and that's why we have contract rules now. I'll just put it that way. He's in his rebuild mode right now. He's intentionally putting out a bad product. And as he said, in 2020, I'll see you in the TBL championship game. And I don't doubt him for a second. Jay came from another league with me previous to this league, and he won championships there too. So he's a force to be reckoned with. What are your thoughts on Jay's team? And I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this one.
I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on it either. I mean, it's clear what's happening based on who's in there, right? I mean, we're not gonna knock somebody for setting a window. A lot of GMs do
No,
this,
this is intentional.
where they don't necessarily know where their window is, right? And so what they'll do is they'll try to contend every year or whatever, and sometimes you have to make hard decisions. It looks like those hard decisions were made. The guys that are in there are what they are. And, when you start, I don't mean to skip all the way ahead to like the minors here.
No, I think it's appropriate. I mean, he said he basically is putting out a double 18 this year,
Yeah. He's got some good talent that's in the rookie and the A League.
His system's not
that's
deep,
where that
but
is.
he's loaded with draft picks, I feel like. So he's going to be building this up over the next few seasons. And you're right. Look at these. Again, potential's not everything, but 80, 80, 80, 80, 80. And by design, they're not close. I mean, Jim Sobieski's close, but he's going to take this guy and he's going to flip him. And then he's going to build more prospects, I feel like. Or add more prospects. And again, he knows what he's doing. He's a scary GM. I intentionally put him in the ice conference.
You look at like his contracts that are out there. He's already flipped some guys.
Oh, for sure. He's in
retained,
everybody's DMs. Let's put it that way. He's talking to every GM in this league, and he's trying to make deals. He's got $74 million on the books, and that is less next year. R means I'm just blanking because I'm tired right now, but it means he's retaining contract, and these are guys he's flipped. So Reyes isn't on the team, Mike High's on the team, Colbo is on the team. Yeah, I mean he knows what he's doing, and fear Jay, because he's going to be coming back around sooner than later.
Yep.
Do you
That
see
being said,
any? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, that being said, I mean, you can probably still get a little value flipping some more of these guys,
Oh, he
right?
will
He
he will
was,
squeeze the shit out of every player on this team and get value for all of them.
yep,
Whether it's a 10th round pick or better, he will find value. I like this guy, Koshiro Shiba. Obviously the control sucks, but maybe Dev Lab. But look at those pitches. That's 3 nice pitches
yep,
to go with a
for
changeup
sure.
and great stuff. I might ask him for this guy. I try not to trade with Jay because again, it's nothing personal against Jay, but I know he's talented, and so if I'm making a trade with him, I feel like I'm losing. So he scares me. So Jay, just take that as a compliment. You are a super good GM, and it's funny. He's been on both ends of the spectrum. Where in the podcast, we're not really going to talk about him much because he is so bad, and it's clear what he's doing. There's been other times where his team's been so good, we've just kind of skipped over it as well. And it's like we don't really need to talk about this. He's got the best player at every position. And literally the years he was winning a championship, if you looked at the team position rankings, you saw first. I mean, he built a fucking powerhouse at one
Yep.
point.
It takes a lot of
through
patience,
what
and it's definitely a skill.
through what Steve would call fuckery, which is why Steve and Jay is the best rivalry in the TBL. But yeah, and candidly, I mean, this is what I like to point out, and this is why we have contract rules. You know, no team has a budget more than like 225 million. And in 2014, he had a $266 million payroll. He basically traded for like $80 million in cash, traded away all his picks, and just built like a fucking super team, or tried to keep his super team together. So he knows how to manipulate things and try to build a winner.
And he
And
makes good jokes about me in the general chat.
yeah, he's funny as fuck. No, he's a super strong, super important part of this league, and I'm super happy he's a member here. And that being said, I appreciate him allowing us to skip forward to the next team very quickly, and that is expansion team number 3, the Winston-Salem Camels. And this team is run by Daniel, and this was the expansion team that was in the worst shape. So Daniel has his work cut out for him. But he's been, last year I feel like he had, let's take a look, a crazy Pythag, or maybe that was 2 years ago. Yeah, a 13 Pythag 2 years ago.
Yeah,
So
I've never seen one that high.
Yeah, but every year, really, of this team's existence. Even 24 games in, he's got a +3, which is pretty funny. So this team's consistently overachieved their really, really low expectations. What are your thoughts on this team?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's me, but I like their logo first.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think it's a pretty creative logo.
Yes.
Other than that, I mean, if you start looking at some things, there's only 2 lefties on their entire roster right now, so that's a problem. They need to build that up, otherwise they're going to get torched. It's nice to have variety.
Calderon looks really
things that,
nice though, of these lefties.
yeah, yeah.
So
Their
does
starters
Valenzuela.
though,
Excuse me.
yeah, you're good. Their starters though, outside Chris Smith has started okay, I guess. But I mean, why are we pitching Travis Robinson? Was there an injury? Let's see. No.
Again,
So
I mean, I can
Travis
kind of
Robinson.
see, I can see the justification for bringing him up. He had a really great, I mean, again, a very barren team, not a deep system because of the expansion. Hasn't been competitive at the TBL level. You got a guy that puts up 4.5 RWAR in AA next year. You give him a shot, right? Maybe he devs up a little bit, but clearly it hasn't worked out through 20 innings.
Yeah. His pitches are way too low. I mean, I'm looking at what my scout says, so that's, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt there, but I should say with a grain of sand. Get it? Because of the camels? Never mind.
Hey, 1 a.m. jokes.
Yes, absolutely. There you go. But when you've got one pitch. I mean, unless you're only going through the lineup one time, the other pitches just aren't developing fast enough. So I would probably send him down before he gets destroyed too much and he can't recover. Maybe throw him in
Yeah,
that
but
dev lab if you want.
are we talking about
Um,
Hansen still? I mean, excuse me, Robinson still?
Yeah, I'm talking about Robinson. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but
I
is,
should
is
be
this
looking.
is
I
this
should
a
be
guy that's
looking at
ever
your
going to
screen.
be? Is this a guy that's ever going to be valuable at the TBL level? I mean, I think you take a shot on him this year, but like if he's a 40-40, and again, I know
Well,
rating's not everything, but this guy's not
you'd
anything
like
you
to
need
see
to.
a little bit more stuff. If he's a power pitcher, you'd like to see some more stuff.
Yeah,
So maybe he's just a stopgap situation.
I just think he's literally a filler on a bad team. Like I don't think he's
Okay.
trying to be anything
All right.
personally.
So there's that. Shenton, yeah, he's kind of, I don't know. I don't really know what to say about him. He's just kind of meh,
Which guy?
right?
Oh, Shenton. Yep.
Shenton,
Yep.
Shenton. He's got the ground ball. I always liked the ground ball. And he's got the control, which is nice. But you know, he's also got a 372 a BIP against him, and that means his defense is not there, and
Yeah, let's
that
take a look.
jives with
Basically,
what
a
we're
bottom tier defense.
yeah,
Yep.
right. Your second baseman is, or I'm sorry, your shortstop. He's okay, right? He's okay, but I think there's better, and I think the second baseman Barnes, he's okay, but I think he could do better. So I would definitely target those those two positions, especially if you think you're going to hang out to Shenton.
He's
Although
got a nice
Shenton being
defensive
29,
catcher. The shortstop's a huge liability.
yeah.
I mean, you can't throw this out there at shortstop.
Wapple needs a defensive handcuff. You know, like in fantasy football, how like you grab the starter and then, you know, if it's somebody who's injury prone, you get like the handcuff player who's like the backup.
Why?
I think Wopel needs a defensive backup.
Why? Well, that's the point. He has one. Why are we starting Wopo at catcher? I don't understand. Why isn't Matt Domagala starting at catcher?
Oh, does he have one? I was looking at one screen here.
Yeah, Matt Domagala is a great defensive catcher, and he should be starting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're on track here.
I mean, I get why he's
I mean,
maybe not. No, I don't actually. I mean, he's basically he's sacrificing the most important, not the most important position. He's trying to put offense in a position where offense isn't the most important thing. Because Wopel has good offensive bars. Put Wopel at DH, and then put Domagala at catcher. I mean, why is
got him
Jeff Beltran
sharing
at
time.
DH? That guy's not very important to your
Yeah.
plans. So if Daniel's listening, you know, get a good defensive catcher in there, and then support this pitching staff because you do have nice bullpen pieces. I really think the back three of your bullpen's not terrible. The back four, Chris Pittman has two nice pitches. Again, the control's bad, the stamina's bad. Maybe that's dev lab work for a 24-year-old. But this bullpen, Eddie Bakes has two nice pitches. Like, this bullpen's not bad. I mean, they're all two-pitch wonders, but they all have good pitches. We didn't talk
One
about
thing that
Cart.
really sticks out is this stuff and the fastball. He's got power pitchers.
Yeah,
His best pitchers are his power pitchers in his bullpen.
you're right. I mean,
But he's got a
8
really
power
good back
pitchers.
end. Yeah, he's got a good back end of his bullpen. That is
Yeah.
a strength.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, he needs to get to those guys.
If I'm this team, I'm taking these bullpen pieces that are nice, and I'm just flipping them at the deadline, and I'm just flipping them, and I'm flipping them because everybody's going to want pitching at the deadline. And if you look at his system right now, it's not the worst system for the expansion teams. Like this, he has pieces here that will someday be okay. So for me, it's just like keep accumulating assets. he's got 3 guys in AAA, so maybe his window's closer than it should be for where he's at. Like Josh Kidd looks pretty good, number 62 ranked prospect here. A lefty. Schlatter is pretty close. Bill Marchado has started to develop. You know, once you get off that 20 overall, I think that's when things start to, you know, take form.
Bless you.
Sorry, sneezes. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you agree with that, but like, I mean, I think you can flip. You can get top 5 picks for these bullpen pieces.
Yeah, I think you can. I just did that in another league where I traded away because my team was going to probably win about 70 games for the entire season. So I said, okay, guy asked me about my closer. So I said, sure. I flipped him for basically 3 prospects. One was a AAA prospect, a AAA third baseman. So whatever, right? You can still find a lot of value.
I almost feel like this team could compete if they have defense.
You cut out a little air at the end.
Oh, I was just
they
saying,
could compete.
I almost feel like this team could compete if they have defense. Because
Yeah.
they have the good pitching in the bullpen. The starting sucks, but they have, you know, guys a couple years away right here in the system. You add like one, you know, like a 3 or 4 starter for cheap and good defense, and you got a 500, maybe slightly above team in a few years.
Yeah. Depends on his payroll situation. He may be able to add a couple guys in free agency too, a couple of bats.
Yeah, yep. Let's see.
But you got to put them.
He's got
You got to put them
$1.
starters. Them starters on like a pitch count, right? Or a batter count. 18 batters, so that they can only go through twice, and that way, you really emphasize your bullpen and just build a bullpen team or something.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. Or throw a couple more guys in the follower role, which again is something I said I like to do when my team sucks ass on the pitching side.
Yeah.
We looked at the system already. I don't know. Rank them.
Sure.
Here. All right. What are your thoughts? I'll let you lead this one.
All right. Well, New Orleans 1. I'll go Fort Collins 2. I'll go. This is where I struggle a little bit. I'll go Las Vegas 3, Tampa Bay 4. I almost flipped those 2. And the reason is Las Vegas, I think they have a little trouble in the short term with injuries, if I remember right.
Yeah.
But they'll be back at the end of the season. All those guys will be back by the end of the season. So I think that they'll be able to recover. It's just they may take a little hit now. So that's why I think they're 3, and then Tampa Bay's 4. I think Tampa Bay's got a little bit more of an uphill climb.
Yep.
Galveston's, because they started hot, I think they would go 6.
You made 5, right? That's 5.
5, sorry.
Yep,
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I think their hot start will help them at least be close to that 500 mark, maybe a little bit above. And Durham will be right on their heels. I almost said Durham 5, but I'll go Galveston 5, Durham 6. And then Denver's not really trying to win. Winston-Salem, maybe. I'll go Winston-Salem 7, Denver 8.
Yeah, I agree with that, Bonham. I'm similar to you. I have a little variation. I've also got New Orleans winning this thing. I've got Las Vegas 2nd. I don't care about the injuries. I think Zach's savvy, and he's going to figure out a way to make it work. And I'll give Fort Collins 3rd, mainly because Kyle loves it when I underestimate him. So I'm going to put him 3rd. I'm going to put Galveston fourth. I like their team, and I think they're off to a strong enough start in a tough division where they'll feast outside of the division. But I'll probably be proven wrong next sim. They'll probably go like 4-12 and be like 500. Durham, I'm going to give Durham fifth. I like the pitching. I don't think it's terrible. I think, we kind of highlighted the weaknesses of that team. And I think Tampa is just a good GM and has some good pieces, but I feel like I just have that gut feeling that shit's going to go wrong this year for Tampa. And sometimes that happens. Winston-Salem, I do have his seventh. Again, I like the bullpen. I like some of those pieces. And Denver just actually looks like the worst team we've looked at all night, I think. And I think Jay's going to continue to get rid of pieces. And I think he wants to be eighth, so I think he will be eighth. Yeah, that's my stack up. And we've got one more division to go. It's pretty late. Are you? I'm gonna go on mute here. We'll take 5 minutes, and we'll see if we can wrap this thing up. All right, here we go. Sapphire Division. We'll wrap this thing up. Who knows if any of this will make sense at this point, because we're both pretty tired. But don't want to leave anybody hanging, right? So again, big props to Larry. Let's give him some love in the chat tomorrow. If you happen to listen to all 6 hours and 6.5 hours of this fucking podcast. Here we go. Who won this division last year? I feel like it was the Somerville Moneyline and JR's team. Let's take a look. They did.
Yep.
And JR, this was the joke about JR's team for the first decade of our league. He's an OG, first of all, I should say that. He's been in the league since the beginning. And he used to make the playoffs and then miss the playoffs literally every other year. It was kind of funny. You can see it, 2001, 2003, 2005, 2007, 2009.
Yeah.
And then he finally has really gotten a bit more consistent. And part of that is because I want to say the Sapphire has been the worst the worst division over the last 7 or 8 years. Overall, it's been just a fucking dumpster fire at the bottom. And so actually, this might go a little quicker than the other ones because there may not be a ton to talk about. We'll see if that situation's improved. But one thing that's been consistent has been the money line.
Yeah, and I was going to ask about that. But that's a very interesting name for a team.
Yeah, for sure. When we first started the league, he wanted to be called something else. I feel like it was like the Somerville Orange. And then at the last second, he switched it to the money line. I really have no context as to why, but it's an all right name. I'm not a big fan of the logo, but he likes it, and I don't want to force anybody to change. So
it's all
that's
good.
what it is. Yeah. All right. I will defer to you again. What do you think of this team, Larry?
Well, the thing about this team is
the ballpark.
they seem to, the ballpark, right? When you look at the ballpark, this is a pitching ballpark, or is it?
It is, I think. I mean, neutral.
I think it is too.
Yeah, neutral hitting, but like when you keep the ball in the ballpark, that's a pitching ballpark.
Yeah, I would think so. So you can get away with a little bit more here than you could in most places. And he's got a pretty good pitching staff. When you sit back and you look at it, you've got a lot of ground ball guys. Now they're not extreme ground ball guys; they're just ground ball guys, and that's fine, right? That'll suit him when he goes to other parks. But the thing that really like jumps off the page at you is the fact that they're like power pitchers. This team should lead the world in strikeouts. I have not seen so much blue in the fastball column. I have a fastball column on my sheet here, in my view. And he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys with 70 fastball or better, right? And a whole bunch of them have high stuff. You got 3 guys 75 and 1 guy 80 and stuff, right? And these guys aren't just his bullpen, right? His closer and one of his setup guys, his closer and stopper, they're both like power pitchers. And he's got 2 starters who are power pitchers. So this guy has got his team set up to strike you out. So that's kind of cool. I think that's kind of a cool identity. I don't see any other team that's set up that way.
If you don't put the ball in play, it's a good way to go.
So
he made
that's
a
the thing that
tremendous
screams
trade.
at me.
I mentioned it early, in hour 1 of this podcast, but he made a tremendous trade for Juan Il Lee, who won Reliever of the Year last year. I thought Tyler got absolutely hosed in this trade. He got really nothing in return. It was like I want to say like a 5th round pick or like some shit prospect. But Somerville always makes the most interesting trades to me. I'll just because obviously I process all the trades. I'll just randomly see him send like a AAA reliever to someone for like a 10th round pick, and he does this shit all the time. And I feel like he must be jamming circles around me because I just don't understand it. But he continues to be good.
So I made a trade with Somerville, and it was easy.
Oh yeah, he's easy to trade with.
100% easy.
Yeah,
I offered him something, and he accepted it. It was great. I wasn't very easy.
What do you think of this trade? I have it up on my screen right now. It's Juan Il Lee, who looks like an elite closer, for 2 top top 200 prospects roughly. I don't hate Chris Toth. Jonathan Lilly looks like a nothing to me. I just thought he won this trade. Like when I processed it, I was like, why would someone make this trade? But maybe I'm not giving Tyler credit. And honestly, Juan Lee at the trade was a 75-75, so he's dev down. So maybe Tyler saw something that I didn't at the time. But anyways, again, JR's super savvy.
His team has an identity, right? A lot of teams are just kind of like, here, let me just get the best players or whatever. His team has an identity. He has a plan, and that is cool. I think that shows his skill level.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Dan Sonneville, let's take a look at this guy. We're talking about season 5 now for Sonneville, or I guess 4th season. Technically, he's been a top pitcher.
Yeah. Yep.
Adrian Lehman, this guy's super interesting. 36 years old. He's got a career RWAR of 52.6. Dude's made 1 All-Star game, and he's won a Great Glove. Feels like he hasn't gotten the love he deserves in this league.
Well, and he's making $18 million a year.
Yeah, it's not a bad contract. I mean, he's on the backside, right? Backside of the career. He's certainly made his money. He's earned $180 million over the length of his career.
So another thing that sticks out about the pitching staff is we got a loogie on this team.
Loogie.
So a loogie, left-handed, one-out guy.
Oh, yes, specialist.
He's got a loogie, and the loogie. You can tell he's a loogie because he's in 7 games. He's pitched 1 inning. So he always comes in for just 1 batter.
He hasn't been great.
Yeah, not a lot of teams take this strategy. Some do, some don't, whatever, right? But you can see when you look at his breakdown, his stuff is like way better versus lefty. I don't think I've ever seen a guy with as great of a discrepancy between lefties and righties.
Yeah. I honestly feel like this is almost I mean, maybe JR does deserve the credit, but I feel like this is sometime if you auto your bullpen, the AI will, take this action. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was an AI move where they just put him in. But
I don't know.
JR can give me shit in the morning if I'm wrong.
I mean, you can tell he's only in there for 1 batter. Now, what happens if I put 2 lefties in a row? So there's that. But, it's an interesting thing. Like I said, this team is interesting to me. They've got an identity. He's got a plan.
Can I say though too? I said I am surprised by JR because he ships off these guys and like takes 10th round picks or 12th round picks. He makes some really interesting trades. Look at his staff, and I'm not going to look at everybody, but just the ones you can see the acquired. If I scroll through here, he's got a 13th round pick. He's got a 22nd round pick. He's got a 17th round pick, 14th round pick, 18th round pick, 26th round pick. This is on his current team, 17th round pick. Like, these are all guys he got late in the draft, and they've made it to the major league level.
Yeah, that's good value too. Wow.
Absolutely.
Speaking of left-handed guys, though, when you look at his batting order, his lineup,
yeah, lefty heavy.
if
and
you
switch
throw, you throw a righty against him, you could potentially be facing, what, 7 out of 9 hitters can bat left-handed because he's got 2 switchies in there too.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. Just looking at
So you
his
say,
splits
okay,
here.
I'm going to attack you with lefties. Well, if you go to the left side, you could bring a lefty starter. And he, I mean, the switches turn into rights, right? But he still bats 1, 2, 3 more left-handed hitters in that left-handed lineup.
Yeah.
So the best way to, in my opinion, to attack his lineup is some lefties against him.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, even the two guys coming off the bench are both lefties.
Yeah.
Matt Clark, obviously a superstar in the league, only 29 years old.
Yeah.
Holding that lineup down.
He's
Ryan
the one
Roach,
stat that's kind of
MVP.
interesting to me, though. He's only got 6 stolen bases this year. I guess that's not too far off of his totals. A guy that with like 70 and 75 stealing numbers.
That can't be right. He's tied for first with 35 steals. Is there a D? That's what's going on? All batters. No, he's got 13 steals from Ryan Roach. Are you talking about? Oh, just Matt Clark. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his team. I thought you meant his team overall.
Yeah. Usually when you see a guy like that, they have higher numbers, right? Like I'd expect him to steal 60 bases this year. Just because with that eye, he's going to walk a lot. That tells me that this year maybe he's not walking quite as much or something.
He's got more walks than strikeouts right now. 19 walks through 23 games. That's not bad at all. I mean, it's on pace for like 140 walks, 128 walks. So.
But to me, I wonder, did he just have a reduction in speed or something? Is that something that the scouting thing would tell you? Is that one that gets listed? Because if you steal 61 bases in a season, I would think you'd have higher than a 45 speed.
Yeah, I mean, his aggressiveness, his ability, and his base running are all pretty elite. So maybe he's just a smart base runner, as they say, right?
Maybe we should ask him what the base running stat is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dig into anybody's strategy, but I wonder what his strategy settings look like.
Nah.
Yeah. It's funny. I've in the past I've said, man, this team looks terribly defensively, and then he points out that he finished like first in every category in defense. So I'm not going to say that this year. He's off to a mediocre start defensively. Not even mediocre. You know, he's got a positive zone rating through April, 6th in the league. But he's always built his team. I mean, as you mentioned, he's built around power and strikeouts right now, but he's always had good defense to back it up as well too. Ryan Roach is a decent center fielder. Obviously, he can get better, but when you combine that bat with his defensive ratings, he's a top tier player. Not the best defensive catcher in the league, but also, I mean, more than serviceable.
Yeah, he's not going to kill you.
Yeah. Elliot Thomas, that's an elite second baseman, defensively.
Wait a minute, I might have just learned another thing today.
What's that?
How did you do that? You made it change from player to player.
Little arrows right here.
You hit the arrow key?
Yeah, there's this little arrow.
How come I don't have those arrows on my screen?
It's on the profile page. It should be, but on some of the other screens, it's not. Like if you go, this drives me crazy. If you go to the strategy page and you want to set strategy,
I don't have that because I'm not the commissioner. I don't have commissioner power. Maybe
really
that's
is?
why you can do it and I can't. Well, I should be able to do that on my team then. I'm going to do an experiment. Yeah, I have the arrows on my guys. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I never even saw those or knew that those were there.
Yep.
Interesting.
57 leagues. Come on, Larry.
Dude. 57 leagues doesn't mean that I pay 100% attention to absolutely every
I
aspect
know.
of everything.
I'm just
I
giving you shit.
can't.
I'm just giving you shit.
I know.
John Lopez, this guy's been really nice. He put up 5 WAR last year. Kind of off to a slow start, but I don't know.
Yeah, I like him. I think he'd be a quality defensive player.
I see this
I'd
team.
like to see him. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I see this team being competitive again. I'm not sure if they'll win the division again. Excuse me. They won.
Yeah, of all the divisions, this is the one that's probably the hardest to say this team stands out or whatever. I think predicting wise, this is going to be the hardest one.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen a TBL champion from this division in a couple of years. Quite a couple of years. And there's a reason for that. So, back in 2001 they won. Back in 2004, and I think 2010 was last year. Of course, Washington did make it in 2013. But they usually, the teams from this division get to the postseason, and then they get to face the Jade, and then they get clobbered. It's kind of been the trend. We'll see if they can break through. I think Somerville will be a playoff team.
Yeah, especially if he sets his pitchers up to pitch less innings. The starters go less innings, so he can really focus on his bullpen. I mean, that's definitely a strength.
I'm gonna look at Ryan Lewis. This guy looks like a rookie here. This guy looks really good. Fly ball pitcher. 13th round pick. Look at this guy dev up. My fucking goodness. That is a TCR roll, as they say, right?
I'm not sure.
His staff's pretty deep. I mean, Lehman's on the back end of his career. These guys are all set at 100 pitches, it looks like. Ibarra is nothing special at the back end. But, yeah, maybe find a new fifth starter. I mean, if you look at the rest of these guys, they're performing great right now.
Here's a crazy strategy. Here's a crazy strategy. It's a 4-man rotation. Set them all to 75 pitches each.
A 4-man rotation?
Yes.
I feel like it doesn't matter how many pitches they throw. It still takes 5 to recover.
It would take some testing. I agree. It would take some testing. The number might be lower than 75. You might have to set it at like 60. But if you stop and think about it, that could get you at least 4 innings, 5 innings. And you can do that every 4th day and still have enough to, and then you literally play bullpen every single game. The question that I have is this: is there a cumulative fatigue effect? Like if you have a bullpen guy that hits 80 innings, does he have more fatigue because he's thrown 80 innings than when he was at 30 innings? Does OOTP have something like that?
Oh, it 100% does. It's called wear and tear. It's actually in the manual, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I also know, like, for a career, most of these guys have, like, a set number they hit, and then once they hit that number, they're going to digress and they're going to fall apart. And some, obviously, the setting's higher and some's lower. Like, there's variation there, but they all have, like, an internal clock.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I just learned again something. Although it's after midnight now, so then this technically counts as learning something tomorrow, right?
Yeah, or never remembering it in the morning. One of the two. Let's look at Somerville's system. Pretty shallow, but that's kind of to be expected. He's been competing year in and year out, so he's been pulling from the system and he's been trading for assets. But he's got a lot of guys right on the cusp, right? 4 guys in AAA here. he's a good GM. I think he's gonna
Yeah, for
do
sure.
it again this year. I think this division will be more competitive. Last year he ran away with it. He won the division by like I don't know, like 12 games I think, probably more. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. I think there's going to be a couple teams competing towards the top.
Well, I like the fact that he's given his team an identity. That's cool.
For sure. Next up, the Washington Generals and Steve's team. He's no longer in the Discord. I wonder if he was waiting to talk about his team, and then it just took us like 2.5 fucking hours to get to it. So he finally went to bed.
I feel responsible for that a little bit because I do
Yeah.
tend to pontificate about things sometimes.
If he had said he wanted to talk about his team, I would have skipped over to the Sapphire. I feel like I'm cutting in and out now.
You are cutting in and out.
Yeah, my headset might be dying. Damn it.
It's okay.
All right. Well, I'll let you start off. What do you think of the Generals?
So the first thing that jumped out about their pitching staff is they've got like one guy and a whole bunch of mediocre pitchers, in my opinion. They've got some power pitchers, they got some ground ball guys, they got some neutral guys, right? So the pitching staff as a whole doesn't necessarily have an identity.
Well,
but
his
I
ace
think
is
they
on the
need some more.
disabled list. I do want to point that out.
Okay. Well, that definitely affects things.
Yeah, 3 months, Butch Winter. He's been a stud in Washington.
Okay, so he's got an ace. That's good.
Yep.
What does he have behind that ace though? He's got another good pitcher that's there. So he's got 2 good pitchers.
Yep.
To win a playoff series, you need at least 3.
Yeah.
So
No, agreed. So he was a strong team for like I said, he was in the championship a couple years ago, and it's funny, for the first decade, I think he was one of the last 2 teams to make the postseason. He had terrible luck, and I'm not just saying that. Like, he literally was like, damn, I am cutting in and out still.
Yeah.
He would miss the postseason in game 163, or he would miss the postseason on the last week of the season, and that happened over and over and over again for like the first 7 seasons. If you look at his record, 2002 he missed the postseason with 86 wins, and then he missed with 85 wins, and then he missed with 84 wins, and then he missed with 84 wins again in 2006. So he won 84 games every year from 2002 to 2006 without making the postseason.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Perseverance, man.
Absolutely.
Got to give you props for the perseverance.
I mean, look at his career. He's an OG. He's been here since the beginning. A .532 win percentage, and he's been in the playoffs 6 times in 15 seasons. That's pretty fucking nuts. But he did build a powerhouse for a couple years. He was not just the division winner from 2012 to 2014. He also led the Ice Conference in wins. So he had a really great team, and then he finally sold off last year, and then still won 90 games. I feel really bad that the quality of my fucking headset's fucking up.
That's okay. So his ballpark is, I mean, fairly standard. It's not really crazy one way or the other. His pitching is beat up. He's got a lot of guys on the injured list, including a guy with a question mark. Oh, the dreaded question mark. Granted, it's just a bullpen guy, but still, I mean, I hate when I see that question mark. And another guy who's out for 7 to 8 months. Probably also, I'm assuming he was probably using him in the bullpen. Let me see. No, he was actually starting him. Tim Lacey was actually starting games. So I think some of what we're seeing here, I mean, because some of these bullpen numbers are pretty gnarly, right? You got a guy with 15 ERA and another guy with 12 ERA. I think some of that is influenced by the injuries that he's had. He's probably had a couple of these injuries that made this bad. He's got a decent number of lefties. I mean, 4 is an okay number.
I would probably like to see maybe one more in the setup role in front of Hartman um, because the guys that he has are not power pitchers. I mean, he's got one power pitcher in Bales, and Bales is like a long reliever. So he's not really like you can say that Marcos Perez is also a power pitcher because he's got that 80 fastball, but his stuff is only 55. So it doesn't quite line up. So I would like to see a little bit more power pitchers towards the back end of that bullpen. I think that's one of the pieces that he's missing there. Um, I would build that bullpen.
Yeah, and I
yeah.
think Steve is another good GM. He's really built his team around his ballpark, as you like to say. If you kind of look at the ballpark, right? We talked about this with someone else, but it's good to hit in the gap in this park, right? And he's always had really fast guys and guys with good gap. And he's traded a lot of these guys away now. I think Zachary Fast is still here. But this is like the prototypical like guy that this team was built around for a long time.
With a name like Fast, he better be fast.
Yeah, I mean he's got a great history. 76, 75, 81 steals, 65 steals. This guy's at 529 career steals right now. He's 31. So outside of that, he always talks about his outstanding rookie here, Milo Koljevic. Not rookie. Last year he was a rookie. But this guy looks nice. Unfortunately, just a first baseman, and who the fuck cares, right?
I used to be a first baseman, so I don't say things like that.
Who the fuck cares in terms of building your team around them, though? Like, I don't know. It's not the most important position.
Of course not.
I also played first base in high school, so because I'm lefty, and they couldn't put me
I'm not
anywhere else.
lefty.
But yeah, Justin Shoemaker, he's an okay catcher. This team's, slightly above average. I don't think they're anything special. And I think Steve knows that. He went into his rebuild last year. He was complaining about injuries earlier this season, and I said, isn't this kind of what you're hoping for and expecting in the rebuild? And I forgot what he said, but basically he was expecting it, but he hates to do it with injuries. Yeah, what do you say? Expectations were low, but I still don't want major injuries. And then he asked me to sim a month.
Well, I mean, like you said, his team is kind of probably somewhere around 85 wins, I think.
I think so, but only because of the division. And I wouldn't be surprised if this team did not make the playoffs.
Sure. There's a lot of good teams in that other division. Maybe they'll beat themselves up enough to where one of these other teams can sneak in.
Well, again, I mean, we do guarantee 2 teams from each
Oh,
division.
yeah, that's right.
So
that's
one
right.
shit team can still get in here if they're not good. He's got an okay system, 17 top 500 prospects.
Okay.
But no like top end talent. At least potential wise. Obviously I'm not drilling in, but who's next? Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh boy.
Just kidding. Not the Eagles. Must be the Lehigh Valley Scrapples.
What is a scrapple?
I knew you were going to ask that. It is a breakfast. it's breakfast in Pennsylvania, from what I understand.
Okay. Okay.
I had asked too. I very much didn't want to allow this logo or mascot when this team first joined the league, and
Sure.
JP's not the original GM, but I let it slide, and now it seems to be part of the fabric of the league. So
Yeah.
it's basically
mean-
that picture though. It's like eggs and I don't even
On toast.
and bacon on toast, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Must be a Pittsburgh thing.
um,
I'll ask Joe.
there you
I
go.
know Joe's from that area.
There you go. Yeah. This team is dangerous. I think they could be competing for the division.
He could be scraptastic.
Hitters Ballpark.
Sorry.
A lot of home runs in
Yep.
this ballpark.
Yep. And that explains why they have so many extreme ground ball pitchers.
Yeah, power and
So
extreme ground ball.
smart GM, 100%.
Yeah.
There are
JP's
really
in my other
no
league, and
weaknesses.
JP's in my other league, and he's got a couple championships. So
Nice.
he knows how to build a team.
And they're just not just extreme ground ball. Look at their home run rates. Their home run rates are all like 60 for most of the guys, except for, you got like Euro there, who's probably, either in there because of an injury or temporarily there or something. Everybody else is going to keep the ball in the ballpark for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Roland Cook, 3-time Pitcher of the Year, 2009, 2010, 2011. So
And remember how we were talking about the money line, right? About how the way to beat them is you got to pitch lefties against them.
Yep.
He's got 3 lefties in his starting 5. He's got 3 lefties in his bullpen. He is a bad matchup, in my opinion, for the money line.
Yeah, I bet they faced off this year. Let's see how that's played out. Of course, he got swept by the money line, right?
This game is funny like that,
He's lost
isn't it?
5 of 6 to the money line this year.
It's
Oh no, that's
amazing.
Boston. I'm sorry, that's Boston. He's only played 3 times.
But still.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty funny. But it was on the road. I feel like home and road splits in this game are a little outrageous at times.
I've never really delved in too much to that. Probably an area that might be worth exploring a little bit when I get time.
Yeah, I mean, the Scrapples right now, 10-5 at home, 1-8 on the road.
Yeah. Well, because so to me, that says I understand my ballpark and I've built my team around my ballpark, so I've done a good job there.
I also think
That also tells me that the rest of the division is got different kind of ballpark.
I also think part of that is, and again, this could be one of those mechanics that I'm just making up in my head, but team chemistry. I feel like if you have a strong team chemistry, they can go on the road and win. And sometimes if you have a team that kind of feuds a little bit, they can struggle on the road. And again, I could totally be making that up, but I've always just felt that way.
Okay.
I've never seen this name. Apparently, this is season number 2 for Pierangelo Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'd hate to have to buy a house with a name like that, man. Could you imagine signing that on a mortgage 47 times?
Well, since this GM's name is JP, maybe he should nickname this guy PR, and that would just simplify things.
Yeah.
But this staff, again, we've talked about it. I don't see any yellow here.
No, they're good, solid team. Good, solid pitching staff for sure.
Yep. Good a disruptive closer, so if things aren't going well.
And
That
like
could
I
be
said,
scary.
the left-handed, he's, in my opinion, he's set up to play against the money line.
Yeah. Quick look at the lineup. Victor Perez, best player on the team. Not the best fielder. And honestly, he's only been kind of mid, right?
But he's
Has
also
ever-
playing a corner outfield position. It's not critical. It's just
Right.
a nice to have.
He's an above average player, but he's never like had a superstar type season.
Sure. Other than, well, yeah, because he only played 56 games last
Oh
year.
yeah, injury history.
So is he injured or is he on a platoon?
Looks like a platoon. Last year, anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Oh,
shreds
no,
lefties.
he played. He got traded last year. So he played
That's right.
146 games.
Oh,
he put up
geez,
6.7
you're right.
WAR. So actually, last year was probably his best season as a TBLer.
Oh yeah, he hit 44 homers
Yeah. Yep.
when you add those two lines together. Wow.
Yep. 101 RBIs. Yeah. He hit 361 after getting traded. That's pretty amazing. He got out of Denver, which was sucking ass, and he went to Lehigh, which was competing, and it turned him around.
Nice.
Outside of that, decent defense for the catcher. Todd Vela, one of the best pure hitters in the TBL. Just looking at his batting stats here, 202 hits, 214, 232, 219. Career 315 average. Decent defense at shortstop. Good defense at center field. And I feel like JP does always put a lot of stock into defense. That's always been one of his MOs from his teams.
So the other thing too that kind of sticks out to me is that his top three guys are all on fire. So he's got his batting order set up optimally right now. Like Vela is always going to be good, right? Great leadoff hitter. So Ripke might be overachieving just a little bit, but the stat on him that I like is the fact that he avoids strikeouts. So he's going to put the ball in play. So he's going to move your runner over. So I wouldn't be surprised if Reyes and Perez both get somewhat close. I know it sounds funny to say it because he's only got 12 RBIs so far, but I could see them both getting close to, 90 to 100 RBIs each.
I mean, look at this ballpark too, for doubles and triples. Can you imagine Vela playing in like, was it Somerville we just looked at that had the
Washington
better
was the
gap?
last one we looked at.
Washington. Just thinking like if they had like playing in this ballpark, how good Vela would be compared to Lehigh.
Yeah.
Anything else on this team? Focus is waning.
Well, I was also yawning too. Um,
Not your focus.
I mean-
in general, yeah.
well, me too. But the thing is, right? This team, I think, I will say this 1,000 times. I think they're set up to play the money line very well. So if the top two teams make it, I could see these. Well, I'm already telling you my prediction, I guess. That these two teams are going to be the 1 and 2, and that they're going to eventually see each other in the playoffs. And my guess is Lehigh Valley gets past money.
If they see each other in the playoffs, that's a big if.
That's the key. So somebody's going to have to win a series or something to get there.
Right. Or one of them just beats up the division so bad they get like the top seed. Notably, they have a pretty shallow system, and almost every guy in this system is in AAA, in the top 500.
So that either means that he's managing it and pushing them up, or they're good and almost ready.
Yeah, I mean, there's nice pieces here. The only guy who's got really locked up long term is Roland Cook. That's not true. Perez is going to get paid a shitload into his age 34 season.
It's not bad. Age 34 is not bad. Especially for a guy who's like a left fielder, he could play DH as he gets older if his defensive skills start to wane more.
Yeah, for me, slight injury risk for $40 million a year. I don't know if I pay someone with an injury history that much. But, and he's not, I mean, we pointed out, he's not the best outfielder.
Oh.
So, I don't know if I like that.
Yeah.
All right, any last thoughts on the scraps?
No, I mean, I think they're set up well.
That was 1, 2, 3, 4. We're to the Philadelphia Eagles. And I can't tell you enough how badly I want this team to lose in the Super Bowl. I fucking hate the Eagles. The TBL
Why?
Eagles are okay. I'm a Giants fan.
Okay.
I gotta watch Saquon Barkley win a Super Bowl with the Eagles. No, thank you.
Shouldn't you be a Patriots fan?
Probably, but I'm not.
It's okay. It's okay. You can like whoever you like.
Yeah, just like a childhood memory. I was like 5 years old. My dad took me to a Super Bowl. Saw the boys in blue. Fell in love. But the TBL Eagles, I definitely root for this team. I'm a big fan of Bobby.
Are their uniforms green?
Blue and maroon. They used to be green, so they're clearly fucked up here.
Well, because for me, right, I have the logos and stuff all there for the teams, but I don't have the jerseys.
Ugh.
So for me, yeah, it looks kind of strange.
Yeah, this is all gonna get fixed.
Right, I see guys with green uniforms and what looks like the real Philadelphia Eagles logo on top of their hat or whatever. And then I see this blue and maroon thing, I think it says Eagles next to it, right? It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I've got files somewhere. This is all shitty.
Yeah,
when I have some time, I'm gonna go through and fix all this. But
I'm all about that kind of stuff. I put the files in there and stuff when I have them and all that, just because I want to see what it really should look like. But a lot of the files, especially in these 57 leagues, I hardly ever can get the files.
I'll fix this at some
Sometimes the
point.
commissioners are like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll get it to you," and they never get it.
Oh, you know what?
Whatever.
I'll fix the hat right now too, just because it's bothering me. But feel free to start talking about the pitching.
Okay, I will.
Or the ballpark.
I've kind of got a system here. So their ballpark is slightly left-handed, home run friendly. So what they should do is have left-handed power hitters, and that will help them at home. When I look at their lineup, I see a lot of right-handed hitters. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I think there's an opportunity here to maximize your home advantage by adding a left-handed power bat, especially one who hits fly balls. Maybe at first base or designated hitter, because you're not getting a lot of production out of your first baseman. I'm not even going to try to pronounce this guy's name. We'll just call him Hogan.
Nairiki Hogan?
Yes.
New,
right?
new,
He's
we'll just,
not had a good year so far, and
let's
it
just
looks
call
like it's an aberration.
let's just call him New York Yankee.
New York Knicks, I don't know, whatever.
Isn't that the NYY, New York Yankee?
Oh yeah, I just because the K makes me think nobody pays attention to basketball anymore anyway.
Nairiki, Tiki Torch, Hogan.
Yeah,
This guy needs a
but
nickname.
this guy, I
Get
think
this guy a nickname, Bobby. Come on.
I was thinking Hulk.
That's a good one.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan. Anyway, he's an okay player. I like the fact that he's a captain. I think that helps for up some things. He's got some power, but he hasn't had a good start to his career. Maybe he'll turn it around. He's only 22. He's also a 10th round pick, so who knows?
Yeah.
Um,
This is one of
but-
those situations where I don't understand the overall potential ratings because this guy doesn't look like anything special to me.
I'm hoping that this team sends in an export because you've got a relief pitcher who's out for 4 weeks, and you got a first baseman who's out for 3 weeks. They're not on the IL.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So
I could have pulled exports before we did this. I probably should have, but
that's okay.
yeah, I'm sure
You
he's
know
gonna
you
adjust
know
it.
who exports and who doesn't or whatever better than I do, obviously. So, but even so, taking a risk like that, first base is such a position where there is so much available power hitting talent out there. I would just go find a left hand. You may even have one in your system. I'm going to check that. Power. No, not really.
He did pick up in a trade last season, Mark Green from Virginia, and I think Green was on the injured list when he traded for him, or got injured right away. Because it looks like even though this trade, oh no, it happened. I'm sorry, it happened in December. So this is a new pickup on his team.
But this team needs, so you got your 3 first basemen here, right? You've got Geraldo. He doesn't have power, but he's fast, right? Okay. And you've got Santos, who has some power. He's not a fly ball hitter, so that either of these guys are going to play well in your park. What you need to do here is get yourself a big first baseman who's a left-handed hitter.
Santos is a lefty.
I might even have one. Yeah.
Is this a trade partner? Is my guy a lefty? I just need to get
Come
rid of
find
the
me,
baseman
man.
so bad.
Philadelphia Eagles, come find me. I'll trade you Ron Blackwell. I'll trade you for cheap. He's got a big contract though, so I might have to retain some of it. I don't care. He's not really. He'll do wonders in your park. You need a left-handed fly ball hitting power guy, and yeah, it's going to help you out.
His pitching's been pretty good so far through April. He leads the league in strikeouts. He has the best bullpen ERA. And if you look at his pitching, I mean, he's got some top-end talent here. He traded for Boyd Perry this year. That was a big trade. Boyd Perry is a former pitcher of the year. And this is one of those guys that just, like, clearly isn't popular because how does he have no All-Star appearances? This dude's been, like, really, really tough.
Yeah.
He's got a career 3.28 ERA in 1,600 innings.
And you know what's funny about that statement is it says that his personality says he's a fan favorite.
Yeah, he's extremely popular, and he's not been to All-Star games. It literally makes no sense to me. Like, he's such an anomaly. Nick
Yep.
Henson is a stud. I know Bobby was super excited about this guy coming up, and he was pitcher of the year last year. A 1.67 ERA in 194 innings, 285 strikeouts. He's got 4 pitches that are 75 or higher. 80 stuff.
And none of them are fastball.
That is interesting. I didn't notice that.
So you've got a pitcher who's got stuff,
and he's got a knuckleball.
Knuckle curve.
That's got to be one of the more interesting things in the whole league, I think. Hang on to this guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely hang on to this
He's
guy.
super sexy.
Yeah. Got a lot of blue.
Yeah. I mean, this won't be his only pitcher of the year award. I'm gonna say that right now. I'm gonna make
No.
that prediction.
I'm going to vote for him for the All-Star game just because.
Unfortunately, we don't vote for the All-Star game.
Oh, we don't do that? Oh.
No, the league just goes too fast. I don't think we get good participation.
I'm in some. I don't need to tell you I'm in some. I forget sometimes what some of the little nuances between from one to the other, right? But one that drives me absolutely crazy is the voting. Okay, because there are some leagues where they're like, we're not going to sim until everybody's done voting, and there's always 2 or 3 guys that just never do it, and it just drives me crazy. Or the worst, okay, yeah, just go vote in the game. Okay, when I go in the game and I got to pick every single every single Gold Glove, every single.
Yeah.
I don't like doing that, man. I would rather have the AI just pick, just so we can move on.
Yeah, I narrow it down. Like, I ask people to vote for the main awards here, but I do automatic Gold Glove and automatic Slugger, Silver Slugger, and automatic Rookie of the Year, because people always forget the pitcher's tab in Rookie of the Year, and that drives me fucking nuts.
Yeah.
So the game picks all those awards. The one thing, if I made a change, I would love to mandate Hall of Fame voting. I feel like everybody should vote for that.
Yeah.
But I don't.
It's true. Hall of Fame voting isn't one of those ones that takes that much time because
Agreed.
I mean
you
you
can
get a
literally
list of
submit a blank
guys.
ballot if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Just fucking do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm in one league, and I'm not going to say which one it is. And I'm hoping I don't think the GM is. I don't think the commissioner is a GM here. And it's a great league. Don't get me wrong, but the voting, because of the league structure, it's like there's 4 leagues, so I literally have to vote 4 times for like one. Like I have to vote for every single league and all the awards. It's like a
Yeah, it's pretty
12-hour
crazy.
experience just to get
Yeah.
through it. It's ridiculous. Sorry, I know I've gone on a tangent here, man.
That's okay.
So,
Yeah, let's get back to
Henson's good. Henson's good stuff. Keep him. Don't get rid of him.
top end top end closer at the back of the bullpen.
Yeah,
in
for
the
sure.
Tabor. And one of the best names in the TBL for sure. Innocenzio and Tuofermo. I think I got that right. Innocenzio and Tuofermo.
Yeah. It's a mouthful.
It's kind of like Giannis Antetokounmpo, but there's a Fermo. Anyways.
He probably goes by John.
Another guy that needs a nickname, Bobby. Let's get on this, okay?
Yes.
Innocenzio, John, and Tuofermo. That's what this whole podcast should have been about. We should have just given everybody a nickname.
Yeah, we could do that. That could be a future one.
Next time.
Yeah. But
no,
he's
got a good yin yang of a pitching staff. Like, he's got a really great top end talent in this pitching staff, and then he's got what I feel like are fillers.
at the second best bullpen I've seen.
Agreed.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember which was the team that had the best bullpen.
Yeah, honestly, I was just going
3.
with you. I don't remember.
Fine.
I was just going.
Was
with
it
you.
Moneyline? Hold on a minute here.
They did have long. Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was Moneyline. Moneyline had the best bullpen.
Yep.
Because they had all those guys that threw fastball. Hey, guess what? So do these guys. The Eagles and the Moneyline are very similar. But like I said, the Eagles need a left-handed power bat or 2.
What I love about this team is the shortstop, Ricardo Hernandez, a great defensive shortstop. The bat kind of sucks ass, but if he can hit better than 148, which is where he's at right now, this guy is more than serviceable. Put up 3.3 WAR last year. And the catcher, Ron Reed, is best defensive catcher, one of the best defensive catchers in the TBL. 80 blocking, 70 framing, 60 arm. So he's got those positions that I covet locked down, with the exception of center field.
Yep.
And we spent a lot of time on Bobby's team, even though most of it wasn't talking about Bobby's team. But that's okay.
Yeah.
His system's, it's not great. He's got a couple guys that are close. Oscar Aguilar, not really that close, actually. Excuse me. Kevin Huffaker. This guy looks like he'll be serviceable for sure. Chris Jones.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So in the second round of 2014 draft, he took Bill King, the first baseman. Okay. Here's a good example. Bill King is going to hit home runs. He's a right-handed guy. If you found a left-handed version of Bill King in the draft, he would hit more home runs in your park.
I'm gonna actually ask Bobby to explain this one though too. Bill King's not a first baseman. Bill King is a left fielder. This dude's got 60 range, 60 error, 50 arm. You can find a million first basemen. Put this guy in left field.
Yeah. Maybe he's in the process of doing that. Maybe
Possibly.
he's playing, and let's look at his fielding stats.
All levels combined. I guess it doesn't want to show me.
Yeah, it doesn't want to show me either. That's weird.
That is weird. Yeah, that is weird.
Is that part of the file? Do you include the statistics from the minor league? Whatever?
I thought so, yeah. No, other guys show.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Hard to explain.
So he might be in the process of changing him into a left fielder.
Well,
That
let's
might
see
be.
where he's playing in the lineup right now. What's he in? A+. Roster.
Oh, he hasn't played any games this year. That's why.
Yeah, but shouldn't it show past years?
A+ hasn't gone yet?
A+ starts today. Or starts tomorrow.
Ah, okay.
A+ and A. I mean, but it looks like he's the only first baseman on the roster, so I feel like he's not playing the outfield.
Yeah.
But he should be.
So that could be optimized.
100%.
There are ways to make him better. Get him more time.
Thank God we're in hour 7 of this podcast and we're giving Bobby advice on his
Yes.
A+
Hopefully
team.
he's still with us.
Let's look at his system. We just were. His system looks, I don't know, mediocre. So he's trying to compete now. He's got the pieces to do so. And I wouldn't put this team past making the playoffs.
No, I think he's got some pieces that can get there. I would still put him behind the scrappers, that Grapples. Yeah, the
No, I agree.
Grapples and the money line I would think are in a slightly better position, but if he gets a left-handed power hit, I keep saying that. Go get yourself a left-handed power hitter.
I could see this team sending 3 playoff teams though. Like I could see
maybe.
all 3 of those teams making it.
Depends on how bad the other division beats itself up.
But again, hopefully it can beat up the bottom half of this division too, right? So.
Yeah.
Who's number 5? I have no idea. Syracuse. Everybody else is just bad. Syracuse, Boston, maybe. Nope. Jeez, Boston's 8. Must be Montreal. Montreal, Ryan, and the Montreal Machine, and this is another team that has kind of fallen from grace. They were good from 2003 to 2009, and it's been a while.
Yeah, looks like they've gone down and come back.
Yeah, I don't think Ryan has made the postseason. I think it was a different GM. And
Okay.
so Ryan's trying to get there for the first time, and he's off to a good start. 16-8. Can he sustain it?
Oh, this last sim looks like he lost a starting pitcher, lost his SP4. Now it looks like he lost his third baseman. Now the third baseman's gonna only be gone for 3 weeks. Ooh, why is he playing third base?
I don't know, but this is a hitter's park. The home runs are
Yep.
way up in terms of
Yep.
factors.
So he needs ground ballers. Okay, so he's got ground ballers, so he's good there. I like the fact that he's got 2 lefties. Sorry, 3 lefties. Well, if you count the guy who's injured. Otherwise, he's got 2.
Yeah, that's a bad
Um,
injury. 4 months. That sucks.
Yeah, 4 months. That sucks. Although 4 months is
And it's
August, right? So he could still pitch in September.
yep.
So he still might be okay for the playoffs. I would even consider if Montreal makes the playoffs and is matched up against the money line. Not that I'm sitting here trying to tell everybody how to beat the money line, but you've got 4 lefties,
JR
right?
is gonna fucking hate this podcast.
I'm sorry, JR,
No,
but he could even pitch Josh Baynard, right? He's got 4 lefties that he could throw. Yana,
yeah, look
Alvarado,
at that.
um, uh, Ura that just got hurt, and then you got Baynard. You could literally just throw nothing but lefties
I have to imagine
against them.
Baynard's gonna be in the rotation next sim once
Yeah,
Miara
I
hits
would
the
think so too.
yeah. And honestly, this guy Viana, I haven't seen him yet. He's a rookie, and he looks sexy as hell. I love that knuckle curve. Another guy, as you pointed out, though, no fastball here. Or is a cutter a fastball? Again, I don't. Isn't there more than one type of fastball?
In reality, yes. In OTP, I guess it depends on how Marcus interpreted it, right?
Yeah.
Some people consider a cutter a fastball.
Like I thought they call it like a split finger fastball or
Sure.
a cut
When
fastball.
I was in high school, I used to jam a 12-inch softball between my front 2 fingers so I could throw it. It was almost like a fork ball that I would throw, but whatever.
Yeah. But that's a pitch in this game too, so it can't be a fork ball. But anyways, yeah, I think I missed the point there.
Yeah.
Another rookie, Alvarado. So this is a team that's sucked pond water for a long time, and they've got now their young guys just hitting the league. It looks like.
Yeah.
So
A little worried that Alvarado got it called up too early, though.
Alvarado.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He's got a lot of development and growth to still get. He
Yeah,
needs to
maybe.
make sure that he has success with him. I would put him on a batter's base limit to ensure, because he's got the sinker and he's got the cutter and the slider. So if you set him up to like 24 batters maximum or something,
Yeah, he
which
came up
should
in
be.
2014 at the age of 20. That's early.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
This is season 3. I mean, again,
Wow.
limited time. Limited time. He came up, it looks like, after call-up day. And then last year, I'm not really sure what went on there. But he spent a bunch of time in the minors. Maybe Ryan did that to manipulate service time. I'm not sure.
But his ERA plus is not doing so hot. Usually, I like to think if you're in the right place, you need at least 100 in that ERA plus. I use that sometimes when I'm trying to determine if I'm going to call up a guy or not.
Um, through April, this is one of the worst defensive teams in the Ice Conference. So that's pretty scary, considering that they are 16-8.
Yeah.
And I don't like their offense like I like their pitching.
Well, have they played a lot of home games to start the season? Let's see here. 2, 3.
They are 11-4 at home.
5.
So yes, and they're 5-4 on the
So
road.
they've played a lot of home games. So their offensive numbers are a little skewed because they've played more home games and they have such a home run friendly ballpark.
Yeah. Their
So
Pythag's,
I don't think their
Pythag's +2
offense is.
right now.
Yeah, I don't know if their offense is as quite as good as it's showing right now. But yes, they definitely need to shore up that defense.
They've got some vets on this team, some old guys actually. At first base, Kareem Amos, he's been around for forever. He's got a great nickname, which is important, obviously, for a player profile.
I just had a bag of those the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
50 career WAR for Steve Moss. This guy's he's been a career machine. Maybe his number gets retired when he retires. But 2,050 games for the Montreal Machine since 2003.
That's a lot.
.200 hits led the league last year. Joe Jones.
I was just
199
gonna
hits the
say
year before.
he is one that is interesting to me because he's trying to. I mean, if this was well, if this was like Major League Baseball, right, and you had a guy who did that, I would say, okay, let's go. And then you look at how he's at 244. He's almost 100 points below that right now. You'd have to say, why? What's different? Is he batting in a different place in the batting order? Is there not enough protection around him? Those kind of things, right? Maybe bat him second. I would change Joe Jones in the batting order to see if you or maybe even just give him a day off. Sometimes that makes a difference too, just to get him started.
I don't like him at second base at all.
No.
If you don't have these dinosaurs playing first base, I think maybe in a year or two he's playing first base.
Well, I had heard from someone that if guys don't play their best position, there's a slight decrease to their batting. I don't know. I'm like, that sounds like one of those, we're interpreting OOTP to have that, but does it really?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I haven't heard that, but doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah.
But I also feel like a lot of guys can excel at first base. So I don't know. That makes me think. I mean, clearly, like, he's not a fielder. Like, 45, if that's your best positional ranking, then you can't play the field.
Well, and the other thing too is, right, I've heard that the taller guys are supposedly better at first base. But
I have heard that.
I
That's
can't
definitely true.
and I can't find where that is, right? Unless I click the editor button and then it tells me how tall the guys are.
It tells you right on the main page right here.
It does? Where?
Look at right under his name, next to his, straight across the line there.
It does. Well,
Yeah.
geez, I just learned a fourth thing. Well, a second one for today.
Yeah.
2 yesterday, 2 today now.
Yeah. So, I mean, 6'4" Steve Amos. How tall is Joe Jones? 5'10". Oh, he's a shorty.
10. Yeah. So he's probably not. He probably gets a decreased at first base.
Again, he's only a 55, so it kind of makes sense, right? Like even at first base, it's not as.
Well, he's a
He's not
20
stellar
actually.
anyway. He's probably a DH.
He's got to grow into a 55, but yes.
Yeah, he's probably a DH. Anybody else to talk about in this lineup? Like how are his key positions here? Center fielder, not the best. Defensive. Shortstop. Again, not enough range, not enough double play. And this is why his defense is bad. These key positions aren't good. The only one I don't hate is catcher, but again, we've seen in this league catchers with way better defensive bars than this. So.
Yeah, and he's only played 12. I wonder if he's platooning his 2 catchers. Let's see. Young against righties and Estrada against lefties. So he's just keeping them fresh by rotating them.
Yep, makes sense. Prospect pipeline. He's got some pieces here, and again, similar to he brought up those two stud pitchers that are in their rookie seasons. He's got a bunch of guys in AAA here, so I feel like his window is coming up right now. And then you take these young guys and you add some big contracts, like some veterans, and you have a pretty good team in a year or two.
Yeah.
But my thoughts: 16-8, overperforming. I think he comes back down to earth in a sim or two.
I agree.
All right, number 6. Let's keep going. Let's get through this. Boston. Nope. I keep thinking Boston's good. They're not good. Syracuse. Number 6, Tyler and the Syracuse Stealth. Tyler was almost the first team. Almost the first expansion team to make the playoffs. But much like all the other expansion teams, it's been a struggle. 83 wins his inaugural season. Didn't make the playoffs.
Wow.
And he's been 70 win season every year. So of all the expansion teams, he hasn't been dog shit.
There's another expansion team that's not dog shit either.
Well, I mean, you've been dog shit though. Doesn't mean you are dog shit. We can look at the history.
Not since I took over.
Mexico City, 72, 70, 67. I mean, 6-18. I mean, 250 win percentage. That's pretty fucking bad.
Now you sound like Jay. Here we are talking about this on the forum. Oh man, there's more stuff on the forum on the Slack page. It's really... Bless you, boys. Jay says, "Bless you, boys." This podcast is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we basically worked.
The GM can help with staff cohesion if that's not something you care about, or if that is something you care about.
We've basically worked a full shift.
Sure.
We're almost at an 8-hour shift here.
That's all right. All good, man.
Let's take a look at the stealth here. Ballpark. We got a good rotation, John. Another hitter's park here.
Yep.
Home runs. I will say Tyler has a bad reputation in my other league. He's in my Skyline League. Not the most talented GM by reputation. But I think he's done pretty well so far with this franchise. He, again, I can tell this is his second league. I don't know where this ranks for you. Maybe you're like 18th league, but he misses some exports. And, you know, when we go 2 weeks at a time, that can be painful.
Yeah, but he's got some
great
pieces, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So looking at the pitching staff, love Eddie Wakefield, just mainly because of the name. But also, he's not a bad-looking pitcher.
No. He would be, I think, even better. I wouldn't use him as a closer. This is just me. Take this for what it's worth. I don't think his fastball is high enough, but his stuff isn't. Right? I don't agree with the assessment that they said that he's a power pitcher. I think they're only saying he's a power pitcher because that slider isn't better and that sinker is not real good. So what I would do is I would use this guy to be like a 20 to 25 batters limit kind of guy, start a game. And I would use that home runs against, right? That's an extreme asset. I would set him up to go more at guys, right? Because his control is low. But if you have him go, let's say 2 times through the batting order, it'll get you through maybe 4 or 5 innings, and then you play bullpen behind him. I think that's the best use of him. I don't like him as a closer.
Yeah, that's fair. Unfortunately, like, there's just not a lot around him on this pitching staff. I think this is kind of like another team we looked at. I'm trying to remember who because it's been so long ago. But the pitching's just not here right now. Maybe, was it Durham? The other expansion team we looked at? No, Durham had great pitching.
Well, he's trying to build.
I don't
He doesn't
remember.
really have an identity, right? You want to have some sort of identity, right? That's why I like what Moneyline was doing with their setup, with their pitching staff in this division, right? You've got ground balls, some fly balls, some neutral guys. You got like this mix, and I think it's okay to have fly ball guys if you have a ballpark that doesn't give up home runs, and you have fast guys in your outfield. This ballpark gives up lots of home runs,
Yeah.
but you need to get more ground ball guys, extreme ground ball guys, and you need to get guys that have a lower home run rate. Eddie Wakefield in his 70, that's a good home run rate, right? That's why I was saying if he needs to give you more innings. You make him a starter, 4 or 5 innings, and then he's done. Don't make him go through that lineup unless you want to try developing another pitch for him in the development lab. 25, it might work, right? But after that, you've got an Endo who's got a 60, right? He might be able to be a starter too, right? Because he's got 60 stamina. The problem is he doesn't have any stuff. So you'd have to really
Look at his pitches,
build
too.
upon his control and his movement. So you'd want to have him be a pitch around kind of pitcher.
Yeah, look at his pitches.
And
I mean, he's
then,
got changeup, sinker, splitter, and he can't even throw 90 miles per hour.
yeah, he's like, what's that guy's name from the Angels? With the blonde hair. We had an older brother who played for the Tigers.
Jared Weaver?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
You knew who I was talking about, right? He's a soft tosser, and that's fine. Soft tossers have a place, but you have to have the defense behind. If you don't have the defense. He's being used as a bullpen guy.
I will say, one guy I like to point out on this team, who's a free agent pickup this year, played for me last year, is Alex Lopez, and I just, big props to Mr. Lopez, 42 years old, still getting it done. I mean, the guy put a 4.1 RWAR last year as a 41-year-old for me. I thought about re-signing him. I almost gave him a good contract, but I didn't. And it looks like this might be near the end for him, but
Yeah.
he's had a great career.
Oh, that's cool. I like when the game does stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. We had a guy, he's retired now, named Phil Crawhorn, played first base DH. I think he was still a 60-60 at 44 years old. And then he just abruptly retired. So it must be coded in to hit a certain age, and then it's just like, okay, this is enough.
I don't know because, like I said, I'm in that one league where there's guys. I have a guy on my team who's 42, and he's been with that team the entire time. Now, I joined that league 4 seasons ago, right? Whatever. So most of the time, I wasn't in control of it. But he's 42, and he's ready to play another season.
I had a guy in my other
A lot of
league that I think I drafted him at 20, or he joined my major league team at 23, and he retired at 42, and he hit 980 home runs in his career.
Oh my gosh!
And he's like 200
Holy
home runs
cow.
higher than any other player. And that's
Wow.
that's in my super active league. So just a really cool
Nice.
player. It's funny when guys do shit like that, just outliers. Anyways, yeah. So pitching kind of sucks here, right?
Yeah,
He's
I
got
would say. Well, not just that they're also not. I once
no
again, I'm
focus.
not trying to be negative about anybody. And they're not. They're all over the map in terms of what kind of pitchers, and they're not in the right spots. This could be optimized,
Yeah, fair.
and that's just my opinion. So
Looking at the offense, I mean, he's got some great pieces here. We're kind of highlighting this. Mike Saluki. This guy's really, really sexy. He plays the field. He's got the eye power gap. You'd think in this ballpark he'd hit more than 24 home runs. That's actually really surprising.
yeah,
but maybe
He's
it
a line
wasn't.
drive hitter.
I was gonna say maybe it wasn't developed too. He's still not fully developed it with his power.
Right.
He's a lefty. Sean Hall. This guy is a really good player. I think he sat in free agency a bunch last year.
Yeah, 26
We have
mil.
two Sean Halls. It's pretty confusing. I don't
I'm
know
not
which one
surprised
this
he
is.
sat because he's got no defense at all, so he can only play DH.
I know, but he led the league in OBP 3 times.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of worth it, 80 odd.
Sure.
But yeah, no, he hasn't played full seasons either. Maybe injury history. Oh yeah, scroll guy. So that actually makes a little more sense now.
He's got Danny Baker, who's a good defensive shortstop.
Ooh, absolutely. Yep. I think
So-
again we looked at this team. He's doing well defensively so far. A month
Yeah.
in. Top 3 team.
Second
On
baseman
defense.
is no slouch either.
The center fielder's great. Dylan Aspen, 70 range, 70 arm.
Oh,
The
one thing you
error-
got to riddle me here. Riddle me this. Why is Mario Rodriguez the first baseman leading off?
That's a good question. I mean, is there another solution?
He's not super fast.
I guess Saluki
he-
could be leading off.
He doesn't strike out.
Well, why is Manny Martinez hitting third?
So Saluki's your leadoff hitter. Manny Martinez. So this screams to me. I had somebody else here, and I forgot to change my lineup or something.
I don't know. Yeah, I
Oh.
mean, when you got a guy with 6 home runs and 9 home runs, again, this is a month in.
Yeah.
But the guys with the most power so far on your team are hitting 5 and 6.
And hitting behind these guys are not good. So whatever. Point being, once again, I don't want to be too negative, but the thing is optimize your team. Your pitching is not
I think there's-
optimized. Your hitting is not optimized.
I think there's adjustments that can be made here.
100%.
And I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference. Again, it's a weak division. Yeah, if you make some micro adjustments, it might be the difference between making it and not making it. All right, we're so close. We're so close. Oh my God. Standings. I don't remember who's left. The New York Griffins. The Peter Griffins.
Okay. I got a bone to pick with the Griffin.
All right.
Yeah. He so you know how and it was completely my fault. 100% my fault. I forgot to look at DFA. Chris was running the sim, and
It's
you know,
always a risk. When Chris
100%
is
my
running the
fault
sim.
that I deserve whatever happens, right? So I'm not complaining at all. So Chris goes, "Oh, hey, you got guys in DFA. What should I do with them?" And I'm like, "You know what, man? Just whatever, right? It's my fault. I deserve whatever happens." But he waved. He goes, "I got you. I'm gonna pick 2 guys, and I'm gonna wave them." And he chose the 2 guys that were the lowest guys on my 40 man.
Yep.
Make room, right, or something. And okay, standard procedure. Problem is, one of them was this really good defensive guy. And sure, guess who picked him up?
Smart move.
New York Griffins.
Yeah. I think New York's name is Thane. So I'm going to go with Thane. He goes by Novak here
Okay.
in chat, but I like first names. So if it's not Thane, he's going to just be known as Thane.
Yeah. The player's name was Bill Mosier.
We'll take a look at him.
He's second baseman there. You can take a look at him. He's got fantastic defensive ability. He was a smart pickup by them, and it was completely my fault. I'm just sad about it.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah, he's pretty nice. I mean, obviously there's no bat there, so he's a bench
it,
player.
he's a defensive backup, right? But he was a defensive backup that I needed.
Yeah,
I was
fair
sad,
enough. Fair enough.
and I deserved it. 100% deserved it. Oh.
If you actually look too, I mean, I feel like that's Spain's strategy right now is defense because his pitching sucks ass, but he's second in efficiency, first in zone rating, fifth in errors through March.
Yep.
Through April.
That's a good way to
He seems
start.
to have a somewhat of a strategy going on.
Yeah.
Preseason predictions hated this team. Not that that means anything, but
Yeah.
57 and 105. And this franchise has struggled. Again, they have 2 championships as a franchise, but not Thames. It was a GM before him, and he inherited a dumpster fire. Like I'm pretty sure when he took this team over, he took over a team with like no draft picks because they had been traded away by the previous GM, who left right after 2011. So this has kind of been the record since then. It's been a struggle.
So one of the things that really screams at me is that he's got one left-handed pitcher.
Yeah.
So he needs to diversify that up a little bit.
In terms of ballpark, this is a good place for lefties to hit.
Yeah. For average, sure.
And home runs.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So, and he's playing to that strength based on his lineup. You can see that he's got the
1, 2,
4
3,
lefties
4,
plus the
5
switch.
Yeah.
He's got
so
5 guys that can do it.
So his team has sucked, but he's showing intelligence.
Yep.
In how he's
maximizing with what he has.
Yep. He's got some old dinosaurs on his team. As a matter of fact, his team's extremely old. I mean, most of his pitching staff is over 30. A lot of his hitters are older. Jason Kohler, this guy is the god of walks in this league. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight seasons to start his career. Led the league in walks. 5 times was leading the league in OBP. Definite first ballot Hall of Famer in my book. 1-time MVP. In Baltimore, just so you know, in Washington, same team, just relocated. Ben Fowler, he's another dinosaur. I remember signing this guy to a shitload of money, and he spent 1 season on my team, and I was like, get him the fuck out of here. Because I signed him after an 8-war season, and he was just hot garbage. It was terrible signing on my part. But he's still kicking. Barely. But yeah, no, the defense on this team's been great. Supplements the pitching. He's got this young guy, Chad Wood, here in year number 2. Off to a bad start, but I don't know. Looks like he could be promising.
I mean, when you look at his contract situation too, there's a lot of guys on 1-year contracts. I could see him trying to jettison a bunch of these guys to really rebuild.
Yeah, I mean that would be smart if you're out of it, which you probably will be when you hit the deadline. I think Kohler might be able to go somewhere. Thompson, there should be a market for. Again, not getting huge returns, but if you can just bring in some assets.
But I mean, if you have to wind up retaining 50% of that contract, it's only going to bother you for this coming season. What's left of it? So
yeah, and candidly, I mean, he's got nothing on the books.
These guys.
He's got nothing on the books after this year.
Yep.
So really, the question is, what's in the system? And it's not the deepest system, but there's some great top-end talent here. And it's pretty far away. So definitely the strategy should be continue to stack assets, I think. Let's take a look at the number 3 prospect in the league here, Jose Rosales. Understands the basics, but won't work hard enough to improve on them. That's a shame. right. Anything else on the Griffins? What were they? 7? One more
I
team.
mean, yeah.
Boston. 11-13. Another team that's been a dumpster fire for a long time. This was the last team to ever make the playoffs in the history of this league. Took 8 seasons, and then they were good for a couple, and now they're shit again. And this is where I don't know if we've had multiple teams in Boston. But this is our third Chris. We have 3 Chris's in this league. And definitely no success so far.
Oh,
But I want to say, like, in his first season, he, like, hard sold some really talented players for assets. So I feel like we're going to see a system here. But we'll have to dive in real quick. I don't think we need to spend a ton of time on his team. Look at his ERAs so far. Pretty good from the starting
it's
rotation.
because he's got a very pitcher park.
Does he?
He doesn't give up home runs.
Oh, yep. Again, gap here. This is maybe
Yeah.
the highest gap we've seen.
Yep.
So if he can get some gap guys in his lineup, we've got Jack Sheed here. It's actually his weakest statistic, so maybe not a good fit for this park. Dusty Sprague. I like this guy.
He's got a
22
fair
years
amount
old.
of lefties too in his pitching staff, so he's got some versatility there. Not a ton of control on the guys, but there are also a lot of these guys are 23, 24 years old.
Yeah. Yep. I really see no familiar names on this team. So Miguel Pino, that's an exception. This guy's surprisingly not good. I thought he was better than that, but not bad at defense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I feel like some of these guys might be rushed just given the state of the team.
I mean, maybe a little bit. He's not using the right guy though as the closer. He needs to use Atwill as his closer, I think. Atwill has the best fastball and the best stuff. Not that Colby's a slouch, right? But I think Atwill is a better closer.
Bill Ashwell?
Yeah. So
Yeah, he's
I
got
think
the
there's a
pitches.
little bit of optimization that can be made there.
I mean, this guy hasn't really done anything in this league so far, unfortunately. But again, that could be the pieces that he has to play with.
Yeah. Well, Colby's also a fly ball pitcher, right? Which in this park doesn't really matter, but if you're playing an away game or something, right, that might matter. Whereas Atwill is considered a ground ball pitcher. Atwill though has that fastball, nice, and he's got that the control that's lower, right? And then that's the benefit, but what I mean is you can dial him down with respect to the pitch around, so that way he throws more fastballs. And with the 40 stamina, he could even probably be a stopper.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with you on this one.
That's okay.
We haven't disagreed
It's
in a minute.
144, man. You can disagree with me all you want.
It's 2:44 here. I have to work tomorrow. That's gonna be fun. Good thing I work
So
from
do I.
home. Good thing I don't have to
I had a
commute
meeting
anywhere.
this morning at 8 with guys in Denmark.
I have flexibility. I could technically get on anytime I want, but it's still gonna be a bitch tomorrow.
I've still got 12 leagues I still have to finish.
That shit still cracks me up. His starter's ERA is second through the first month, so that's gonna regress though.
Yeah, he's no offense, he's overachieved a little bit.
Yep.
I
Let's
think.
look at the system. Not much more to look at in Boston. It's really shallow. I thought he'd have more depth here, unfortunately.
Maybe he's loading on picks.
I
So
mean, again,
that's a question that I have. Do
3 of
you
these
keep
guys are
track of
pretty good.
pick status somewhere, or is that all up to date in StatPlus?
What do you mean by that?
So like the trading of the draft picks, right?
Yeah.
There's that pick tracker, whatever that Stat Plus has. Is that accurate, or do you still
Yeah,
have
that's
to go
accurate.
in and click like? Because I once again, I'm just basing this off of experience in other places. A lot of times, and I find myself sometimes forgetting to do this too. When sometimes a trade is in there, you have to go into Stat Plus and click that process button. Otherwise, the pick never changes.
Oh yeah, I mean so you have to go into draft, and you have, excuse me, you have to go into trade tool, and then go to recent,
Yeah.
and then you just have to make sure it's accepted or processed. But once it does that, then it's all tracked.
I thought the commissioner has to click processed. There's like a process button,
I do,
and once
yes.
that happens, it okay. So you're good about that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because when you
I
load
always
in
forget.
the draft on Stats Plus, um, if you haven't processed things, then the order doesn't come out right.
So I can go look and like if I wanted to make a trade with Boston right now, I could
Yeah.
go on to that Stat Plus thing, and I could
Yeah,
go in
go to
and
pick
see what
tracker.
picks he has, and so
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, if it's up to date, if you're just in the trade tool and you go to the draft drop-down menu, it's not going to show the picks he doesn't have after you've done that. So you don't even have to look at the pick tracker. You just literally just try to process the trade, and the ones he doesn't have will be missing. But anyways, we're getting off. This is a conversation for another day. Yeah, Boston. I don't see a bright future yet. I see some
yeah,
nice
there's
pieces.
still a little bit. There's still some work to be done. He's still got
Yep.
some tradable assets like that Jay Williams guy or whatever his name is. Um, I think he should Jaden Williams. I think he could probably get a little bit of value from that, maybe like a
Maybe. Ooh, those
fourth
pitches
round
are
pick,
ugly.
maybe for him, because I could see that. He may have to eat 3 million of that contract, but he's a free agent after this year, so it doesn't really matter. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would be interested in Jaden Williams if I needed a pitcher.
Well, there you go, Chris. If you need to flip Jaden Williams, Mexico City. He's trying to improve on his
That's
6-18 record.
That's right.
So,
The best pitching staff in the league last year. It's not pitching
uh,
well this year.
he's terrible offensively, but John Brookshire is a great center fielder defensively, and he's really fast. Problem is, speed doesn't really matter when you have an on-base percentage of 265.
Yeah.
But all right, we gotta wrap this shit up.
Put a
I'm gonna
bow on it.
I'm gonna rank this division, and then you can rank them. I'm gonna give Lehigh first this year.
Nice.
I'm gonna give Somerville second. I've learned not to underestimate Somerville. I'm gonna give Philly third, and I think all three of
Okay.
those teams can make the playoffs.
Yep.
After that, it's tough.
Yep.
Who am I missing? I mean, I guess Washington just had that injury. Steve's been a good GM. I mean, even when he has injuries, he's finished with like 80 wins. So I'll give Washington fourth. I don't think he knows how to rebuild. Boston? Do I like Boston next? No, I hate Boston. I'm gonna give it to. Damn, sorry to.
You're fine.
Oh, no, not to me then. I'm gonna give Montreal fifth. They started off strongly. Maybe they can sustain. I'll give Syracuse sixth, New York seventh, and then I'll give Boston eight. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm gonna go with the money line. Number one.
Safe
He's got a
bet.
plan. I can see he's got a plan, and he's the defending champ, right? I don't see any reason why he wouldn't be. Although I think Lehigh Valley, who I say is number two, is a tough matchup for him.
Yep.
watch out for them. So Somerville 1, Lehigh 2. I think the Eagles 3. I think solid, solid team with a couple of little things here or there, and that they need to do. I say Washington 4. Um,
Almost identical
he's
start.
yeah. So far, we're pretty much the same. We're aligned here. Um, I'm gonna. This is where we're gonna not be aligned. I think Syracuse becomes number 5, and I think he's got something brewing in there. I think he's got a chance to move up. I hate to call Montreal pretenders. I hate to say that because that sounds negative, but the team is overachieving based on all the home games. You got to play some road games too. I think that they're going to normalize, and I think they're going to be a very close 6th behind Syracuse.
Fair enough.
And then after that, um, just to be different, I'll say Boston 7, New York 8. And the
There we
reason
go.
for that is because I think New York will be a little bit more active in dismantling than Boston will.
Okay. Well, that is it. That's the end of the podcast. It's been we started at 7:30, so just a simple 7.5 hour podcast. I think we did break the record.
There's
So
always next year.
yeah, let's hope not. Hopefully we optimize it in the future. But we broke the record by like. Oh, you know what? We might be 1 minute under the record. Maybe we should stall.
I mean, I can always find stuff to fill in a minute.
Yeah, I'm kidding, but this was
Dude,
fun.
I'm like a baseball coach, dude. I can sit and talk baseball all day long.
I've gotten that vibe from you for sure.
Yeah,
Um,
100%.
this has been a
I go
really
for a
good
walk
podcast,
with my.
though.
Oh yeah, it's been great.
I've really
I go
enjoyed
for a
breaking
walk
this
with my
down.
wife and kid, and he's like, "Will you ever stop talking about baseball?"
Have you been to all the MLB stadiums?
No,
Must be a
I
goal,
wish I
right?
could.
Must
I
be a
don't
bucket
get
list.
enough time.
Yeah.
Um, if you ask me if the White Sox stadium is my favorite, it's not. I actually, this is gonna sound almost sacrilegious. I like the Houston stadium actually that they
Mm,
built.
yep.
I was
I'd
down there
like to
for
go to a
work
game in
once.
Pittsburgh someday.
So Pittsburgh, in my opinion, has the most photogenic or the most beautiful stadium.
Yeah, yeah.
In my opinion, I like the way that the yellow on the bridge is behind or whatever. I think that looks really
That's
cool.
yours. Yeah,
I've never been there though.
yeah. I've there's a couple stadiums I've been to the literally right outside of, but I've never gone to a game in. That's Washington, that's Pittsburgh, and that's San Francisco. And I've been to 4 stadiums, but someday, if I'm retired, bucket list to visit a bunch more. Because of all the sporting events, nothing's like a baseball game. Love going to a baseball game.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Larry.
My buddy has season tickets to the Cubs, and
Nice.
yeah, so the one time they had family day or whatever, so I went. And he made me promise I wouldn't wear all White Sox stuff, so I didn't. But they would they
You wouldn't think
allowed
that
you
would
to
be
walk.
sacrilegious, as long as you're not wearing like
No,
Cardinals shit.
no, I wouldn't do that. I
Yeah.
remember when the Cubs were in the playoffs, and I would wear the hat of the other team, but that's the whole different thing. That was when I was in my 20s and I was more angry. Anyway, um, one of the coolest things ever is when you stand out in like the outfield and you just look at how big the stadium is, right? You see pictures of it from above. It doesn't really do it any justice. When you're actually standing like on the field, it's like, oh my God, this thing is huge.
Yeah.
Those people are way up there. You know what I mean? It's
Yep.
it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I have pictures I could probably share, but not tonight.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, again,
Are
yeah. Thank
you
you.
still gonna run? Are you still gonna run Sims too?
What do you mean?
Aren't you simming tonight?
Well, tonight at 9 p.m. Yeah. What do you think? I'm gonna go to sleep? It's crazy. I don't need that much sleep. I mean, I'm gonna sleep until like 9 o'clock. I'll get 6 hours of sleep. Do some work.
Yeah, 6 hours is good enough. That's
Yeah,
way
exactly.
more than I usually spend half my night falling asleep on the couch and wake up, go to bed, sleep
Yeah.
3 hours
I
in
mean,
bed, and then get up.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. now, but I mean, I typically am up to midnight on a standard night, watching some kind of show or some shit. So this isn't that far of a stretch. And but yeah, no. Again, I just want to thank you. A tremendous lift to spend this much time talking about fake baseball, and it's been super fun. I'm sure all the GMs here are going to appreciate the podcast when they get to listen to the breakdown of their team, even if they don't like the advice or the comments. It's always fun to hear someone break your shit down, So.
And feel free to break mine down, right?
Well, you're 6-18. I don't think there's much to break down, right? So.
Not yet. Just wait.
Oh. I guess I will leave on this note because I promised I would mention this, and it's been 7 hours. But Larry messaged me to start the season, and he said, "Looks like you're my team are going to be competing for first place this year." And I joked, it sounds like the out of the park gods heard him, because they said, "Hold my beer," and they're fucking him in the ass right now. So, excuse my French.
Temporary.
Yeah, we'll see.
We're moving up.
Again, as much as I do appreciate you, I'm also your division rival, so I hope you continue to struggle. But anyways, again,
only when we have to play your team.
Yeah. Thanks again for joining, and we'll do it again sometime.
Yep, for sure.
All right, man. Have a good night.
All right, you too.